fell. Pulled up to the set when I heard that brutal sound of the bass. Start to feel like I'm dreaming, man, should have seen that look on my face. But I'm so low-key, I'm an anonymous G that I left no trace. But when I step one foot in the room, I'ma set this pace. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound, better rise up when I shut this down. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound, better rise up when I shut this. Yeah. My God. Yeah. I feel like king of the hill when they're king of the hill. My God. Yeah, yeah. It feels like murder, murder. Setting them alight when I lit that flame. Try pulling up side by side for the race, just realized that we're in a different lane. Yeah, see I'm out here killing the game. How can you claim that we're living the same? See in reality we ain't on a similar stage. You're sitting in the crib while I'm singing my name. That's flames, whole of the city on lock. The coldest flows and the cream of the crop. We've them peas with a lean and a bop. Got a phone line ringing to the heat don't stop. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound, better rise up when I shut this down. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound, better rise up when I shut this. Yeah. My God. Yeah. I feel like king of the hill when they're king of the hill. My God. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You take me to a place unknown. I wonder if I'll ever go. My thoughts just won't leave me alone. Give me the strength to carry on. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get over love. I can't get over love. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get over love. I can't get over love. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I 5:30, stay until the morning, then I carry on and live my hollow life. Did you really take my soul? Came and then you left a hole. Shot me in the late night, bleeding out in plain sight, running with the heart you stole. You got your desires, always starting fires. Losing sleep, I'm in too deep, I'm hiding Michael Myers. Building an empire, you were rising higher. Standing tall, but you will fall, cause we all hear the choir. Beautiful lust, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Bleeding me dry, she wants to devour my soul.
Fuck.
Me in the back, now I'm bleeding slowly. Pray to God I'm holy, bury me still intact. Baby, don't make a noise. Murdering brings you joy. I've been waiting for you, ready to destroy you, sipping on a cold LaCroix. You got your desires, always starting fires. Losing sleep, I'm in too deep, I'm hiding Michael Myers. Building an empire, you were rising higher. Standing tall, but you will fall, cause we all hear the choir. Beautiful lust, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Bleeding me dry, she wants to devour my soul.
Fuck.
This life will carry on. I'll stay until you leave me drowning. I've slayed a couple demons in my day. You don't know I can't be slayed. Oh no. Beautiful lust, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Bleeding me dry, she wants to devour my soul.
Fuck.
Pulled up to the set when I heard that brutal sound of the bass. Start to feel like I'm dreaming, man should have seen that look on my face. But I'm so low key, I'm an anonymous G that I left no trace. But when I step 1 foot in the room, I'ma set this pace. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound, better rise up when I shut this down. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound, better rise up when I shut this. Yeah. My God. Yeah. I feel like king of the hill when they're king of the hill. It feels like murder, murder. Setting them alight when I lit that flame. Try pulling up side by side for the race, just realize that we're in a different lane. Yeah, see I'm out here killing the game. How can you claim that we're living the same? See in reality we ain't on a similar stage. You're sitting in the crib while I'm singing my name. That flames, whole of the city on lock. The coldest flows and the cream of the crop. We've them bees with a lean and a bop. Got a phone line ringing to the heat don't stop. I feel like king of the hill when they never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound. Better rise up when I shut this down. I feel like king of the hill when they never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound. Better rise up when I shut this. Yeah.
My God.
Yeah. I feel like king of the hill when they king of the hill.
My God.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You take me to a place unknown. I wonder if I'll ever go. My thoughts just won't leave me alone. Give me the strength to carry on. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get over love. I can't get over love. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get over love. I can't get over love. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get over love. I
5:30, stay until the morning, then I carry on and live my hollow life. Did you really take my soul? Came and then you left a hole. Shot me in the late night, bleeding out in plain sight, running with the heart you stole. You got your desires, always starting fires. Losing sleep, I'm in too deep, I'm hiding Michael Myers. Building an empire, you were rising higher. Standing tall, but you will fall, cause we all hear the choir. Beautiful lust, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Bleeding me dry, she wants to devour my soul.
Fuck.
Me in the back, now I'm bleeding slowly. Pray to God I'm holy, bury me still intact. Baby, don't make a noise. Murdering brings you joy. I've been waiting for you, ready to destroy you, sipping on a cold liqueur. You got your desires, always starting fires. Losing sleep, I'm in too deep, I'm hiding Michael Myers. Building an empire, you were rising higher. Standing tall, but you will fall, cause we all hear the choir. Beautiful lust, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Bleeding me dry, she wants to devour my soul.
Fuck.
This life will carry on. I'll stay until you leave me drowning. I've slayed a couple demons in my day who don't know I can't be swayed. Oh no. Beautiful lust, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Getting me dry, she wants to devour my soul.
Fuck.
Yo, pulled up to the set when I heard that brutal sound of the bass. Start to feel like I'm dreaming, man, should have seen that look on my face. But I'm so low-key, I'm an anonymous G that I left no trace. But when I step one foot in the room, I'ma set this pace. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound, better rise up when I shut this down. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound, better rise up when I drop this. Yeah. My God. Yeah. I feel like king of the hill when they're king of the hill. It feels like murder, murder. Setting them alight when I lit that flame. Try pulling up side by side for the race, just realize that we're in a different lane. Yeah, see I'm out here killing the game. How can you claim that we're living the same? See in reality we ain't on a similar stage. You're sitting in the crib while I'm singing my name. That flames, whole of the city on lock. The coldest flows and the cream of the crop. We've them bees with a lean and a bop. Got a phone line ringing to the heat don't stop. I feel like king of the hill when they never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound. Better rise up when I shut this down. I feel like king of the hill when they never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound. Better rise up when I shut this. Yeah.
My God.
Yeah. I feel like king of the hill when they king of the hill.
My God.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You take me to a place unknown. I wonder if I'll ever go. My thoughts just won't leave me alone. Give me the strength to carry on. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get over love. I can't get over I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get over I can't get over I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get over love. I can't get over love.
5:30. Stay until the morning, then I carry on and live my hollow life. Did you really take my soul? Came and then you left a hole. Shot me in the late night, bleeding out in plain sight, running with the heart you stole. You got your desires, always starting fires. Losing sleep, I'm in too deep, I'm hiding Michael Myers. Building an empire, you were rising higher. Standing tall, but you will fall, cause we all hear the choir. Beautiful lust, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Bleeding me dry, she wants to devour my soul.
Fuck.
Stab me in the back. Now I'm bleeding slowly. Pray to God I'm holy. Bury me still intact. Baby, don't make a noise. Murdering brings you joy. I've been waiting for you, ready to destroy you. Sipping on a cold LaCroix. You got your desires, always starting fires. Losing sleep, I'm in too deep. I'm hiding Michael Myers. Building an empire. You were rising higher. Standing tall, but you will fall, cause we all hear the choir. Beautiful lust, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Bleeding me dry, she wants to devour my soul.
Fuck.
This life will carry on. I'll stay until you leave me drowning. I've slayed a couple demons in my day who don't know I can't be swayed. Oh no. Beautiful lust, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Bleeding me dry, she wants to devour my soul.
Fuck.
Pulled up to the set when I heard that brutal sound of the bass. Start to feel like I'm dreaming, man, should have seen that look on my face. But I'm so low-key, I'm an anonymous G that I left no trace. But when I step one foot in the room, I'ma set this pace. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound, better rise up when I shut this down. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound, better rise up when I shut this. Yeah. My God. Yeah. I feel like king of the hill when they're king of the hill. feels like murder. Setting them alight when I lit that flame. Try pulling up side by side for the race, just realize that we're in a different lane. Yeah, see I'm out here killing the game. How can you claim that we're living the same? See in reality we ain't on a similar stage. You're sitting in the crib while I'm singing my name. That flames, whole of the city on lock. The coldest flows and the cream of the crop. We've them peas with a lean and a bop. Got a phone line ringing to the heat don't stop. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound. Better rise up when I shut this down. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound. Better rise up when I shut this. Yeah. My God. Yeah. I feel like king of the hill when they're king of the hill. My God. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You take me to a place unknown. I wonder if I'll ever go. My thoughts just won't leave me alone. Give me the strength to carry on. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get over love. I can't get over love. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get over love. I can't get over I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get over love. I can't get over love.
5:30. Stay until the morning, then I carry on and live my hollow life. Did you really take my soul? Came and then you left a hole. Shot me in the late night, bleeding out in plain sight, running with the heart you stole. You got your desires, always starting fires. Losing sleep, I'm in too deep, I'm hiding Michael Myers. Building an empire, you were rising higher. Standing tall, but you will fall, cause we all hear the choir. Beautiful lust, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Bleeding me dry, she wants to devour my soul.
Fuck.
Stab me in the back. Now I'm bleeding slowly. Pray to God I'm holy. Bury me still intact. Baby, don't make a noise. Murdering brings you joy. I've been waiting for you, ready to destroy you. Sipping on a cold LaCroix. You got your desires, always starting fires. Losing sleep, I'm in too deep. I'm hiding Michael Myers. Building an empire. You were rising higher. Standing tall, but you will fall, cause we all hear the choir. Beautiful lust, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Bleeding me dry, she wants to devour my soul.
Fuck.
This life will carry on. I'll stay until you leave me drowning. I've slayed a couple demons in my day who don't know I can't be swayed. Oh no. Beautiful lust, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Bleeding me dry, she wants to devour my soul.
Fuck.
Yo, pulled up to the set when I heard that brutal sound of the bass. Start to feel like I'm dreaming, man, should have seen that look on my face. But I'm so low-key, I'm an anonymous G that I left no trace. But when I step 1 foot in the room, I'ma set this pace. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound, better rise up when I shut this down. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound, better rise up when I drop this. Yeah. My God. Yeah. I feel like king of the hill when they're king of the hill.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Skyesports Grandslam 2024. This is day 2, and the action is just about to begin. One team gets eliminated, and we do first find our first grand finalist right here on this stage. Sam, are you ready for that?
I think we have to wait for that. It's not going to be so easy for all our viewers to see the first grand finalist in an international tournament happening in India. It's not going to happen, but before that, I want to tell all of you that we have our lower bracket game where 2 teams are going to be fighting for representing their region further in the tournament. It's not going to be an easy job. Everybody has to give their all. They had a little bit of a tough as well as a, I would say, humpy run, but it's going to be maybe better today because we saw them again going back to the practice sessions and they're looking forward to making their journey better. But again, Captain, it's all about the title that everybody is trying to run their way and call themselves champion here in India.
The best part is in another, let's say, 36 hours, we're going to find out champion. So that's going to happen today. But first, we have to witness the eliminator game. Yes, the first game is going to be the lower brackets eliminator. First eliminator where one of these 2 teams are going to get taken out and they can just wait and watch. But we do find our grand finalists, the first one. So I'm super excited for it. But I want to just hear it out from the audience. Audience, are you excited? That's the energy we love to see. But I think it's time that we call up on stage the first team. We should. All right, we're going to give them the space. So let's just call up on stage the team which flew all the way from Australia right here, surviving for one last game. Let's welcome and put your hands together for Bad News Kangaroos!
Thank you so much, boys. You can get back to your seats and get up for action. But I think I'm pretty sure these Kangaroos today are looking forward to taking down their opposition because they want their run here in India to be pushed further.
But do you think they're tensed? Do you think they're worried?
I mean, I spoke to those boys. I don't think so. They've been having fun. They've been pulling off all sorts of tough situations for their opponents, and we saw it yesterday, right? They were almost about to take down Aurora, and I'm looking forward to what they can do here. But the second team, we spoke about them yesterday, they're here looking forward to redemption. It's none other than from Indonesia, Garuda Wisnu Voyage!
Thank you so much, gentlemen. You can please head over to your PCs as we will roll into game number 1. But for the audience, I want to hear it from you guys. Who do you think is going to walk away with the first game? Let's hear it first for the team from Australia. Who do you think? Do you think they're going to win? If you think they're going to win, just give a huge, huge cheer. Okay, let's hear it for the Bad News Kangaroos. Do you think they'll win? All right. Now let's hear it for the other team, the team from Indonesia. Do you think Garuda Wisnu Voyage is going to win right here? My God, it's equal on both sides, and that's what I love it.
I like this, that the audience have split themselves and they've found their team that they want to support. On one end, the Australian team, on another end, the Indonesian team. But also these 2 teams have their representatives as beasts, right? On one end, Kangaroos looking forward to kick their competition away. On the other end, the Garudas clawing their competition away. And I'm looking forward to who does what gives them this victory in this best of 3, the lower bracket first game, and one team is going to be eliminated.
Yeah, true. And honestly, looking at the veto, I think it's going to be a 3-mapper game. There's no way it finishes off in a 2-0. And plus, this is an eliminator. So every second, every millisecond is going to matter so much. But with that being said, our casters are ready to walk you down through the entire game. So casters, please take it away.
This is just another great moment, right, where we saw day one, we were able to spot what both of these teams are like, and now moving further into the tournament, we can really gauge who's going to be that real threat, who's going to be challenging the likes of Aurora in this competition.
Indeed. Well, both teams lost out in their opening games yesterday. The Bad News Kangaroos already looked to challenge the Aurora side, and they did extremely well when it came to measuring up in that first map-up, but still our favorite team looking like a lights-out unit at the end of that series. We look forward to seeing whether or not that'll end up being the case here as they take on Garuda Wisnu. We're looking to see whether the Australians can carry the momentum to again. I'm very excited to see whether they can make it forward, because I think we're all focused on that lower bracket consolation match between them and most likely the God's Reign side, because that seems to be how our bracket will look to play out in terms of today.
It seems like the most likely outcome. We definitely felt as if the Aussies caught Aurora off guard. You look at that opening game of Overpass, the first half had a lot of pizzazz. It had a lot of success from Addict in particular. It felt as if Aurora just weren't there, that it was a surprise to not even see them contesting. And the Aussies would have felt as if they should have at least closed their map. This is now the redemption arc. This is now the opportunity to go in this lower bracket and redeem yourselves by trying to see if you can face off against Aurora again in those finals.
And equally the same situation for the Indonesians. Of course, they're trying to bounce back and find redemption of their own right, because they are competing, of course, for the $50,000 prize pool, trying to gun for at least that third place. I mean, you still get a decent chunk of change if you make it in last, but for them, obviously, that they want to go that little bit further, and to beat out a team that took it so close to the Aurora side is definitely a little bit of a wishful thinking, I think, but I'm still yet to see what they can really achieve.
And this is now just more players that are coming off the top of our heads of maybe who's going to be the MVP, who's going to be the rookie. I mean, R2B2 played very well in that series yesterday. This is the first time that we've seen him at a Skyesports LAN event before, Jay. And now that we know that obviously he's going up against Aurora in that next best of three, this is another sort of moment in which we can see what he's going to be like.
Well, again, we have 4 teams competing. We will get to see Aurora and God's Reign a little bit later on today in their best of 3. For now, it's all about the Bad News Kangaroos and the GRDX camp, because that is again going to be our first matchup of today's proceedings, and it's all about elimination, Dwayne. You know, like they were talking about it on the stage, every second is going to count, and I feel like that certainly could be the case when pressure is against you, because at certain times you do feel like the pressure can sometimes overwhelm certain teams, right? I mean, I know that the Bad News Kangaroos have their experience and some players playing on the stage in the past, but they've got to really hold themselves together if they want to make that lower bracket run. Maybe not so much in this matchup, but the future certainly is going to be tough.
Well, we've seen it quite frequently, a lot of last place finishes in international competition for the Vertex lads, and obviously now here on Bad News Kangaroos. We saw it at the RMR out in Mongolia. We saw it at Conference out in Sweden a year prior. This time around, it's very different. Knowing the level of competition that you're up against, this has got to be a bracket in which Bad News Kangaroos can look at and say, do you know what? We've actually got a very good likelihood of going deep in this lower bracket.
Well, of course, they are the favourites in our first matchup of the day, our best of 3 between the Aussies and the Indonesians. And again, the Indian hometown squad will take on Aurora in what will be the toughest task for them thus far in the weekend. So let's focus in a bit more on this matchup, to be more specific, because you mentioned some of those highlight players, particularly for the Bad News Kangaroos. Addict had a stellar opening map against Aurora yesterday, and I was thinking I want to see more out of him. I don't think that's the right necessary phrase. I want to see more of him, because if he can deliver that over the course of all the maps in this tournament, then I'm just excited to see what the ride looks like for him.
It's very true. I mean, Hazard to me is always a go-to guy. Most experienced player on LAN, especially internationally. Very strong rifler for this core and for this iteration of the roster. I also look at PZ and felt as if it was a very underwhelming best of 3 for him. I've seen a lot more from him locally. That game against Aurora, he was able to go 0 and 12 on the T side of Overpass. So really felt like he wasn't able to find his form. Now up against local competition, I think we're going to get a much better showing from him.
Especially comparing the roles between the 2 teams on that second map especially. I think that Deco definitely was able to beat out PZ in terms of his AWP potential. We talked about that massively. I mean, he hit Addict's kind of numbers when it came to their own map pick on the Kangaroos camp. So, again, really inserting that strength on Aurora as being the team to beat. But, look, I think Bad News Kangaroos have made a very good case for themselves thus far, despite the issues in terms of their subbing situation and your Wombat not being a permanent member of the team. I still feel like he's filled the roles as appropriate to give them the basis now to work as kind of the favourites against the likes of Garuda Wisnu.
And when you look at the Indonesians, there was a couple of players that more so developed further impact than others. I think Cobalt showed that he could at least hold his weight in some gunfights. I think Renatera as well was another one of those more impact players. It's very difficult to draw a lot, though, from their opening game. I mean, they had a difficult time against God's Reign. We can't sit here and say that many rounds were all that competitive, that many rounds were all that winnable. So they'll like to try and see if they can change their fortune going into the lower bracket game.
Yeah, for those of you that missed it yesterday, 13-6, 13-1 on Vertigo and Anubis. And I think we're both in agreement that that 13-1 should have been a 13-0. The only reason they lost that one round on God's Reign was because they pushed aggressive and didn't really give them the kind of respect that you would expect out of a higher level team. And in that sense, obviously, Garuda got those little layups. But as you mentioned, it really isn't much to go off of for this team. It was their first impressions yesterday. And unfortunately, they couldn't deliver the kind of first impressions that we would have hoped.
And anything that I would say is better than what we saw yesterday has to be a positive, right? If they're just able to keep some of the gun rounds competitive, if they're just able to show a little bit more quality, that's a positive for me.
Well, here the map vetoes up on screen. Mirage, Vertigo, and Nanook will be played. Interesting that they've allowed Nanook to float in as the third map in the series again for Garuda. They didn't get it that far in the previous one. They will see a repeat of Vertigo, which, to their credit, was the slightly better map in their series yesterday for the Indonesians. It is the pick of the Kangaroos, though.
And again, we were talking about it in that Aurora series. The Aussies love their Vertigo. They like playing it locally, but Aurora's instaban is Vertigo. So now that we get to see what it's like, I actually do think that if we do get that matchup in the consolidation final between the Aussies and the Indians, then we can get a bit more judgment on where the Vertigo sits internationally. Mirage as well is a map that actually gets played quite a lot locally for the Aussies too. They played it in the best of 5 against Mindfreak to qualify to this LAN. They've played it quite frequently recently against the Greyhound side as well. So yeah, no concerns of map number 1 and map number 2 for me for the Aussies.
And I like the idea that Mirage, of course, the map that's being picked in for the Garuda side, just because of the fact that picking into Anubis didn't go well for them yesterday. I like going a bit of a different route, a bit more standardized, a bit more puggy, I guess you could say. But still, regardless of that situation and that map involved, I do feel like that they're still going to be massive underdogs, regardless of how this veto plays up. It's a very tough task for GRDX today.
Realistically, it's probably a stretch to even say that they're going to come close to double-digit scorelines. Across the board, they were simply outclassed in that series against the Indian competition. And for Aurora, the coach has been mentioning it. I think Belchnot mentioned it as well, that they look between God's Reign and the Bad News Kangaroos as the Aussies being the stronger team. So if we use that chain logic right, that the Indonesians went up against the Indians and now they're going up against the Aussies, you could be going up against even stronger competition. So this is going to be a very tough game for them.
Wasn't the quote something like, we look forward to seeing Bad News Kangaroos again, or something along those lines, like implying that they're going to be the team that make it to the grand finals? I mean, look, I can't debate it too hard because they are the team that's so far shown us the most in terms of competition. Yes, God's Reign haven't had a key chance to show themselves off, and we'll get to see that a little bit later on this evening. But in terms of this matchup, you definitely are looking at the Kangaroos as the key and heavy favourites. I think you're right in terms of that assessment. I'm looking at a 2-0. I'm looking at a very dominant 2-0 for the Aussies, and that's no bias from my perspective.
Yeah, comfortable 2-0 for me as well. Bad News Kangaroos, get a good performance here and look to try and see if you can get into that strong game, potentially up against the Indians tomorrow.
And here we go, map 1 of Mirage going live with GRDX on the T side start, set into their defaults as Hazard is the man of first port of call of contact. Addict right behind him as the B defense is locked in.
It's actually a very strong setup out here on B. If they can draw in this bait, you've got the first player on contact towards Van, Addict playing out there from the jail and bench angle, and then your Wombat in from short. So if they commit into B, they are going to be running into 3.
USP ready to receive. Utility is getting sent down by the T side line. 2 taps don't quite connect any casualties or damage. They died their way right back out. Focus fire on short position as Hazard can't quite hit his shots. Finally draws out first one against Renatera. Doubles up onto Cobalt. Does get overwhelmed with the numbers game, but you still have Addict being unchecked in the back line. Takes his fights. Can't quite win his shots. Oh no! It's a bit of an accuracy disaster, but it does come through for the kills anyway. Nihilize down. Shaika next to fall, and Nobito also caught off for the 4 players alive. The pistol going the way of Bad News Kangaroos.
Man's literally just had a Ustillo moment right there, but it hasn't overwhelmed the round. It hasn't made it all too uncomfortable. Sequence there from Hazard on the first 2 on the contact, recovered it slightly, and then your Wombat with the assistance out from short and towards the Archers. So pistol round gets there. And when we looked at the God's Reign side yesterday, right, I think we saw on the player cams that as the series rolled on and we saw more up against the Indonesians, they were having a good laugh, weren't they? They were having a good time about the best of 3.
I know how laid back the Aussies can be, Dwayne. I, of course, know you personally, so I can attest to that being the case.
We're not laid back at all. What do you mean? We're super serious. Do not get laid back personalities whatsoever.
I think the cams over this series are going to prove you wrong on that respect, and I think you know it as well as I do. But for this round, it's going to be seriousness from the force buy of GRDX and mowed down by the M4 and the SMG. Double imp for Addict. Does get dealt with by Cobalt's Deagle, so that's one fight out of one of those players that did show us a little something in yesterday's proceedings. But in a 1 versus 4 from here on out, not much will come through. The SMG will close out for PZ, and that is the solid start for the Kangaroos camp.
A bit of an unorthodox buy from the T side. You've got a couple of players forcing down completely, a couple of players ecoing, and a couple of players half buying. So Money State's going to be in a very awful position come that next round. And one aspect of the gameplay that we noticed from God's Reign yesterday is that they were a little bit too eager in some of the rounds. They were maybe like Anubis, right? 4v2s, clearing out one bomb site but going into the other. Maybe just having too much fun with the game. I do wonder how disciplined the Aussies are going to be in this best of 3.
Well, time certainly will tell. They showed a very disciplined game against Aurora yesterday, so I have high hopes. But now, of course, it's easy clean up against the pistol players. They full sport in the last round for Garuda, so only upgrade pistols for this one. Your Wombat involved against Nihilize next. 2 left standing on the T side line. Smoke that generates a gap there over at the Palace entrance. Venetera able to get his Deagle back onto the ramp entrance. So at least there's a couple of kills going the way of Garuda, but nothing that really amounts to anything in these rounds here. 4 players alive means the economy is well built on the CT side, and the guns will come in for the T's first gun round.
And for the bad news Kangaroos, we've obviously seen a lack of real development on their T side in their game against Aurora. You consider the 9-3 half they had on the CT side. They move into that second half and they win 2 T rounds, one of which was a 1v1 that Brace was able to win against Lucky. And moved into Inferno on that T side and only got 2 rounds at the start of the half. So while this might not be the game that gives us a lot of justification, I do hope that there's been a lot of thoughts after that Aurora game and what they can change on their T side.
Oh, good trains in the mid face on the T side line. They've actually managed to maintain a 4 versus 2 situation. Hazard and PZ might face some issues, as FAMAS especially struggles to win the fight out in the apartments. Eventually does isolate Renatera and smoke himself off. He's got the bomb actually here towards App, so that's an all-important kill.
Indeed it is, but needs to try and establish a crossfire and some assistance to come through from PZ out there in the market. Abito needs to work with teammate support. They've got to try and fight Hazard together.
Cobalt has caught off PZ as AWP in market, taking the close quarters fight with the AWP in his hands. The Molotov sent back by Hazard, holds his nerves, sees them all coming his way, and does line up some damage, but not quite the kill against the GRDX camp. So, bit manic there in mid, does come out the way of the Indonesians, and they can start to look a little bit happy now.
Yeah, and I suppose when we do look at the small successes of that best of 3 from them yesterday, the rounds in which they had guns up and just tried to individually trade off of one another was probably their most successful one. We saw a couple of rounds on T side of Vertigo where just tight spacing, working kills was at least rounds to work with. And that run right there was a good successful one. Bad news Kangaroos will look to responding quickly.
Bring home as many guns as they can. Brace rocking an upgrade pistol in this one. Addix M4 upgrades the man advantage with Hazard on the trades against Abito. So, advantage again for the Kangaroos. This time successful in their mid-aggression. Not as much presence there for the GRDX camp.
Your Wombat can play out from Con and try and help the assistants from Brace, who's only rocking a pistol down here at Underdark. The Indonesians have made noise towards ramp, and Brace can call that out.
Ever so slow walks. Molly's sent down towards Dark. Do not quite catch off that player. Brace actually smokes it off and does take a fight as he gets up the ladder. Makes it 2 players alive for GRDX. Flash swing, sees the man over a sandwich. Well aware of where the last player is. It gets the confirmation as he clears up that smoke, forcing Nihilize to try and fire back. 2 kills with a 5-7, and there's nothing left in this for the AK. Instant response for the Kangaroos here.
And this was the perfect round to try and win it for the Indonesians. Money was in a bit of an awkward state. One player of Brace was down to a pistol, while everyone else had rifles out. That could have been the reset that they're looking for. And for bad news Kangaroos, I mean, they're going to tactically outclass the likes of the Indonesians just off of some of the protocols, just off of some of the utility bases. You can see here towards top mid, fight together as a unit, work that opening man advantage. And then out towards ramp and Underdark. And Molly misses towards triple. Brace can get up and just utilize the back end of the smoke there in Palace.
Despite their success, the Kangaroos going to take a tactical pause here. Garuda Wisnu. Only that one AK they can afford in this follow-up buy. Lost bonus will start to hit max in the next round. For now, working with 2,900 in float. Double AWP setup as well for the CT side. Talked about this a little bit from the part of God's Reign. Didn't really see it out too much yesterday. PZ opting to have faith in Hazard in terms of his position with the big green gun.
A B-side anchor could just utilize it out from the van or into the apartments. And this is another one of these buy states where you want to try and get as much out of the AK as possible. Bad news, Kangaroos. 4-1 up, looking to go a lot further.
It's a case of whether they do. Hazard certainly does land onto Shaika, so there's your starting advantage. Looking to see if that hero AK can get involved here for the Garuda side, but Kobolds is nowhere to be seen in that fight, focusing on underpass as your Wombat just tries to trade blows, blinded behind the wood wall in the window. Old passive for now. Wisnu trying to get the AWP to misfire. Has that shoulder bait not being seen. Kobolds does strike back on Addicts. There's something gained, and indeed they do bait the AWP.
Tet9 trying to see if they could put some emphasis up against the AWP, make it uncomfortable for him into the side. Try and offer up a B split. A lot of flashes to come through from Distraction, and Hazard's been able to get some help from short.
Nades onto the man. Renatera ducks out of the way of the AWP. Garuda taking further shots. PZ does turn his USP onto Obito, and now the automatic rifle is set in for your Wombat, dealing with Renatera next. 2 versus 4 now. Garuda have got a backstab inserted. Hazard's going to get caught off here towards Mark, and it's going to get a little bit disastrous, depending on how your Wombat holds from the site itself. Indeed, he does get that kill, dropping the bomb, holding it together, turning it into a triple, and a 5th round for the Kangaroos.
That makes it look quite comfortable there. Yes, there's an insertion of a great timing that the AK's been able to exploit by getting aggressive into market, dealing with the likes of Hazard, but your Wombat, very clinical with the reposition, get himself out to the apartments, make sure that he's being covered off from that reposition, and then eventually finish it off out to bench. So, some damage being done there in the previous round from the Indonesians, but not enough to make a real threat.
At least do well when taking that second AWP out of play. Primary one, though, set in for PZ into Palace. Flashes go over the shoulder bait. Doesn't misfire on it. Hold his nerve for Renatera, who does give him the full body shot in the end. Bomb dropped and everything with that kill, and he's dipping in for a little bit more. AWP of Obito, caught by the M4 of Addict, in fact.
And what I'm not liking, Jay, is the amount of times we've seen the bomb move into solo positions. We saw it previously in the apartments with one individual. I don't know why the bomb is going Palace there. Leave it outside a ramp if you're going to leave it anywhere. Bad news, Kangaroos getting easy picks towards Palace and ramp.
We discussed fundamental issues for Garuda yesterday. One of those on the T side we didn't get to see much of. In this round, though, certainly a concern. Doesn't get recovered by Kobolds in the end, but PZ is still watching the ramp face. Unsupported for the time being, as Addict is playing double duty also on Connector. Area that there might be a mid-walk coming in, and indeed Nihilice is baited. Will he end up going down? Yes, he will. Kobolds with a responsive. The AWP also known, forced to use a smoke to potentially buy himself a bit of an exit. Shaika leaning forward, looks towards stairs, but Hazard has him marked. Kobolds, a 1-on-4, can isolate one frag back, but needs a whole lot more.
A HE placement just to do some further chip damage. Another HE to go in from Palace. And players all around. There is going to be no way that this is workable.
Further nades, and finally the M4 will close out at the right moment. Very nicely played again from the Kangaroos camp. As we expected, their confidence has certainly sprung to life in the early portions of the matchup. And not really much being shown by Garuda to win the rounds themselves. Again, you get those bright sparks of individual kills that look relatively okay, but nothing that threatens the match itself, as you mentioned before. Minimum 6 taken by the CT forces. And they're once again down to awkward status of the buys here. 2 hero rifles for the T side.
Yeah, it's getting wild, isn't it? Because Kobolds and Shaika are going to be limited come this next round. I mean, this just feels ridiculous with the way the money's being spent. And at least there's one kill coming out towards top mid. Breaks into the smoke. PZ out there with the NWP. And they are cleaning up the kills. 20-odd seconds, and they're already down to a 1v4.
Yeah, GRDX certainly feeling like they're getting desperate here. Trying to buy these guns in and force out some sort of round against the Kangaroos, but it's just not worked up for them. Even the Deagle at point blank gets nothing but damage on the HP. Kangaroos have the half. Garuda Wisnu, as you mentioned, they will face limitations on Kobolts and Striker, who can still get rifles, but not the full-blown AKs that their other three teammates will have.
Yeah, you can feel that Nihilice is having quite a difficult time. You look at that best of 3 that he had yesterday, 11 kills and 30 deaths. You now come into the opening best of 1, and you're currently 1-7. It's been rough. Bad news, Kangaroos feeling extremely comfortable, and PZ's going to go aggressive underpass with the teammate.
So ready for this. Good shot on Nihilice. Continues to be the first victim of these rounds. Kobolts acting out towards mid, utility being sent down as PZ tries to focus fire on short. Does jump into 2 individuals and is unable to protect himself ahead of that smoke. There is a second teammate down there. Addict does find 1 frag, does get traded back, but Hazza and Brace enter in from Connector, get a kill back. Unable to deal with Shiker just yet, but still 2 more players for this clutch to find.
And the bomb out to the apartments for the moment. And bad news, Kangaroos actually in a position where for the first time in quite a while, it actually does feel as if it is slightly winnable. 1v2 with a Galil in hand. Shiker could potentially win this round.
A key word there being could. It depends on how the individual fight goes down.
It's very defensive as well from the Aussies, which is the right way to play this. Give the respect of searching for the info, catch them on a jiggle, and then as soon as you get the info, that's when you can regroup and even play retake if you want to. Try and give that extra cash injection and give the respect forward.
Would be a money bonus that Garuda would love at this stage. Again, the buy status is still going to be awkward with the money spent. 30 seconds on the clock, and the central site defender on B has not seen anything. The player back passive on A. Shouldn't hear the bomb getting tapped once. Shiker doesn't have a lot of utility to play with. A HE will not protect him from any particular angle of attack. He's extending very far out towards jungle. 12 seconds. Has to prioritize the bomb plant here. Hasn't checked CT. Now making noise. Now could be denied. Bomb plant will hear the player wrapping over, and eventually they will have to allow that plant, but they will not allow the round. 8-1 now.
Hey, just knowing that scenario that, again, decent trades out in mid. PZ gets caught off guard, repositioning. As soon as he tries to look for a bit of info, maybe trying to escape out towards Connector, he gets overwhelmed by the 2 top mid players. It's just not enough to be able to close the round down. And for the bad news Kangaroos, this round streak is going to slowly turn into an entire map victory, and a pretty quick one at that.
Yeah, only a couple of really, truly winnable rounds in this one for Garuda. One which they were able to take at that 4-on-2 advantage, and that last clutch which didn't quite come through. At least the plant did, so at least they can get the guns together, but it's something that we've discussed time and again. Dwayne at least needs to convert onto something more tangible. In this case, we're not seeing much tangibility here from GRDX. Defaults set towards 1 lurker in the apartments, hoping there's an aggressive face on the CT side as they might look to try set up the A play.
And Kobolts can come in late from underpass and try and cut some rotations in connector and short of the B players. AWP though of PZ. Now, how good are the flashes to drive him off of the angle?
A little over a minute to play with and no casualties taken yet. Brace might get caught off guard here. Timing was a bit awkward with the player looking towards the utility. M4 holding its nerve for players to wrap that corner. Nihilice, is he about to give Brace precisely what he wants? Yes, he will. Sees that second player dropping off and even getting a veto. Now Shiker left to try and trade it. Renatera's been tagged so heavily with the bomb. Now trying to make its way in, spotted and known about by the CT forces. They just play suppression. Brace goes in and does find his triple.
Even that AWP maintaining the sight line out there from Palace, but Addict's got it covered. Just straight away, try and go in for the set piece, try and come in with the execute outside of ramp, and you're just being denied there from Brace, getting a multi-frag, setting up that crossfire from Addict. This has felt very easy right here for the bad news Kangaroos. Probably thinking to themselves that even some of our local Aussie teams give us more of a fight than this right here.
Well, you can't argue with that scoreline in that particular respect. 2 more rounds in the half, and as you mentioned, Dwayne, it does feel like this could end up being a very one-sided map streak or round streak into the map itself. Abito's already been caught off the first casualty. Addict does go blow for blow. Kobolts with a triple set of frags. Okay, something a little bit more from the Galil player.
And there's a walkout from the apartments too. So Hazard actually could get caught on a timing. Contact's already been made, so they know that apartments has been compromised and it should be a B take.
Even that lurker out towards A site, Hazard gets caught off for it. And a Terra perfect strike. And once again, Garuda showing us a little bit of a spark of brilliance. 1 on 3 now for PZ, switching to the AK, isolates one fight, looks for the second man, does quite a fair amount of damage. Renatera coming in with support as the bomb has been dropped, but Nihilice holds his nerve and holds the round together.
Yeah, right there. Cobalt's triple kill out from top mid, not bad at all. A good sequence from him, and a sequence that at least gives some success.
Yeah, second round on the board of GRDX. Again, a slight little consolation. Still down by a massive margin of rounds, though, so the rebuys will be seen by the Kangaroos. Double orbs back in play for Brace and PZ this time. AUG and M4s to follow it out, so 3 scope weapons total on the CT basis. Still just a full 5 set of AKs for Garuda. Nades just sent their direction, doing tons of damage. Look at the aggression that they'll take on the CT side basis. PZ with 1 pick. Cobalts does catch Addict at least, so something back in a 4-on-4. Again, his training game has been pretty decent enough for his squad, but Hazard takes the advantage back with Nihilice's aggressive face.
Just being able to take all of that map presence away from the apartments. And Renatera has to try and work a timing. Now, knows that Hazard's been able to at least drop off of the apartments. But is there another player out there behind the smoke directly? PZ at least knows that someone's out towards chair.
Bito tried to challenge him and does actually win that fight. So again, a couple of individual duels starting to go the way of the GRDX camp. Now they've got Hazard alone on that B bomb site. A walk-up apps is starting to come through. He's going to start to find them and fight them, do some damage, but needs to call in for backup here because he's all alone.
This is a very slow response to come through for the T's. Not pouncing on this straight away, allowing Hazard to get comfortable to the back of the bomb site.
Beautiful 2K looking for his triple in this one. A quadra in the round overall, but does get shut down by Renatera, who's looking for a little bit more. CTs are not getting hungry about this, though. Again, playing that respectful style, giving him the bomb site. Most likely giving him the plant as well. That nade, that smoke rather, goes a little bit too deep, generating a gap that now Brace can play with on the AWP. Leaning closer towards the site. Might get caught looking the wrong way. Indeed, Renatera brings it back to a 1 versus 1, but has no idea where your Wombat's coming in from. From the apartments, he will find his spray. And the end half will still be a 10-2 for the Kangaroos.
Well, no surprise with the outcome of that first half. Very comfortable from the Aussies. I would say more examples of maybe successful trades there for the Indonesians. I actually, even though there was only 2 rounds being won, want to say that they showed more than what they did in their series yesterday. But across the board, you're finding it difficult to give too many positives to a team on their map pick that's only got 2 rounds. And the Aussies will look at this entire scenario and say, yeah, let's just blow out this series, right? Let's use the late afternoon and going into evening to get ready for God's Reign, to try and see if we can get ready for Aurora again. Yeah, the first pistol there from Shaika on an off angle looking down from default. Needs to establish a bit of a crossfire from his teammate at triple.
Utility send flashes over USP as Shaika looking to take decent fights as the B2 does find that first pick and that second. Nihilice keeps the trades going to the advantage for the Garuda camp. Nihilice backed up over at CT, swings back for even more. Plant should be relatively protected. Nihilice struggles to get his kill but does find Hazard in the end. 1 on 3 now for Addict, the star player of yesterday for the Bad News Kangaroos, trying to isolate these individual fights, doing damage to the first player to face him from the back. Second man isolated, okay. 1 on 1, 8 HP for the last individual. And Addict has turned it all the way, the Kangaroos. Oh, and Garuda thought they finally found a lifeline. It's just not to be.
And that whole pistol round looked completely over. Try and prioritize the plant. It doesn't come down, but individual fights are being brought through, not peeking together as a unit, not peeking together as 2 or even 3. Individual out to the right-hand side of default, up close, and then finally that last kill. 4 bullets in the chamber. Wasn't a lot of HP left. A very sweet round to come through from Addict.
Oh dear, oh dear. The Eagles forced back in because they kind of have to win a round here. They do again start things off. Abito very good in these first couple of rounds in terms of getting the opening frags. The trades, however, are so much better for the Galil players on this T side. 3-4-1 on the trade games. The backstab coming in from Anatera shouldn't really mean much here. He's unlikely to get much more than a single frag out of it. The adjustments will be very quick from the Kangaroos camp. Cobalts does turn in a frag against your Wombat. Plant will be secured though. Backstab being watched. Cobalts does isolate Brace, getting overly aggressive. So again, damage being done. Again, trades trying to come the way of the Voyage camp. But Cobalts does drop to Addict, who does maintain control once again at the late portions of the round. And it is map point for BNK.
Yeah, this is where you should be closing. Looking at that last round with a heavier investment, the pie's going to be weakened. And bad news, Kangaroos looking to get away with a very swift opening map in the best of 3 series. And for the Indonesians, and just trying to survive for as many rounds as possible out here on Mirage is now got to be the next ticket.
Ten map points to play with. PZ just storming that scout down. Cobalts trying to land some good headshots. Who has been the standout guy for Garuda Wisnu over the course of this one. Needs a little bit more out of that scout overall, though, as we await to see how that last round is going to play out. Still with the presence and the confidence being taken over on the part of the Kangaroos camp, though, it still looks very, very much like they're going to hold on to this last round, honestly, Dweg.
Yeah, you would probably imagine so. Again, for the bad news Kangaroos, they've looked very comfortable in this entire map. And again, I know that it's obviously forward-thinking that we keep coming into this idea that Aurora should be the favorites in the next game, that it should really be the battle between the Aussies and the Indians come that consolidation final. That very much could be the most competitive game in this entire tournament. I think, especially for the local fans, that's the kind of game you're looking for the most.
Yeah, I mean, look, that definitely seems like the match of the tournament if it ends up happening. It definitely feels like it's going to happen. I've still got another map to play in this best of 3 as well, and we're just waiting to see how that last round does play out. Unfortunately, it's a couple of technical issues, so we're just getting those sorted out. We'll bring that one to you as quick as we can. Look, again, I don't want to sort of like start wrapping up this map before it's actually truly officially closed out, Dweg, but it does feel like the Kangaroos have just been playing like an absolute lights out unit, as we expected in this kind of best of 3. And indeed, we can confirm the victory for the Kangaroos on map 1 of Mirage.
Yeah, good victory coming in for the Aussies. They'll be happy with that one. They'll get themselves a little break, and then we get to see what their Vertigo's like. Again, didn't get a chance to witness that one in the Aurora series. Now, the map that we get to see this time around.
Yeah, look, I mean, it is the pick of the bad news Kangaroos. So the fact that they've done as well as they have done on the opponent's map pick is very similar to how things played out yesterday, because it was a dominating affair for God's Reign. So for the fact that they had that against the Garuda Wisnu camp is going to be just more replication of how confident the opponent's teams are going to look for this Indonesian squad. So they've got that in their back pockets already for the Kangaroos camp. Again, as you mentioned, solid victory, expected victory for the Aussies, and nothing really too special on display. You didn't really need that for this kind of match.
No, you didn't. I mean, it was the exact same for God's Reign yesterday, and I think it's now the 3rd map in a row where we just truly can see that the Indonesians are out of their depth. And I feel for the players, Jay, because this is them coming into a tournament where the competition's too strong. The teams are just a way higher caliber than they are, and it's going to be 4 maps back-to-back where you're just getting destroyed, where you're just getting absolutely pumped, and there's unfortunately not really much fun when that does happen.
Yeah, I mean, look, they started to have a few smiles on their faces when they were getting rounds together on Garuda's side, but those rounds were very few and far between, so there wasn't really much in terms of positivity to take away from this map up, and of course the previous best of 3 yesterday. You are right in terms of them sort of being the weakest competition. They were saying yesterday that they had only formed a couple of weeks ago, so they weren't really an established team by comparison to everybody else involved in the tournament this week. So it's a bit unfortunate, because obviously you don't want to come to a LAN, an international one, and get absolutely smashed out, but sometimes those things happen, and unfortunately it's just kind of what we all expected to happen in this context. I don't know you can necessarily blame them per se, because it's just a case that ultimately like they weren't the better team in terms of just this tournament overall.
Yeah, and again, it gives us more of an idea to focus on the teams that are more important, right? You got your upper bracket final that's going to be in the next best of 3. I think that's going to be a very good litmus test to get an idea of where do God's Reign really sit. Can they take a map off of Aurora? I think when you would ask the Indians and when you'd ask the Aussies, their main goal would be surprising Aurora. They're the team that everyone wants to beat. They're the team that you want to try and surprise. And the Aussies came close to doing that yesterday. Now for God's Reign, the question is today, can they do further? Can they take second map? Can they at least silence the likes of Deco? Because, yeah, I mean, Deco, I think, is going to have a fantastic tournament here.
I mean, look, that's certainly for our second series of the day. I mean, we are talking like this one's already over. It definitely feels like it. But we of course, still have one more map to play just to make it properly and efficient. And give them at least a little bit of a chance to try and bounce back if that's at all possible on Vertigo. But look, you were saying earlier today that anything that they can get that's better than yesterday's series or any sort of positivity they can gain by comparison to yesterday is going to still be a positive for Garuda Wisnu overall, right? And even though that wasn't a very high bar to set, I want to ask you about that because, look, Cobalt's posted up some numbers by the end of that map.
Yeah, he did. But again, it's just we're normally, right, when we're reviewing these games, we're reviewing round streaks, we're reviewing halves, we're reviewing overall pitches to pinpoint, oh, that happened in round number 7, that happened in round number 11. Like, it's so difficult, right? Yes, there was one round that he got a triple kill at top mid, but it's so difficult to really expect that we're going to have any fight. We even said it in the God's Reign series yesterday. Some of those maps, especially the first one of Vertigo, probably should have been even more one-sided. So looking at the bad news, Kangaroos getting a 13-2, I think they'll look at next map and say, yeah, let's get another 13-2. Let's replicate the exact same scoreline.
I mean, again, it was their map pick in this best of 3, right? They went towards this one because they know how proficient they can be on it. And look, right, there were some sort of solid-ish executions from Garuda Wisnu in yesterday's match against God's Reign. I still don't know if they're really going to replicate that in this second map of the series because, look, they just have been outclassed, right? Like that's the most that we can say about them in this tournament so far and in this best of 3 so far. Like, there really isn't much more else to add for the Indonesian side. So, I mean, look, let's talk about positives for the Kangaroos camp because once again, Addict able to show himself up. He had that 1v3 clutch in the pistol, now replicating his first map performance from Aurora. And it's like I said earlier during the show today, Dwayne, I want to see more of him, right? I'm still I'm so used to saying I want to see more out of him because that's usually the phrase you use, but that's not really that's accurate out of it. I want to see more. I just want to see more from him, right? I just want to see more of this performance, and that's what we got there in map 1.
And oftentimes, you might have your more experienced players in the local scene, you might have your players that you look at, but oftentimes it takes an international event for outside people to get familiar with the team and maybe say, oh, I remember that event from Hazard, oh, I remember that event from Addict. And looking at the way that he played against Aurora, now seeing what he did here on map number 1, if he can transition into being very consistent with his impact in the lower bracket run to try and go deep in the event, this could be the breakout tournament for Addict where on the international market, that's where he's recognized.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get our MVP in a moment's time, and I imagine that he's going to be the guy that would be at the top end of that board. I mean, look, his numbers certainly speak towards that. He went 20-9 in that last map up, which is just a very, very stellar stuff and well beyond anybody else in the server as of this moment. I mean, look, 20 frags in 14 rounds. Like, we talk about how like 30 bomb is so hard to hit in 24. Like, that's obviously a massive set of just individual impact in terms of the kill counts alone, let alone the way he was playing around a server.
Yeah, and this is now more of these games, more of these matches where we can see what Addict's going to be able to provide. I think for PZ, certainly a much better showing. I think he had a little bit more freedom with the AWP. We saw him playing window, we saw him playing con, getting that play towards underpass, getting up there at short, and sometimes it does take a very strong team to kind of see where you sit in terms of competition. So once you get that weaker competition, that's when you can get a bit more confidence. That's when you can show a bit more of that ability. And PZ definitely showed us a much better showing in this opening map than he was able to against Aurora.
And again, I don't think it was too surprising that he was able to do that. And in general, I think that across the board, everyone really had some stellar positions. I mean, outside of Addict, the kill spread was very, very good across the other 4 players. And again, for Bad News Kangaroos, it's a victory that we expected, a solid one that just secures it very effectively and the kind of one that you want to see in this kind of a best of 3.
Yeah, definitely no bad news for them today. The Aussies will be very happy with that opening one, and they'll be happy to try and get this series wrapped up pretty quickly. Again, we look at it being about 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon out in India, and this is where Addict and I'm sure Brace are going to be looking at it to say, okay, let's get ourselves a clinical finish. Let's give ourselves a strong end to this best of 3. Let's close down comfortably in 2-0, and let's get ready. Let's go into those demos. We'll be grinding. I know the hosts were talking about it yesterday when we opened up the show, that these guys have been playing, what, 11, 12 hours a day prior to the first day of the tournament.
Yeah, and of course MVP, Addict mentioned that before, still being the stellar element for this side. I'm grateful to see that he is of course doing as well as he is doing at the moment, and I'm hoping that it will continue on because I'm just very impressed with his individual performance, right? Like it was shown yesterday, it's shown today, and I want to see it show throughout the next couple of best of threes as well, right? Like, this kid has been really, really good in my personal opinion. You can see how good he's been in this particular matchup. Again, 22-9 is his kill death count.
Yeah, putting up a huge amount. And it's nice to see him back involved with the roster. I mean, I know that it's obviously been a while since his second stint, but saw him on Vertex playing with PZ Embrace a little while ago, moved over to play with Ricky and that on Aftershock, comes back into the Vertex organization, and has now been a part of the core for a good 18 months or so. And you would expect that this sort of core 3, the core 4, including Hazard, is going to be together for a long portion of time. I think a lot of eyes, especially locally, is going to be on Damio to see what he's going to be like. For now, your Wombat's just got to help them out. Just got to be there to help them get these victories in the best of threes and carry them across the line and try and get this team as deep as they can go.
And he's doing that to pretty much to perfection, I have to say. For the Kangaroos, obviously bolstering themselves in this tournament and now looking to make a run towards the grand finals and of course to that lower bracket match from tomorrow. Look, again, I think we are certainly counting them up as the victors in this series before it's truly over. I mean, look, there really isn't anything more you can say. They have just played a lights-out match thus far. They look like a fantastic unit. They look like probably the most proficient team outside of Aurora that we've seen so far in this bracket, and that really is how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, and for bad news Kangaroos, they'll look at Mirage and say, right, that's what we came for. We came for a successful result. We've been able to get it. Now let's focus up on our map pick. Let's make sure that we're not being too silly. We're not, throwing away any rounds with massive advantages like God's Reign were able to do in that series yesterday. Let's come in. Let's be clinical. Make sure we're closing rounds down and close this series.
Yeah, that really is all that they need to focus fire on, right? Like they did so well in terms of the pug styles, and now they go towards a slightly more complex map. So let's see how well they'll do on their own map pick. It's Vertigo and we're to return from our very short break, so do not go anywhere as a second map in this series will roll on.
Vini Júnior, essa é sua última chance de fazer parte da nossa seleção do ano.
Todo mundo tem uma seleção. Escolhe a sua.
Voting is now live at ea.com/TOTY.
I wish I could, but I just Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the
Incisive pass, Vinicius Junior, and on to Bellingham.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And welcome back to the Skyesports Grand Slam. We're about to get into our second map of the elimination best of 3. Bad News Kangaroos look lights out, and they should be looking lights out for Vertigo in their map pick of the series. Garuda Wisnu still yet to see anything truly threatening from them in this tournament. And, well, look, as we mentioned before, it's going to happen sometimes. This is one of those times.
Yes, indeed it is. And we've seen it before with some of the local competition of the Aussies going out internationally and playing some of the Asian teams. And sometimes you get a draw where you just dominate, right? Where you just absolutely blow the competition out of the water. This is one of those cases. The Bad News Kangaroos were not tested in their opening game, and they shouldn't be tested in this second map of Vertigo.
Yeah, typically it is the Aussies on the receiving ends of those international stompers. So I guess it must be feeling a little bit better to be on the giving end, I guess, to a certain capacity. So maybe in terms of mentality, that gives them encouragement. Again, we are definitely more focused on the lower bracket finals for them and going further onwards towards the rest of the tournament for the Aussies themselves. Because you are right, like this map should be another blowout. It was a very key blowout in that last one. Again, we are looking at situations where there were some bright sparks over for Garuda Wisnu. There were some decent sharp kills from guys like Cobalt. There was that sick 3k in mid, that one flank that drew them out of the short position and allowed them to get onto that B-bomb site. But those are really just the only things that I can think of that gave them any sort of semblance in this series. It's just not enough to take a win in a map, let alone a best of 3.
No, I mean, realistically, the only rounds that they're going to be winning on Vertigo is going to be up to straight up Angels. I mean, we saw their city side against God's Reign on Vertigo, and fundamentally, they weren't able to find a lot. They weren't contesting ramp. They were playing very defensively. They were playing deep in the bomb site. So the only way that we even see a handful of rounds being won for the Indonesians is just straight up if they're able to make a multi-frag happen, if they're able to make some individual magic, because that's going to be the only winning condition for me.
And in my eyes, that makes it very much heavily pressured against that top fragger, against the likes of Cobalts, because of the fact that he dropped the 14 kills that was the most out of anybody on the Indonesian side there. So the idea that that's basically just like the whole match rests on his shoulders doesn't really encourage me any further, right? Like if that's going to be the case, and you look towards those top fraggers, and there's not a lot of support around Cobalts, unfortunately. We haven't seen as much from the rest of the team in terms of individual prowess. So yeah, look, again, there is no angle I can work into and say this is going to be a chance for the GRDX camp. So as we look towards map 2, all we can really say is what would be the ending goals, right? I know you were very vague in terms of anything better than yesterday is a good thing for the Indonesians, but what would that betterness look like in this map?
Well, I mean, they got 6 rounds against God's Reign, so if you can get 6 or more, that's a positive for me. That's basically the bottom line.
Let's do it then. Garuda Wisnu versus Bad News Kangaroos. Aim target is 6 rounds on CT side start for the Indonesians. The Aussies are going very quickly into contact over at the ramp default. The pistol has already gone live in a very quick and pacey fashion. Rotations have been brought in very early by the CT forces, but Nihilice is first man to fall. Addict drawing out first blood, and they continue to storm that A-bomb site here.
Smoke down to elevators. CT's trying to get on the other side of it, but already a lot of goose damage going in. Bomb plant going down and protection from Hazard.
Striker to fall to his Glock. Cobalts with 1 responsive, but Renatera dealt with all the same. B2 gets 2 good headshots, or 1 good headshot and 1 good kill on Addict. So back to a 2 versus 2 we go. The standoff ensues as Cobalts starts slow walking into Brace, and PZ suddenly all that remains on very little HP, being chased by the CT forces. He won't last long, and it's actually a successful retake for GRDX.
Yeah, very good. Looked as if Bad News Kangaroos had overwhelmed completely, and we've actually seen decent success in pistol rounds. When you actually look at the majority of pistol rounds in this best of 3 and what happened in the best of 3 yesterday, I would actually say that they were probably the most competitive of rounds out of all of them.
Yeah, I mean, even thinking back to that second round pistol with the last map, it was a 3v1 at one point for Garuda Wisnu. It didn't come to success, but just to show how proficient their training game can be when the weaker guns are in their hands. Bad News Kangaroos still got the bomb plant in round 1, so the second will feature the force buy of those Galils. And Garuda might be a little bit more fearful about this.
Just the Bad News Kangaroos looking to try and force that reset immediately. Quite a few players outside of the B stairs. Now you got Renatera with the SMG to the top of danger, and a crossfire being set with the other SMG of Nihilice at white.
Wombat walking forward. Renatera keeping himself at bay. Will fall out of the way. 2 individuals here on the defensive with those SMGs. They just have those regular bits of utility set in by the CT forces. Renatera gets caught off by your Wombat as he tries to get up on a higher ground. 2 CTs forced back in the rotation as the SMG continues to try and fight, but Abito and Nihilice do get overwhelmed. 2 left standing on Garuda, one of which is on Cobalts, the last defender of the B play.
Yeah, looked very uncomfortable on the site directly. And players looking for advantages of angles. Cobalt struggling out here with the M4. Backstab already presenting out for the B stairs, and contact's been made.
Shaika found. M4 dives in on this round. PZ overwhelms, and all 5 maintain their lives on the Kangaroos. A very confident responsive to that pistol loss.
And this is where, once more, for the Bad News Kangaroos, and probably for God's Reign as well, get more familiar with playing on the stage, having the cameras in front of you, having the live audience there watching you. I know a lot of the guys on the Aussie team have played at international labs before, but not in a crowd environment, not in an expo environment. So just get more familiar with the stage in the important games. That anti-eco just ripped completely. Very confident rounds.
Yeah, poised to perfection for them once again. Imagine a tactical pause is getting called by them at the moment. A lot of discussions going on in the Garuda camp. Probably right to do so, because this could well be their last map of the tournament. They need to survive here on Vertigo if they want to have a chance at bringing it back against the Kangaroos camp. Still an unlikely prospect, but really their only way forward. And I think the Aussies will be aware of that themselves. See, they are looking cheery, Dwayne. Not as serious as you wanted to say a little bit earlier on tonight.
Yeah, good old Jared. As I know you and I, Jay, have spoken about it before, but I remember casting one of his very first lands way back in early days of, I think it was either early days of 2017 or towards the end of 2016. A local boy from Sydney. So one that I remember very early on in his career before we obviously saw him transition into a pro player in the scene.
And his stints in Europe as well. Remember him on the LFO side when it came to the... I think it was for the ESL Pro League that team was boot camping for, and they were still playing all the online competitions in the European scene. So, again, he's probably the guy that we talked about having the most experience on the international stage for this squad overall. You know, like obviously he'll have a lot of knowledge to impart to his. Okay, I was going to make a serious point about how he's got a lot of knowledge to impart, but there's nothing serious here for them.
No.
I guess in the long term, still, like you would hope that little bit of knowledge is going to help Bad News Kangaroos in terms of taking on a squad like an Aurora, for example.
Yeah, look, again, for Hazard, he knows what it's like to play top-end competition. He's played a lot of high-end Tier 2 teams in his stints internationally, so he knows what it's like. He's also played against a lot of Asian teams, so we've seen him in quite a few RMRs and obviously the minors back in the day, so just being able to bring that forward to guys, again, like Brace and Addict and PZ, who we see them at the IEM Sydneys, but we don't see all that frequently at the LAN environment overseas.
Of course, out here in India, a chance to do a little bit more in terms of that international representation. And again, you know, Kangaroos are going to be able to have other international opportunities. We mentioned it yesterday. They are going to be in the Pro League this season. So they've got that chance, of course, to go out. I mean, I think they would have loved to, of course, been in other tournaments. Like they did try their hand at the Dallas qualifiers and the RMRs. And I believe they also had a run in Chengdu.
Yeah, they got eliminated in last place in the qual. They lost to Greyhound and Rooster back-to-back.
Yeah, so not exactly like they had the most proficient qualifier runs, but look, as you said earlier, right, they are one of those teams that are sort of in the mix as being the higher end squads in the Australian region. Like they're traded blows with all these other squads that also look to qualify for these high level events.
Yeah, well, obviously for Greyhound, right, they would have been looked at as a huge disappointment at the RMR to not make it to the major. First time that we haven't seen an Aussie representative since, I think, 2017 in the major cycle. So that's a hard blow, and maybe some question marks on whether roster changes are going to happen with Greyhound. I know Sponge was having a little bit of a chat saying that, that if he was involved, replacing Liaz with JKS and trying to bring in a European AWPA, trying to see if they could maybe move the Greyhound guys over to Europe and to be playing there. And obviously now being dropped by Greyhound, I mean, that was obviously one very important factor of that if the Greyhound unorged name under William was going to continue going, you got to make the major. And knowing that there's no Aussie representatives, this could be now the shift between the the Inns and Co, the Bad News Kangaroos and Rooster to all battle for those opportunities overseas to try and see if you can win these qualifications.
Yeah, a lot of intrigue when it comes to that domestic division, I think. I wish the time zones were more apt for me to actually see how that whole thing plays out, because look, you think about those higher end squads, they all trade blows with each other, they all trade victories, and they all end up sort of going, relatively deep, assuming they don't face against each other in the early rounds, of course, and they all end up sort of like, battling out to see if they can prove themselves in that one opportunity. So I think there's a lot of intrigue around the domestic divisions in Australia, and I'm excited to see obviously Bad News Kangaroos use that and springboard it into an international opportunity like here in the Grand Slam and of course like in the ESL Pro League. So I'm very encouraged by the way things have played out in that scene. It reminds me a lot of how the UK scene was rising like a little bit just like around 2017 or so. And they started to get like very competitive domestically, but they never turned that into international success. So you guys have done one better than us, I will say.
I don't know about that. I mean, it's really rough in OCE right now. There's a real lack of events to be playing.
Look,
the practice is just awful. I mean, I know that Dexter's been talking about it quite a bit, that they had 3 days and they had 3 scrims. I mean, 3 scrims in 3 days is just abysmal. And what that probably means for the Bad News Kangaroos and why the hosts were talking about it, of them playing so much in India, is that you get to scrim properly against the Asian teams. Now, you don't get that back home. Yeah, you can work on the Guam servers, but I think that's still very new to the inception of trying to link all of Asia together. So for the Bad News Kangaroos, they can look at this trip to India for so much more. They can look at it for the international LAN experience. They can look at it against playing a high-end team locally in God's Reign and a high-end team in the European and CIS scene of Aurora, but also use that time to try and get some scrims under their belt against the Asian teams. I mean, look at what the Mongols and the Mongolian scene's been able to do across the last year.
Well, look, I will say that in terms of comparing the pair, you guys do have teams at Dallas, at Chengdu, at Pro League. We don't usually see that often. So I'll still give you guys doing more success in the UK circuit, in my humble opinion, and even at the time, just by comparing. So, look, I mean, look, for the Kangaroos, in terms of them having pressure against them, it's more going to come later down the line. They certainly look like they're having a good time in this matchup. And also for Garuda Wisnu, like you can see them on the cameras, they are also trying to keep their spirits up, and at least you can have that much behind them, the fact that they're not getting too disheveled by the situation presented towards them, but still have to focus fire on the match incoming. Of course, the Bad News Kangaroos just stole one back over the CT Forces, so the Eagles will be out in play for the force-up in round 3.
Now, this is another one of these rounds where, do we even call it a force, Jay? Economical turmoil right here. You've got Deagle's upgraded, but yet you've got only one player with Kevlar when everybody else can involve in Kevlar. They've got enough funds for it.
Nade stack on Nihilize, dealt with in an instant. Starting advantage already taken by the T side on a Terra. Deagle doesn't get the headshot on. Brace was aiming far too high and didn't adjust in time. Now Lurker's already cleared up basically the entire B defensive. The players that were on rotate are now having to hard rotate into the site itself and leaving Shaika alone on the ace site. Also found by PZ, making it look easy with these guns. And second on the board with the Kangaroos, not too surprising.
Yeah, we have seen some experienced veterans go in and out of this core recently. We know that Malta was previously playing on Vertex, and Hats was obviously most recently involved in this roster. So trying to learn a lot from the top-end players of the scene that have been to majors, that have played at quite a lot of Tier 1 events, and try and pass that knowledge to the likes of Brace and Addict and PZ as well. Bad news Kangaroos easily dealing with the uncomfortable half-ish sort of buy. So we'll see another eco to come through in the next rounds.
Yeah, these Deagles staying in will provide a little bit extra firepower, just a little something to try and take some more picks with, but nothing that you should realistically rely on. As you mentioned, harsh eco for the players that fell, so just those USPs should come through. And yeah, the Kangaroos off to a returning start, not the full-on start. Pistol did, of course, go the way of GRDX. A response and follow-up looking very confident from the Aussies, as we expected. This one should be no different.
Yeah, the first time I remember watching an Indonesian team on LAN was actually Rekka, I'm pretty sure, in the Zen League way back in the day, which was obviously when Bintet was still a part of the organization. I remember going to the ESL studios in Auburn and watching that game in person.
I remember seeing Rekka in the Rising Stars League way back.
Yeah, they had some decent success locally.
Couple of picks in, of course, the standard for the Kangaroos camp. Unfortunately, Rekka is not in the server, so no resistance hosted in this anti-eco round. All 5 alive as the buys should be received by the Indonesians in server. Garuda Wisnu need to turn around a rifle victory here and now.
And for the bad news, Kangaroos just trying to see if they can find that consistent opening kill. Constant 5-on-3s, constant pressure and forcing mistakes like they did in the opening map. And no AWP because of where the economical situation has dealt itself with the last few rounds of the buys. PZ going very aggressive up the tops.
Beto, similar story. Out of ramp, struggles to find himself the kills, and Hazard and PZ can just turn it in, instantly open up that A-bomb site. Rotations are being called back around the Terra. First man on the scene. Nihili's not too far behind him. But the Molotovs, the flashes, keeping them from taking directive contact. The bomb should commit and get planted. There's not really much that GRDX can do here, especially as Renatera has gone down.
Yeah, the Indonesians just trying to see if they can hope for some success in the exit kill department. But overall, trying to hold on to these last couple of rifles could be vital for the next.
Flash sees Cobalts as Brace extends. No respect given to the CT side as he's able to double up. The Kangaroos take 4.
And just right there for PZ, not enough flashes against him. The util, we saw it against God's Reign in both maps, and we saw most of it on Mirage. The util is certainly on the weaker side here for the Indonesian. So on a map like Vertigo, when you're on the CT side, if you don't have strong util of the anti-rush and the flashes, they're just going to run at you. And we've pretty much seen that the majority of gun rounds here is just pure pace.
And that much will remain the case. Kangaroos camp. Facing off against the Deagles. Again, the half investing. I guess you could say more of a harsher eco, considering the fact that there's not a lot of Kevlar available for them. Only 2 players with those pieces. One of which just got mowed down by PZ. Brace and Hazard also get involved, so no resistance is standard. Maybe Shy can get away with an exit frag. A cheeky kill onto one. Struggles, but does eventually catch BZ. So something back, but unable to deal with a player at side alley. Cobalt's 1-4.
Bad news, Kangaroos starting to shape these rounds up to be quite quick. A minute on the clock. Bomb can go down. Last player at Cobalt's just trying to see if he can make one impact frag happen with the dig.
Just something at this point. It's kind of is the way we've described Garuda throughout the course of this tournament. Just give us something. Robots. Top player for his team in the last map, unable to find that impact in this 1 versus 4. Not even the 1 kill goes his way. Yeah, looking solid once again here for the Kangaroos camp. Can't say too much more than that.
And the bad news Kangaroos will be looking to try and see if they can do one better if the 13-2 and maybe make it a 13-1. A couple of players still on 0 kills right here for the Indonesian squad. And for the bad news Kangaroos, round by round, they get closer and closer to at least guaranteeing that consolidation final.
The attack for Garuda Wisnu here. What can you realistically discuss, though? Things have been looking dire on every single front.
Yeah, there's not going to be a lot to discuss. Maybe mental. Maybe just trying to make everyone in check, that comms are at least decent, that players are at least playing off of one another. But yeah, there's not going to be a huge amount that you're going to be able to adapt on the fly.
Bringing the double orb setup for Nihilites and Cobalts here. I think they can find at least a couple of decent kills back in the mid position. The firing squad faces, and only a B2 can hang on for it. Advantage, Kangaroos. Hazard's going to continue pressing. Did take a fair amount of damage in that exchange, so potentially a trade back for Shaika if he continues to see them facing, but he doesn't. They back away.
They try and work pace, and it works out successfully. And now they can regroup out to the B stairs. They can look to try and regain ramp if they like. Double orb sequence, Cobalts trying to work it in from a slight unorthodox position of the double stack and now getting aggressive.
PZ, I think his nades up to the back line with the rest of the utility coming in from the T side. The AWP Cobalts does in fact strike, so there's a 3-on-3 being found, but a flashbang forcing him out of position. Mollies will burn. Shaika combines with Shylice to get a couple of kills here. Suddenly Hazard is all that remains, dealt with by Nihilice's AWP to close. And there you go, a solid enough hold here from Garuda Wisnu on the B side.
Well, there we are. Bit of success coming through from the M4. Decent crossfire being established with the AWP to get the first contact. Try and get back out there to the generators and look for that second shot. And Shaika re-aggresses the left-hand side of the Jenny smoke and gets a couple of kills.
First tactical call in for Bad News Kangaroos this time, Dweck. Although I imagine it's probably an unintentional attack and more of a tech pause because PZ is no longer connected to the server. So we'll get him back in. And regardless here, Garuda have found themselves a decent round in their own right. Now, again, it's always the case of that follow-up and that secondary one, which has been one of their key struggles, Dweck. You notice that, of course, even though their map pups are not necessarily flawless against their opponents, they do end up having these one individual wins and then just never really getting a second one after the fact. Yeah. Needs to see something of that sort of responsive in this next round, of course.
It would be nice to actually see them reset their opposition, because when you look at all maps that they've played so far in this competition, they've never actually been in a scenario where they've kind of pushed the opposition to be on double eco or maybe down to just a lightened buy. It's always just been gun round after gun round after gun round.
This will be another one of those gun rounds right here and now. Staying in with a double orb setup on the part of the T sides, CT side rather. The Kangaroos get their issues sorted out and we can jump back in as soon as possible. Just standard stuff sometimes for LAN here.
Yeah. Yeah, standard stuff. Yeah, across the board, I mean, all eyes are going to be, of course, on exactly how this final result goes down. And like we say, the next best of three. I wonder what Aurora had kind of spoken about as well in between maps 1 and 2 when they faced off against the Kangaroos, because it was a very different performance.
Yeah.
Kind of looked at them out there on Overpass in the first half and kind of felt it was quite flat. Didn't see a lot from Nori, Kenzie, Lucky. The more consistent riflers, Deco, of course, had a pretty good performance. They bring it back. They then go into Inferno, and it's like, okay, here we are. This is the Aurora we know. So a lot of question marks are going to be on for them. Are we going to get the Aurora that we know for the entire best of 3? Is it maybe only going to be there for a map? Are there going to be any more struggles? Or do they just come in, realize maybe they got caught off guard, they may be being a little bit too sleepy in the first half of map number 1, and now it's like, yeah, that's not going to happen again.
Well, Bad News Kangaroos would like to not let the rounds go the way of Garuda ever again. They get a chance to try and return fire as they always have done. CPZ is back in service, so I'm going to assume that we're almost ready to go back for this one. Just quick match medic. Get him on the right money line because $10,000 is a lot more than $5,000. So we'll see if we can return fire once again. The AWPs on 2 players for Garuda. It was M4 success in that last round, though, enabled by the AWP's assistance. 3 rounds to make up for the Indonesians.
And we know about 3 weeks' time, we've got the Skyesports Masters, Jay, where a lot of Tier 1 teams are involved, 350k prize pool. Big are going to be there, ENTS, Liquid, NIP, OG, and an Indian qualifier and a European qualifier. So some names that are already here in the Grand Slam could also be there in the main event.
Indeed, that is the case. The European qualifier should have to take place next week, so many teams involved at that 12 squad. Some of the most recognisable names in the Tier 2 space as well, so lots to look forward to in the Skyesports circuit this year. This is just the second day of the overall circuit itself. And of this tournament, Bad News Kangaroos engage upon Garuda Wisnu. The AWPs aren't quite mounted up yet. The utility is, though. Very nice damage onto 3 individuals, but returning HEs on Shaika gets him as the first casualty.
Obito looks to try and see if he can offer up a trade out here from Yellow. Needs to get some assistance from Renatera as well. They're going to wait for these smokes to clear, and then this is where a strong position at the sandbag can actually work against any of the CTs trying to make that info play, getting on the front foot towards Crane.
Couple of picks that could easily go the way of the Kangaroos, go against the Kangaroos rather. And Garuda capitalise upon them. Obito had to face your Wombat here at side alley. The flashes are being sent over towards the main entrance, and Renatera just gets mowed down. Obito caught off by Hazard in the back, and despite the low HP across that T-board, nothing goes the way of the CT side. Even Addict able to strike a low point of health, finding Cobalt in a Guardian. 1-on-5 for Nihilice. Another disaster round for the CT side.
It's another strong default, very aggressive out there from the Bad News Kangaroos. It looked as if the CTs were actually trying to work a triple boost out there from Yellow, but it wasn't effective. They weren't able to make it work, and now the Orb's being hunted, and I'll be very surprised if he holds on to this big green.
Here's them coming. So much money on the bank here for Bad News Kangaroos. They can justify this hunt even if they are likely to lose a handful of players. In the end, they only lose 1. Hazard with the closer. And nothing held in for Garuda Wisnu, a relatively okay hold of that B site in the previous, and then just like that, it's snatched away from their hands. Still cannot follow up their success.
And that would have felt as if it was a real kick in the teeth. You just had yourself a good round. The Orps had impact out there on B. Shaika got a couple of kills there with the M4. But the economy is just always going to be in that buy eco state here on the CT line. Bad News Kangaroos looking to go completely flawless now towards the tail end of the half and go 10-2.
Just like they did in the last map. Wouldn't put it past them. Garuda again down on the Eagles as the upgrade eco comes in. Half buy actually with a couple of players that do have a decent amount of Kevlar. Shaika does land that first kill on Brace as well with his Deagle. The Hazard is very fast to respond. It's just being damage done to the T-side line. No further casualties against the Aussies here. There are still 3 players standing against them on the CT bases, but they get isolated by 2 individual fights on Hazard and PZ. And the Deagle back at Kobolds gets nothing done at Tarps. Overwhelming force that should claim the half for the Kangaroos.
Renatera with the dig out from elevators, getting caught looking up to a Guardian. Bad News Kangaroos end that round quickly once more, and I think it's just what we've seen over the course of the last couple of maps in this best-of-3 series is that they haven't slowed the clock, have they? They've tried to engage quickly, they've tried to create a lot of pace, and it also means that the rounds are pretty much getting wrapped up within a lot of the time a minute. And that's when it just gets that whole idea that the best 3 is running away from you.
And 5 to the good on the T side. Gunby set in with the double orbs once again. This time for Nihilice and Obito rather than Kobolds. Shaika does find the first frag with the flash assistance against your Wombat, but from beyond the grave, the HE gets Renatera right back. Damage compounding. 4-on-4. Found Shaika. Might start to feel pressure to walk forward from Hazard. He'll get checked here. Will he win that fight? Molotovs are going to force Shaika to try and take said fights, but flashbang support. Hazard eventually finishes off the job and looks in for the next man to the back of the site. Easy against Kobolds.
Making it feel very smooth. Good reposition there from Hazard. Realizes I can get that molly down towards quad. My teammate can flash. I don't need to be on the front side of white. Even spotted out towards CT. It's another couple of easy kills from Brace. Very smooth. That round ended quickly once more.
As they have done time and again. No responses are found by the Indonesians. Brilliant stuff from the Aussies, as we expected. It's a case now whether or not there is any sort of consolation in this CT half here. They can continue to get some gun buys together. They're going to start looking more scrappy, though, for the CT basis, and especially in the next round, being the last of the half. The M4's out, the FAMAS, the SMG, no expense spared here for round 11.
Yeah, just knowing, get the stronger rifles over the util. PZ, though, full contact out to Ram. HE towards headshot, no one playing there.
PZ involved, awkward sprays through him, eventually gets Hazard the kill on the HE from the back lines. One man to fall on the CT basis, and the plant should be secured by him. Advantage of the Kangaroos. Garuda trying to form up for a backstab on the retake, but that player's been removed by your Wombat. Hazard does get caught on the high ground once again, but 2-for-1 trades overall. It's still fantastic for the Aussies.
They're just trying to slow this down, just with the resmokes that come in. Another HE, just doing further chip damage to Nihilice.
Cover off some contact and get onto that defuse. Tapped once. Nihilice did find one kill alongside Shaiku, who gets himself a pretty decent double. Adding to all that remains. Here's that player making his way in. Spray back through the smoke, and he gets Shaiku the same. Another hold from the highlight reel of the Bad News Kangaroos. A 9-2 scoreline continues to come together for the T side.
And for a moment, that actually looked as if definitely winnable. That resmoke comes down to Crane. They're able to force out a couple of players from ramp and out there to the sandbags, but it's Addict, the cold killer, to make sure that the round is secured, that it doesn't get out of threatening territory. P90, here we go. Renatera might get his first kill with the P90.
Absolute scenes if that happens. Where's he playing? Passive on the B site, so once again the ramp default for the Kangaroos camp will evade that individual. Brace. That tap, flash sent his direction, does not see the man over at the sandbags. There should be mollies to clear him up. He just goes to the dry face before the molly is even thrown. Brace with a pretty easy kill. Nihilice next to task, and Renatera's up that far behind him. HE sent down towards Oranges. Will not be able to take anybody out because no one's holding from that position. And from the range game, the AK should be able to win out these fights. Making their way up for the plant. Nihilice does get one back on Brace. Renatera, chance to frag. No, doesn't find his angle.
Hazard starting to press the CTs, escaping out there from the elevators. Cleared out so much map and trying to get into the sniper's nest.
There it is, Pro 90 kill from Renatera, and nearly a double, but your Wombat just about wins it out. Kobolds can return fire onto PZ. It's Addict again, the high HP element of this 2 versus 3 for the Kangaroos. Having to do maybe a lot of the heavy lifting, perhaps another 1 versus 2, 4, maybe a 1 versus 3 if your Wombat doesn't get any impact here. Shaika being heard, engagements found, man being tagged up heavily in Nihilice on the defuse. They look to go, Addict with the kill, back looks for the second. They get those next couple picks in. They don't have a kit though, so I'm not sure if they're going to hold the defuse. I can't quite tell. Either way, it's still a fantastic half for the Kangaroos camp. 9-3 at least, and that is going to be locked in.
Yeah, just about. And hey, 3 rounds. It's all right. It's a way to end off the half successfully, but for the Bad News Kangaroos, they'll look at that first half and say, "Yeah, let's close this in quickly. Let's not give too much of a threat to move in."
Yeah, 6 to the good.
At least they're still smiling. At least the Indonesians are still having a decent time about this.
It's like the 5th stage of grief, acceptance.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much at that point.
There's still a very long way back for anything in this one. It should be shut down by the Aussies. Only 4 to take this map and this series. For Garuda Wisnu. I mean, look, pistols have been proficient enough to, hold some presence over them. They won one at the start of this map up. Hoping that they can turn another one back here and to hold a little bit more. Of course, still a case of whether they can make that happen, especially against a team that are now on a roll, have the momentum behind them, and have still been able to fight their way out of awkward positions with pistols over the course of this series. Kangaroos camp switching over to that CT side. Also the better half for them.
Well, at least for the Indonesians, they've held their way in the pistol rounds. It's one note in which they've been pretty successful at, so there could be a little bit of success to start off this second half. If they can get away with an opening pistol, maybe the anti-force buy, then you get closer to the same sort of rounds that you're able to achieve of 6 last time around.
We'll find out how far that will realistically go, of course. Again, the Aussies, a good pistol win would pretty much guarantee that they take this map. Momentum swing that you gain off the back of that for the CT basis. A few of their highlights as well over the course of that first half. Sharpness in the multi-frag department. Now sharpness as the pistols come to play. Deagle on PZ for this round.
Yeah, don't often see a Deagle investment on pistol rounds. Let's see how much comes off of the back of it. They'll start hearing a lot of ramp footsteps, and there's actually a boost out at yellow.
Deagle does look to try and fight. Bracel's going to catch off that first casualty. Shiker first of all. PZ does get his piece of the pie. Finally overwhelmed as his one bullet does miss out. Renatera with a decent enough trade, but plenty of CTs in the back lines through the smokes. They will get Nihilize drop that bomb on the site itself. Cobalts with one pick, no more than that. Pistol taken by the Aussies.
Unfortunately, that Molly just missing out there to headshot or to really anywhere on the bomb site directly just pushes the Bad News Kangaroos into an aggressive position to try and put emphasis on closing down that 4v2 without allowing the plant forward. A Brace got away with a lot of early info out there on the boost. And once again, here in round number 14, the second, we will see the strange investment once more. It's a force buy down for Obito, and then everyone else is lightly ecoed, so they're going to have to eco again, Jay.
Upgrade pistols could steal the round, though, and that may be the focus of the Garuda camp. Incendiaries sent on a standard. BZ with his MP7 is the man that they press the issue with. Plenty of cash to gain for him as he gets that first kill and that second. Forced to the reload, the M4 takes over. Nihilize does not want to press that.
And not in a position where he could offer up much of a trade now. Your Wombat even trying to strike. And Renatera can at least attempt a kill out here to ramp just when Nihilize starts walking in mid.
Your Wombat still trying to contest that individual, though, so no real avenue of attack from Renatera. Now backstabs are closing in from him. They come back from bridge. MP7 gets credited with another kill on PZ. Deagle back of Nihilize doesn't even get away with Hazza. Jump face on his own SMG. And Bad News Kangaroos make it light work against the light by Garuda Wisnu. Well, 2 rounds away from elimination.
You ever seen a Wombat before, Joe? I don't think we get them in the UK.
I know, I haven't seen a Wombat. I don't know what Wombats are.
Yeah, they're an Australian mammal.
Okay, because I know what Wombles are, but that's not an Australian thing, is it? And it's probably not even a real thing considering they're a fictional character, but you know.
It's like I would say a bigger echidna, but you won't know what that is either.
It's kind of like a hedgehog though, isn't it? Like I know.
Yeah, ish. A little bit of a bigger hedgehog.
Yeah, close enough. I have a visual reference now, so that's okay. Cobalts turning on it to PZ, an advantage for the Garuda Wisnu side. A little bit of an opening sequence for the AKs. Cobalts might get isolated by a fight in from Hazard, though. His SMG still playing the bonus round here for the CT side. Nades on him. HP advantage in the fight, but times it well to catch him jumping away, so trades that HP right back.
Hazard needs to put emphasis on trying to return with this mid-fight. Smoke comes through, but the M4 gets on the other side of it. Spots nothing out, gets very silent across the board.
A bomb side's very open here, and the Bad News Kangaroos might start the rotations as Cobalts is ready to isolate Brace, get himself a double. Very nicely done on the headshot. And that should leave a 4th round for Garuda here. 2 versus 4 with weakened weapons on both the remaining CT players. Hazard's still going to stick around close to the bomb site, try to look for an exit, farm some cash on that SMG, and really stabilize the buy for the next round. But in terms of realistic round success, it doesn't feel all that on for the Kangaroos.
Now, Renatera and Cobalts working together. That double kill with the AK out in mid, setting up the rounds. Okay,
What?
Renatera's just fallen off. This retake might be on now.
No way. Don't tell me they're going to turn this in. I don't know how he fell off, but apparently he did. Alit storming the... Oh, no. Nihilize is caught. Ali smoked down on the bomb, and they're going to go for the defuse. Quick swing. Oh, they've caught another. Kobolds is revealed. Oh, no. You're joking. Surely not. On with the kit.
Hazard's got the kit. Have they done it?
They've done it. What the hell was that round?
Even Addict gets on the bomb first, and he doesn't have a kit, so he has to get off and get Hazard to get on it. Oh, that is wild scenes. We've seen a couple of players falling off. That one right there was in such a crucial round when the Bad News Kangaroos maybe just look for exits. As soon as someone falls off of Renatera, that's it. You commit to the round. You go in for the retake.
What happened? I just want to know what happened to him.
Probably just scaling near the sandbag. Just fell off.
Oh, dear. That one, you can see as they sprung in for it. They were like, oh, okay, here we go. Here we go. This round's back on for us, but nope. Garuda Wisnu. 5 on 3. Already the 2 kills are coming in, and this is going to be a bit of a harsher exit for them in the map itself and the tournament. 9 map points to work with, so even if Kangaroos don't get this round, they should be able to get one of the next handful of chances. Nihilize does force out a couple of kills in mid, but now it rests on Hazard as the site defender, engaging the player over at the stairs, finds Nihilize. Here's that second player, does get sandwiched, doing some damage to a 2 versus 2 though. Wombat and PZ up for the retake.
They got an incendiary they can put down towards default, try and see if they can separate the T-side players.
Hiding in the smoke is one. Playing the edge of it. Renatera holding, as Kobolds gets caught, Renatera, all that remains, 1 versus 2, faced upon by your Wombat, smoke back on the bomb, a secondary one, this time for the CT side, flash is sent on the defuse, they'll hold, they'll tap it once, spray through, and there's Wombat with the closer, there's the 13-3, the 2-0 for the Bad News Kangaroos, when he can find the bomb, eventually he will do so, and that is the end of the road for Garuda Wisnu, the weakest team of the tournament. Unfortunately, they weren't able to show us any surprises to egg, but that's sometimes how it happens, and it happens for their case. They are out of the Grand Slam.
Yeah, for the Indonesian team, just gaining 12 rounds across 2 best-of-3s back-to-back. That entire round and that entire game in this best-of-3 for the Bad News Kangaroos felt very comfortable. And hey, they secure their spot in the next round of the tournament.
And yeah, we are setting ourselves up for that ideal lower bracket final, right? We thought Kangaroos would be the favourites in this match. That turned out to be very heavy favourites. God's Reign, of course, down in that Aurora matchup. We expect Aurora to be the heavy favourites in that game as well. So it feels like we're on for our dream match of the tournament, mate.
Yeah, indeed so. And for God's Reign, they'll be looking at it as being the most likely of outcomes. Again, if there's any surprises and somehow Aurora get down into the lower bracket, that would certainly curveball a lot of the conversation and the theory about how this next entire bracket is going to pose out for the 3 remaining teams.
Well, I guess we'll find out if that's going to be the case. I mean, certainly that's our second match on stream today with Aurora and God's Reign, and we'll be looking forward to see how Aurora will contest themselves, because look, I don't think they'll be very happy with the way that they started their tournament. They certainly bounced back in that best of 3, and God's Reign, if they're smart, would look back at that first map and think, how can we pick apart the Kangaroos' success and use it to our sort of favour. But success certainly frivolous for the Kangaroos camp. Again, they progress to the lower bracket final above at GRDX. I mean, look, thanks for coming and everything. There's a lot of things to work on for the Indonesians, though, Dweg.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think just completely out of class of just the caliber of what they were in comparison to the rest of the teams at this tournament. I think it would be a very, very long time until we saw these kind of players participating at this level again. So, look, it's nice to get that experience. It was probably a joy to be able to play on LAN, Jay, but this was a tough one for them.
Indeed. Well, let's go out to the host of the stage to have an interview with the winners.
Lower bracket matches that we just saw. The Bad News Kangaroos win the game, the best of 3. They take it in 2 maps. A big round of applause for them. Now they move forward to the lower bracket finals. Do they hop there as well to the grand finals is something under question. But I want to call in Brace first, the IGL of the team, and to see how they are feeling after this win. First, congratulations. I really liked how you started the Mexican wave. So where did it all start from with that game?
When we've been playing at events, especially with a crowd, we've always had the idea of doing the Mexican wave, but we've never been winning a game, so it wasn't the right time. But finally we got to pull it out.
Now with winning this lower bracket game, how do you feel? There's lower bracket final. You already lost to Aurora previously. Now there's God's Reign. So you're going to meet one of them. So what do you think? How you're going to be prepared for that?
Yeah, we're just going to prepare how we normally do for like all 14 tournaments. We play a lot of them in Australia. So we know you got to leave enough energy in the tank for the grand final. Yeah, it should be a good game. Both teams are really good, so it'll be fun.
Nice. I see one thing that your team has compared to the others is always having fun, right? So who's that one who's always creating the giggles and trying to make sure the moral is high in the team?
I think it's our coach, Mini. He's always our hype man, and he does a lot behind the scenes tactically for us, so he kind of does it all.
You see, I think that's very important, right, when it comes to FPS and when there's a serious game going on. Now, once we've already played with Aurora previously, now you might see them again, we don't know. But how do you think if that happens in the lower bracket finals, how would you tackle that?
It'll be good. I think they exposed a lot of our flaws and just some things we weren't doing well enough with little details, taking map control and stuff. And this is awesome to be able to play a European team on land. Like, it's such a rare opportunity, so it's going to be really fun. Hopefully we get to match up against them again.
Awesome, awesome. But this is going to be the last question. So far, how have you been feeling playing here in India, your overall experience in the games that you've had and seeing these viewers coming in, supporting you guys? How has that all been for you guys?
Yeah, India's been awesome. Everyone's so nice to us all the time. It's just such a cool culture to come into and be a part of for this week. So yeah, it's been such a good time.
I'm super happy you guys are having a good time. I'll be looking forward to the lower bracket finals and maybe the grand finals as well. For now, congratulations once again, Brace. Thank you so much for coming for the interview. This was our first match in the lower bracket final. So there is still another one, but it's going to be the upper bracket finals where one grand finalist is going to be deciphered today. But before we go over there, I do want to thank the Indonesian team, Garuda Wisnu Voyage, for coming all the way here, giving us such a wonderful performance and showing us what they've got. We all are happy and looking forward to seeing you again very soon. Thank you so much, guys. Now we'll send it back again and we'll come back for the upper bracket finals.
Well, some people would consider that a wonderful performance. I don't think we're in agreement here on the desk here, Dwega. Unfortunately, again, for Garuda Wisnu, they did get stomped out of that best of three. And now, of course, the Kangaroos will move forward into the lower bracket finals to take on the loser of the God's Reign versus Aurora match that will be coming up second in today's best of threes. Just to wrap things up overall here for the Kangaroos camp, obviously a lot of confidence from them going forward. And I imagine that that's going to be at least a little bit of a morale boost in the next best of three.
Yeah, it will be, but at the same time, they've got to be realistic with themselves, right? Going up against the Indonesians and then going up against either Aurora or God's Reign, it's a completely different game. So the preparation's going to be different. The game style is going to be very different. So use this, have a little bit of fun today. Know that you're still surviving in this competition, but focusing up for tomorrow is going to be key because this is a very good couple of games in which they can get into the grand final, that they can try and get that rematch up against Aurora.
Yeah, look, they'll have the evening to do what they want to do with it. I imagine, however, that the best case scenario for them is to watch out this matchup that's coming up next and sort of pick apart where those weaknesses are going to end up being. And especially for our victors overall, like the idea that, again, they're coming into this one as potentially one of our dark horses, and the proof of them being a dark horse will be in that next match.
And just knowing, again, for the Bad News Kangaroos, trying to prove that you're one of the best in the region. For God's Reign, trying to prove if you're the #1 team in the region, that you've been able to come to the Skyesports Masters previously. You've won that. You've now come in with a different iteration of the roster. You're trying to find success again. It would be great to see the Aussies up against the Indians. So that's the dream matchup, of course. But like Bray said in the interview, I think they're quite happy to play anyone. Doesn't really matter how this next game goes for them.
Well, our MVP of map number 2 is Hazza, top fragger of the server, and again, delivering in the kind of capacity that you'd hope someone as experienced as he is going to be able to do for the Bad News Kangaroos. Seeing a number of players sort of like pick apart the second games of being those star individuals for the Kangaroos. Obviously, Addict is still holding himself as one of the guys we're watching out for the most, but in terms of who takes over that second map, it's always been a little bit different from map to map.
Yes, it has, and that gives us more of an idea of maybe a vast majority of players that we can look at that's going to impress us, that's going to put in performances. And for the Bad News Kangaroos, again, they'll have like you said, the late afternoon, the evening to prepare, to be ready. I mean, it's always easier when you've got only 4 team events, like Brace was saying in the interview, rather than having maybe 8 teams, 16 teams, where it's difficult to prep for your opponent. So they're familiar with the competition, and they're familiar with what's required to win.
Yeah, and of course you can see how the rest of the players lined up in this one. Again, credit to the boys over from the Kangaroos, outclassing in this matchup overall. And look, it certainly is going to be a nice change of pace for them. As mentioned before, sometimes they do end up getting stomped out of a lot of international tournaments. So for them to do the stomping, it's going to be a massive morale boost and confidence boost. Case of taking it seriously in the next match, though, as you mentioned, a lot of things to focus on when it comes to the rest of the tournament run so far, because they could well be a team that's a dark horse, right? I don't know if we're going to expect them to beat out a squad like an Aurora. God's Reign is still questionable in terms of how well they'll do in this next matchup and where the Kangaroos can go from here. There's still a lot of unknowns that we have to answer in our next best of 3 of the day.
Well, realistically, for the Bad News Kangaroos, at least they've got more international experience against higher-end competition than the side of God's Reign does. Now, that doesn't mean that one team's going to shape up against the other better, but it gives you an idea. It creates a narrative in your head of just how competitive the Bad News Kangaroos are going to be on the final day of the tournament tomorrow.
Indeed. Well, for now, they are the ones that reign supreme. They are the team that closed out this series pretty effectively, Dwayne. So as we look towards our second match of the day, I want to get some final thoughts on our elimination game.
Yeah, I think once more for the Bad News Kangaroos, they came into this result, or into this matchup, being the very dominant team. It was expected. I don't think we got many surprises whatsoever, and I'm keen to see what their performance is going to be like tomorrow.
Indeed. Well, we'll get to see them in tomorrow's proceedings. But again, the question we have to ask ourselves, Dwayne, is who is going to be the team that will face off against the Kangaroos? Will it be God's Reign or will it be Aurora? I think we've both got a decent idea as to who it's going to be in our second match of the day. Again, heavy favourites in the European CIS squad. So a lot of eyeballs on this one, I think.
Yeah, for Aurora, this is a position where we definitely know, Jay, from the European sort of scene itself, they're one of those teams that we would consider being threats in Tier 2. That team that could go on deep, that team that can threaten. Now you've come into this conversation, you're not the could, you are the should, right? You are the team that should be beating everyone, that should be comfortably taking maps, comfortably taking series, and they've got to prove it. They're a team that don't have a huge amount of international LAN experience as a 5. What a great chance to do it, especially in an upper bracket final matchup.
Indeed, and again, still some question marks around the Aurora Gaming confidence. Obviously, you still think it was going to be a slow start for them in that first matchup and how well they were doing against the Bad News Kangaroos in that 13-11 result. Obviously, they're pretty disappointed at the fact that they let it go that far, but this is their key chance to bounce back and get some confidence. But for God's Reign, again, I wonder how much they've done to look at that overpass, to start to prep for the mistakes that maybe Aurora might be making. Because it could be one thing of a case of getting warmed up at the start of the tournament. What about getting warmed up for the first map of the day for that Aurora Gaming side? It's no like a morning matchup for them, but still there's potential in that perspective. So we'll find out how far this will go in our second match of the day. For now, however, we're heading towards a short break. So do join us after that for Aurora versus God's Reign.
Vini Júnior, essa é sua última chance de fazer parte da nossa seleção do ano.
Todo mundo tem uma seleção. Escolhe a sua.
Voting is now live at ea.com/TOTY.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It feels feels like murder. Setting them alight when I lit that flame. Try pulling up side by side for the race, just realize that we're in a different lane. Yeah, see I'm out here killing the game. How can you claim that we're living the same? See in reality we ain't on a similar stage. You're sitting in the crib while I'm singing my name. That flames, whole of the city on lock. The coldest flows and the cream of the crop. We've them peas with a lean and a bop. Got a phone line ringing to the heat don't stop. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound. Better rise up when I shut this down. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound. Better rise up when I shut this. Yeah. My God. Yeah. I feel like king of the hill when they're king of the hill. My God. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You take me to a place unknown. I wonder if I'll ever go. My thoughts just won't leave me alone. Give me the strength to carry on. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get over love. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get over love.
Do you wanna come round now? Say around 5:30. Stay in till the morning, then I carry on and live my hollow life. Did you really take my soul? Came and then you left a hole. Shot me in the late night, bleeding out in plain sight, running with the heart you stole. You got your desires, always starting fires. Losing sleep, I'm in too deep, I'm hiding Michael Myers. Building an empire, you are rising higher. Standing tall, but you will fall, cause we all hear the choir. Beautiful lust, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Bleeding me dry, she wants to devour my soul. Fuck. Me in the back, now I'm bleeding slowly. Pray to God I'm holy, bury me still intact. Baby, don't make a noise. Murdering brings you joy. I've been waiting for you, ready to destroy you, sipping on a cold LaCroix. You got your desires, always starting fires. Losing sleep, I'm in too deep, I'm hiding Michael Myers. Building an empire, you are rising higher. Standing tall, but you will fall, cause we all hear the choir. Beautiful lust, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Bleeding me dry, she wants to devour my soul. Fuck. This life will carry on. I'll stay until you leave me drowning. I've slayed a couple demons in my day who don't know I can't be slayed. Oh no. Beautiful lust, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Bleeding me dry, she wants to devour my soul. Fuck. Pulled up to the set when I heard that brutal sound of the bass. Start to feel like I'm dreaming, man, should have seen that look on my face. But I'm so low-key, I'm an anonymous G that I left no trace. But when I step one foot in the room, I'ma set this pace. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound, better rise up when I shut this down. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound, better rise up when I shut this down. My God. I feel like king of the hill when they're king of the hill. My God.
feels like murder. Setting them alight when I lit that flame. Try pulling up side by side for the race, just realize that we're in a different lane. Yeah, see I'm out here killing the game. How can you claim that we're living?
पता नहीं तू जाती है बदलू दो साड़ी पहनने वाला क्या but I don't think so इतना आएगा कुछ है टाइम लिमिट नहीं ना भाई ये तो चल ही नहीं पाऊंगा यार विनर ना हाई क्या मेरे वही सोच पता मेरा पैर टाइट हो रहा है हम जीत गए ना क्या कंपटीशन चल रहा है क्या हाँ चल के दिखा इस प्लान में लेट्स गो जज भाई अरे इसने मेरे को वो कर दिया यार फिर भाई ये धोती पहना साड़ी पहना है इसने आई थिंक छोटा बैनर्जी ये दिया बड़े बैनर्जी से
Hello guys, my name is Abhishek Ogle. My in-game name is Cyborg. My age is 23 and I am the team manager for God's Reign.
Hi, my name is Rahul Banerjee. My in-game name is R2B2. I'm 21 years old and my role in God's Reign is the entry fragger.
Hello guys, my name is Akash Bose. My in-game name is Finn. I'm 20 years old and I'm the hard carry for God's Reign.
Hey guys, my name is Bhavi Sejwani. My IGN is Bhavi and I'm 20 years old and I'm IGL for Team God's Reign CS2.
Hey guys, my name is Parijat Banerjee and my in-game nick is Raven and I am Opper for God's Reign.
Hi guys, myself Harsh Jain. My in-game nick is Fired Up. I'm 22 years old and I'm led for the team.
I started playing CS in 2015. The moment I realized that I wanted to make this a career was at my first LAN tournament, which was in Dubai. It was called Insomnia. And I won a 1v1 tournament there. And the feeling I got after winning that was one of the best feelings I've ever got. And ever since then, I think I realized that this is what I want to do.
I think it all started at the age of 12 or 13. Like I knew I was very good at a very young age, so I thought I could go pro.
CS2 मैंने स्टार्ट किया था 2017 में खेलना. स्टार्टिंग में कैजुअली ही खेल रहा था, लेकिन अराउंड मिड 2018 में मैं अपने एक फ्रेंड के साथ मेजर देख रहा था. आई थिंक Cloud9 वर्सेस फेस फाइनल. तो आई थिंक तभी मेरे को पता चला कि मेरे को आगे क्या करना है अपने करियर में.
मुझे तो पता नहीं था CS के बारे में. लाइक मेरे को 2019 एंड में पता चला कि CS एग्जिस्ट करता है, तो उधर से ही मेरे को लगा कि ये गेम खेलना चाहिए. देन 2020 के अराउंड मुझे लगा कि इधर करियर बनाना चाहिए, तो उधर ही मैं परस्यू किया.
I used to play Condition Zero CS 1.6 back in school. I used to play a lot of LANs, many college tournaments. Then I got my Steam account and CSGO as a giveaway. Once I started playing in cafes, I met a lot of people. They appreciated me a lot. They helped me a lot, and we made a cafe team, and then it all started.
The maximum frags that I've taken in a pug is 33.
It should be around like 40 frags in one pug, the max I've gotten.
The maximum frags are around 70.
आई थिंक 35 थे Skyesports लीग्स में एक न्यूक मैप पे अगेंस्ट एनिग्मा और समथिंग.
49 in pug.
In pugs, I think it is 92, and in officials it is 51.
झूठ मत बोलो तो.
अबे ये कर भाई.
सच बोला. तूने किया है ना?
हाँ तो ये कर. ये होगा. बीटू कर. अबे नहीं क्या हो? कब किया?
भाई तू सो जाता है.
नहीं सोया हूँ.
तेरा आवाज ही नहीं आता. उसको पता है कौन सा फ्रेंड्स हो गए.
4 बजे से पता है. बीटू तो इधर आके पास सोया था.
मैं तो हटता ही नहीं हूँ. मैं तो जाता ही नहीं हूँ. मेरा तो होता ही नहीं है.
ये इमरजेंसी है.
तू डिफॉल्ट करता है.
नहीं इमरजेंसी है.
होता है. भाई मेरा तो एक बार हो गया था. इसके साथ क्लच चल रहा था भाई ऑफिशियल में. ये कॉम्स कर रहा था मेरे लिए. I never warm up.
I have. Natural है.
नेचुरल.
हाँ होता है.
Never.
भाई ये तो नहीं कर सकता हूँ.
ये सब रेवन करता है. रेवन
अबे वो कल करूँगा भाई.
भाई ये बंदा कर सकता है. बस इतना भरोसा है.
कल देखता हूँ. बीटू मेरे पीछे नाइट मारता है.
I have.
कभी भाई.
अबे भाई कहाँ पे हो? डर गया. हो गया इसका.
आई थिंक ट्राई तो किया है बट पता नहीं सक्सेसफुल था
पग 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 काउंट होता है पग
नहीं प्रोफेशनल बोला ना
प्रोफेशनल पग पग्स भी
प्रोफेशनल पग क्या होता है प्रोफेशनल या पग अच्छा
अटेम्प्ट तो किया है पता नहीं सक्सेसफुल था नहीं था कुछ
आई थिंक फेल अरे तू खाली उठता जल्दी है तू पहुंच
भाई टीएस में जाके बैठता हूँ
आई थिंक
अबे पीटू तो ढक्कर उठाता है भाई
उस दिन तो कान
और वो मोन करता है भाई
उस दिन कान फट गए थे भाई सुन के क्या किया बहरा हो गया मैं उसके बाद से
भावेश
भाई
भागने जाना है गाइस
भागने जाना है
टाइम आउट लो फटाफट वॉशरूम जाना है गाइस खाऊंगा 12 बार जाऊंगा 50 बार
वो कभी कभी हो जाता है यार बट गाइस लंच ब्रेक के लिए जा रहा हूँ लंच बनाना है लंच तो तुम भी खाते हो
तू आउट ऑफ द गेम डिफॉल्ट करता है
अभी भी कितने टाइम जाके है
सुनाई नहीं दे रहा
रेवन
आई थिंक तूने किया भी है
बूट के हमको कपड़े डैमेज किया दीवार पे मारा है
हाँ
भाई मेरा हाथ
तो बहुत कुछ डैमेज कर रहा है
हाँ
क्या डैमेज किया
बहुत कुछ दीवार पे डैमेज किया
भाई मेरा हाथ में लगा था
डजंट मैटर दीवार पे डैमेज हुआ ना
और मेरा हाथ का
डजंट मैटर
फायर्ड अप
लेट्स गो मदरफकर
Does it go all the way around? I'm just kidding,
we need to be down here. Wait.
higher?
The line! The line's working.
I think this one's the winner. It looks a lot more like the picture.
My name is Ben Stroggy. And I'm Jared O'Brien, also known as Hazza.
I'm Jordan White. In-game name is Pizzy. I'm Toby Barnes, also known as Brace, and I'm an in-game leader for Bad News Kangaroos. I'm a rifler on B&K. I'm William Yawamba Olchen. And I'm the coach for these boys right here. And yeah, I'm Aussie.
I'm a rifler for B&K and I'm Australian.
I'm the Orpa, and I'm Australian as well. I'm 24 and I'm from Australia. I'm 23 and I'm from New Zealand. I'm 24 years old and I'm from Australia.
I think when I realised like Counter-Strike was my game was when I was probably in high school, just about to start my HSC, like not wanting to study, not wanting to do anything else other than playing Counter-Strike at like a semi-professional level. Just knew it was my game then.
Yeah, I pretty much just love the game, like how tactical it is. Sort of went from there and just...
Actually discovered Counter-Strike when I was around 16. I was playing with mates and I also found this forum called Cybergamer, which was an old Australian. So I posted a little LFT thread on there.
Yeah, so since I started playing in high school, I just love the game and keeping on progressing, like through the ranks. And eventually I got too good to play with my friends and I was looking for better people to play with. And then from then on, I just started playing in teams for the last like 5 years. I really fell in love with because of how difficult it was. So I'd always just try and play and try and get better. I had one moment where I realized it was my game, but the difficulty and, you know, being able to progress and get better and you're just destroying the people you used to play with is really satisfying, and that progression is kind of what's addicting about it.
I did get a 40 bomb the other week in a pug with a couple of mates who were there.
Yeah, probably around like 40. 21 kills in a pug. Got like 84 kills. It's been about 53.
Unarmed?
I have never. I think Toby's got to turn this one around.
Surely. No? All
right.
I've never locked in.
I'd hope
Maybe?
not.
We're locked in.
I'm expecting some honest answers.
Geordie for sure. Geordie for sure.
100%.
You got it back to boys.
100%.
I don't know. I reckon I have. I'd probably do it at least once a week.
Ooh.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. I reckon so.
Man's gotta go. Man's gotta go.
Oh. Yeah.
I've only get rid
Yeah. I have.
I reckon I haven't. That's not
No,
true.
no way.
I think I remind him daily that his mic's muted.
It's like freeze time all the time.
Oh yeah, okay, true, yeah, that's fair.
100%.
Yeah. No, probably not.
vocal cords ready, you know?
Sometimes you got to hit it raw. So.
I'd say it's happened once. There was a time, like, my house had a blackout, and then I had to drive to my, like, brother's house, and I'm playing on a coffee table. That's when I had no warm-up.
Yeah.
It's going to be you soon.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think so. I don't think
Yeah,
so.
not yet. Yeah, you got to focus on yourself.
Always. Killed a teammate.
I hope it's that for everyone.
We killed a teammate. Toby? I haven't? Yeah, I don't think I have. Probably have.
Killed a teammate?
Oh, wait, in matchmaking. Yeah, definitely. For sure in matchmaking.
Yeah.
In a match?
Not like a pro game, but yeah.
No, pro game.
I've definitely team killed in pro game.
If someone says they timed out, like...
Ninja?
In matchmaking.
That's hard.
Actual? Yeah. Remember like all the Sparkles videos?
Yeah.
She just copied them.
Yeah, Sparkles.
He says, drop a smoke on bomb and instantly defuse the segment. Played against Cadian and Shiro in some pogs, and then we've scrimmed like almost all teams as well.
Yeah.
Played a few pogs with Ricky, so...
Hey, got
Our games in
Yeah.
Australia are like I've been 6 p.m., 7 p.m.
Yeah, Australian time.
Yeah, that's just started dinner time.
I've been eating dumplings mid-round. Like.
Yeah. It's easy.
Probably Toby.
I'd say Toby.
Yeah.
Practice never stops for Toby.
Ben. I reckon Ben. That's Ben.
Ben.
Just have a few
Always,
That's for pause.
Pause, yeah.
I think it's like you should go to a toilet or something. Will.
That's
yeah,
Will.
surely.
100% that's Will.
Take a lot of toilet breaks.
Yeah.
Jared.
I have unfortunately had to buy a new mouse recently, so it's probably me. I'm probably the best fit for that.
Christian?
Yeah, Adam.
Probably Christian.
Yeah, Adam.
Sure.
Yeah.
Не спрашивайте, просто безоружного такого.
Не попали?
Да, но не убили.
Конечно, не было.
Когда не был, то урод
Было.
Дэн. Когда не был, то урод был. Конечно, было, ёпта. Андрюх красный поднимай. Хизлайн.
Я ничего не понял.
Микро, короче, мутили в критической ситуации, из-за этого раунд проебали.
Не был.
Хизлайн.
С2 все, блин.
Мы же ответственные игроки, такого не было.
Факт.
Я же с Андрюхой рядом сижу, такое всегда бывает. На него прям загрел?
Ну, типа, да, на товарища по команде убил его.
Никогда того рот ебал. Такого.
Загрел случай.
Ты чё? В официалке.
Наоборот, да.
У меня первый мощный ход был.
Да, блядь, пизди. В апгрейде.
Иди сюда.
Ты Цезарь нахуй.
Спереди.
Да ты Цезарь, Витёк. Нет, типа Цезарь.
Иван, ты идёшь сюда.
Охуенно вышло. Ой, Цезарь.
पता नहीं तू जाती है बदलो दो साड़ी पहनने वाला क्या बट आई डोंट थिंक सो इतना आएगा कुछ है टाइम लिमिट नहीं ना भाई ये तो चल ही नहीं पाऊंगा यार बिना इतना हाई क्या मेरे वेस्ट पता मेरा पैर टाइट हो रहा है हम जीत गए ना क्या कंपटीशन चल रहा है क्या हाँ चल के दिखा इस लेट्स गो यस भाई अरे इसने मेरे को वो कर दिया यार फिर भाई
ये धोती पहना साड़ी पहना है इसने आई थिंक छोटा बैनर्जी ले लिया बड़े बैनर्जी से
Hello guys, my name is Abhishek Ogle. My in-game name is Skyesports. My age is 23 and I am the team manager for Garuda.
Hi, my name is Rahul Banerjee. My in-game name is R2B2. I'm 21 years old and my role in Garuda is the entry fragger.
Hello guys, my name is Akash Bose. My in-game name is Finn. I'm 20 years old and I'm the hard carry for Garuda.
Hey guys, my name is Bhavi Sejwani. My IGN is Bhavi and I'm 20 years old and I'm IGL for Team Godson CS2.
Guys, my name is Parijat Banerjee and my in-game nick is Raven and I am Opper for Godson.
Hi guys, myself Harsh Jain. My in-game nick is Fired Up. I'm 22 years old and I'm led for the team.
I started playing CS in 2015. The moment I realized that I wanted to make this a career was at my first LAN tournament, which was in Dubai. It was called Insomnia. And I won a 1v1 tournament there. And the feeling I got after winning that was one of the best feelings I've ever got. And ever since then, I think I realized that this is what I want to do.
I think it all started at the age of 12 or 13. Like I knew I was very good at a very young age, so I thought I could go pro.
CS2 मैंने स्टार्ट किया था 2017 में खेलना. स्टार्टिंग में कैजुअली ही खेल रहा था, लेकिन अराउंड मिड 2018 में मैं अपने एक फ्रेंड के साथ मेजर देख रहा था. आई थिंक Cloud9 वर्सेस फेस फाइनल. तो आई थिंक तभी मेरे को पता चला कि मेरे को आगे क्या करना है अपने करियर में.
मुझे तो पता नहीं था CS के बारे में. लाइक मेरे को 2019 एंड में पता चला कि CS एग्जिस्ट करता है, तो उधर से ही मेरे को लगा कि ये गेम खेलना चाहिए. देन 2020 के अराउंड मुझे लगा कि इधर करियर बनाना चाहिए, तो उधर ही मैं परस्यू किया.
I used to play Condition 0 CS 1.6 back in school. I used to play a lot of LANs, many college tournaments. Then I got my Steam account and CSGO as a giveaway. Once I started playing in cafes, I met a lot of people. They appreciated me a lot. They helped me a lot, and we made a cafe team, and then it all started.
The maximum frags that I have taken in a pug is 33.
It should be around like 40 frags in one pug, the max I've gotten.
The maximum frags are around 70.
I think 35 थे Skyesports Leagues में एक nuke map पे against Enigma or something.
49 in pug.
In pugs, I think it is 92, and in officials it is 51.
झूठ मत बोलो तो.
अबे ये कर भाई.
सच बोला. तूने किया है ना?
हाँ तुमने
ये कर. ये होगा. बीटू कर. अबे
नहीं क्या हो? कब किया?
भाई तू सो जाता है.
नहीं सोया हूँ.
तेरा आवाज ही नहीं आता कि
उसको पता है कौन सा सुन रहा है.
4 बजे से मैं बीटू इधर है.
यार कौन सोया था?
मैं तो हटता ही नहीं हूँ. मैं तो जाता ही नहीं हूँ.
लेकिन
मेरा तो होता ही नहीं.
ये इमरजेंसी है.
तू डिफॉल्ट करता है.
नहीं इमरजेंसी है.
होता है.
भाई मेरा तो एक बार हो गया, तो इसके साथ क्लच चल रहा था भाई ऑफिशियल में. ये कॉम्स कर रहा था मेरे लिए. आई नेवर नो.
नेचुरल है.
नेचुरल.
हाँ होता है. नेवर.
भाई ये तो नहीं कर सकता हूँ.
ये सब रेवन करता है. रेवन
अबे वो
कल करूँगा भाई.
भाई ये बंदा कर सकता है, बस इतना भरोसा है.
कल देखता हूँ. बीटू मेरे पीछे नाइफ मारता है.
अभी भाई.
अबे ओ
भाई क्या हो गया? डर गया. हो गया इसका.
आई थिंक ट्राई तो किया है, बट पता नहीं सक्सेसफुल था.
पग काउंट होता है. पग
नहीं प्रोफेशनल बोला ना.
प्रोफेशनल पग्स भी.
प्रोफेशनल पग क्या होता है?
मैं वन भी
प्रोफेशनल या पग.
अच्छा. अटेम्प्ट तो किया है, पता नहीं सक्सेसफुल था नहीं था कुछ.
आई थिंक फेन.
हाँ फेन.
अरे तू खाली उठता जल्दी है. तू पहुंच.
भाई टीएस में जाके बैठता हूँ. अबे बीटू तो ढक्कर उठाता है भाई.
उस दिन तो कार
वो मोन करता है भाई.
भाई उस दिन कार पड़ गए थे भाई सुन के. क्या किया? बहरा हो गया मैं उसके बाद से.
भावेश
भाई
भागने जाना है गाइस.
भागने जाना है.
टाइम आउट लो फटाफट.
वॉशरूम जाना है गाइस.
खाऊंगा 12 बार, जाऊंगा 50 बार.
वो कभी हो जाता है यार. गाइस लंच ब्रेक के लिए जा रहा हूँ. लंच बनाना है. लंच तो तुम भी करते हो.
तू आउट ऑफ द गेम डिफॉल्ट करता है.
अभी भी कितने टाइम जाके है?
सुनाई नहीं दे रहा.
रेवन.
आई थिंक तूने किया भी है.
बूट कैम का कपड़े डैमेज किया. दीवार पे मारा है.
हाँ
भाई मेरा हाथ में
बहुत कुछ डैमेज करा है.
हाँ
क्या डैमेज किया?
बहुत कुछ दीवार पे डैमेज किया.
भाई मेरा हाथ में लगा था.
डजंट मैटर. दीवार पे डैमेज हुआ ना.
और मेरा हाथ का
डजंट मैटर.
फायर्ड अप बहुत.
लेट्स गो मदरफकर.
Does it go all the way around? I'm just spinning, just spinning.
We need to be up here. Wait. Higher?
The line! That line's working.
I think this one's the winner. It looks a lot more like the picture.
My name is Ben Strogi. And I'm Jared O'Brien, also known as Hazza.
I'm Jordan White. In-game name is Busy. I'm Toby Barnes, also known as Brace, and I'm an in-game leader for Bad News Kangaroos.
I'm a rifler on B&K.
I'm William Yowombat Olchin.
And I'm the coach for these boys right here. And yeah, I'm Aussie.
I'm a rifler for B&K and I'm Australian.
I'm the Orpa, and I'm Australian as well. I'm 24 and I'm from Australia.
I'm 23 and I'm from New Zealand.
I'm 24 years old and I'm from Australia.
I think when I realised like Counter-Strike was my game was when I was probably in high school, just about to start my HSC, like not wanting to study, not wanting to do anything else other than playing Counter-Strike at like a semi-professional level. I just knew it was my game then.
Yeah, I pretty much just love the game, like how tactical it is. Sort of went from there and just...
Actually, discovered Counter-Strike when I was around 16. I was playing with mates and I also found this forum called Cybergamer, which was an old Australian. So I posted a little LFT thread on there.
Yeah, so since I started playing in high school, I just loved the game and keeping on progressing like through the ranks. And eventually I got too good to play with my friends and I was looking for better people to play with. And then from then on, I just started playing in teams for the last like 5 years.
I really fell in love with because of how difficult it was. So I'd always just try and play and try and get better.
I had one moment where I realized it was my game, but the difficulty and being able to progress and get better and you're just destroying the people you used to play with is really satisfying, and that progression is kind of what's addicting about it.
I did get a 40 bomb the other week in a pug with a couple of mates who were there.
Yeah, probably around like 40. If 21 kills in a pug.
Got like 84 kills.
It's been about 53.
Unarmed?
I have never.
I think Toby's got to turn this one around.
Surely. No?
Not matter.
I've never. Locked in.
Maybe?
Not. We're locked in.
I'm expecting some honest answers.
Jody for sure. Jody for sure.
100%.
You got it back to boys.
100%.
I don't know. I reckon I have. I'd probably do it at least once a week.
Ooh.
20.
Yeah. I reckon so.
Man's gotta go.
Oh. Yeah.
I'd like to get runners.
Yeah. I have.
I reckon I haven't. That's not
No way.
I think I remind him daily that his mic's muted.
It's like freeze time all the time.
Oh yeah, true, yeah.
100%.
Yeah. No, probably not.
Gotta get the vocal cords ready, you know?
Sometimes you gotta hit it raw. So.
I'd say it's happened once. There was a time, like, my house had a blackout, and then I had to drive to my, like, brother's house, and I'm playing on a coffee table. That's when I have no warm-up.
Yeah.
It's gonna be you soon.
Don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah, not yet. Yeah, you gotta focus on yourself.
Always. Killed a teammate.
I hope it's that for everyone.
We killed a teammate.
Toby? I haven't? Yeah, I don't think I have. Probably have.
Killed a teammate?
Oh wait, in matchmaking. Yeah, definitely. For sure in matchmaking.
Yeah.
In a match?
Not like a pro game, but yeah.
No, pro game.
I've definitely team killed them.
If someone says they timed out, like...
Ninja?
In matchmaking.
That's hard.
Actual? Yeah. Remember like all the Sparkles videos? She just copied them.
Yeah, Sparkles.
He says, drop a smoke on bomb and instantly defuse the same one. Played against Cadian and Shiro in some pogs, and then we've scrimmed like almost all teams as well.
Yeah.
Played a few pogs with Ricky, so...
Hey, got
I've been in Australia like I've been
6
eating
p.m., 7 p.m. So
Australian time. Yeah, that's just starting dinner time.
I've been eating dumplings mid-round. Like.
Yeah. It's easy.
Probably Toby.
I'd say Toby.
Toby.
Practice never stops for Toby.
Ben, I reckon Ben.
Ben.
Just pop my head in a few more years.
That's for pause. Pause, yeah.
I think it's like, you should go to a toilet or something. Will.
That's Will.
Surely
100% that's Will.
Take a lot of toilet breaks.
Yeah.
Jared.
I have unfortunately had to buy a new mouse recently, so it's probably me. I'm probably the best fit for that.
Christian?
Yeah,
Probably
Addict.
Christian.
Yeah, Addict. Yeah.
Не спрашивайте, просто не было такого.
Не попали?
Да, но не убили.
Конечно, не было.
Когда не был, то урод
Было.
Дэн.
Когда не был, то урод ебал. Конечно,
Конечно
было,
же было.
ёпта. Андрюх красный поднимай. Хизлайн.
Еще ничего не понял.
Микро, короче, мутили в критической ситуации, из-за этого раунд проебали.
Не был.
Хизлайн.
С2 все, блядь.
Мы же ответственные игроки, такого не было.
Факт.
Я же с Андрюхой рядом сижу, такое всегда бывает. На него прям загрел?
Ну, типа, да, на товарища по команде убил его.
Никогда того рот ебал. Такого.
Загнус очень. Ты чё?
В официалке.
Наоборот, да.
У меня первый матч на ходу.
Было.
Да-да, блядь, не пизди. В апгрейде.
Иди сюда.
Ты Цезарь нахуй.
Спереди.
Да ты Цезарь, Витек.
Нет, типа...
Цезарь.
Иван, ты идёте сюда.
Охуенно вышло.
Ой,
Цезарь.
पता नहीं तू जाती है
बदलो दो साड़ी पहनने वाला क्या
बट आई डोंट थिंक सो इतना आएगा कुछ है टाइम लिमिट नहीं ना
भाई ये तो चल ही नहीं पाऊंगा यार विनर
इतना हाई क्या मेरा वेस्ट है
अबे मेरा पैर टाइट हो रहा है हम जीत गए ना
क्या कंपटीशन चल रहा है क्या
हाँ
चल के दिखा इसमें
लेट्स गो
यस भाई
अरे इसने मेरे को वो कर दिया यार फिन भाई
ये धोती पहना साड़ी पहना है आई थिंक छोटा बैनर्जी लिए दिया बड़े बैनर्जी से
Hello guys, my name is Abhishek Ogle. My in-game name is Skyesports. My age is 23 and I am the team manager for Garuda.
Hi, my name is Rahul Banerjee. My in-game name is R2B2. I'm 21 years old and my role in Garuda is the entry fragger.
Hello guys, my name is Akash Bose. My in-game name is Finn. I'm 20 years old and I'm the hard carry for Garuda.
Hey guys, my name is Bhavi Sejwani. My IGN is Bhavi and I'm 20 years old and I'm IGL for Team Garuda CS2.
Guys, my name is Parijat Banerjee and my in-game nick is Raven and I am Opper for Godson.
Hi guys, myself Harsh Jain. My in-game nick is Fired Up. I'm 22 years old and I'm led for the team.
I started playing CS in 2015. The moment I realized that I wanted to make this a career was at my first LAN tournament, which was in Dubai. It was called Insomnia. And I won a 1v1 tournament there. And the feeling I got after winning that was one of the best feelings I've ever got. And ever since then, I think I realized that this is what I want to do.
I think it all started at the age of 12 or 13. Like I knew I was very good at a very young age, so I thought I could go pro.
CS2 मैंने स्टार्ट किया था 2017 में खेलना स्टार्टिंग में कैजुअली ही खेल रहा था लेकिन अराउंड मिड 2018 में मैं अपने एक फ्रेंड के साथ मेजर देख रहा था आई थिंक Cloud9 वर्सेस फेस फाइनल तो आई थिंक तभी मेरे को पता चला कि मेरे को आगे क्या करना है अपने करियर में
मुझे तो पता नहीं था CS के बारे में मेरे को 2019 एंड में पता चला कि CS एग्जिस्ट करता है तो उधर से ही मेरे को लगा कि ये गेम खेलना चाहिए देन 2020 के अराउंड मुझे लगा कि इधर करियर बनाना चाहिए, तो उधर ही मैं परस्यू किया।
I used to play Condition 0 CS 1.6 back in school. I used to play a lot of LANs, many college tournaments. Then I got my Steam account and CSGO as a giveaway. Once I started playing in cafes, I met a lot of people. They appreciated me a lot. They helped me a lot, and we made a cafe team, and then it all started.
The maximum frags that I have taken in a pug is 33.
It should be around like 40 frags in one pug, the max I've gotten.
The maximum frags are around 70.
I think 35 थे Skyesports Leagues में एक nuke map पे against Enigma or something.
49 in pug.
In pugs, I think it is 92, and in officials, it is 51.
झूठ मत बोलो तो।
अबे ये कर भाई।
सच बोला।
तूने किया है ना?
हाँ तो
ये कर। ये होगा। बीटू कर। अबे
नहीं क्या हो? कब किया?
भाई तू सो जाता है।
नहीं सोया हूँ।
तेरा आवाज ही नहीं आता टीम
उसको पता है कौन सा
सुन रहा है। 4 बजे से पता है बीटू तो इधर आया बार सोया था।
मैं तो हटता ही नहीं हूँ, मैं तो जाता ही नहीं हूँ।
लेकिन
मेरा तो होता ही नहीं है।
ये इमरजेंसी है।
तू डिफॉल्ट करता है।
नहीं इमरजेंसी है।
होता है। भाई मेरा तो एक बार हो गया तो इसके साथ क्लच चल रहा था भाई ऑफिशियल में, ये कॉम्स कर रहा था मेरे लिए। I never know. I have. Natural है।
Natural।
हाँ होता है। Never.
भाई ये तो नहीं कर सकता हूँ।
ये सब रेवन करता है, रेवन
अबे वो कल करूँगा
भाई ये बंदा कर सकता है, बस इतना भरोसा है।
कल देखता हूँ। बीटू मेरे पीछे नाइफ मारता है। I have.
कभी भाई?
अबे
भाई क्या हो गया? डर गया, हो गया इसका।
आई थिंक ट्राई तो किया है बट पता नहीं सक्सेसफुल था नहीं था।
पग काउंट होता है? पग
नहीं प्रोफेशनल बोला ना।
प्रोफेशनल पग्स भी।
प्रोफेशनल पग क्या होता है?
प्रोफेशनल या पग। अच्छा अटेम्प्ट तो किया है, पता नहीं सक्सेसफुल था नहीं था कुछ।
I think फेन।
हाँ फेन।
अरे तू खाली उठता जल्दी है, तू पहुंच।
भाई टीएस में जाके बैठता हूँ।
I think फेन।
अबे बीटू तो ढकार उठाता है भाई।
उस दिन तो कार
वो मोन करता है भाई।
भाई उस दिन कार फट गए थे भाई, सुन के क्या किया? बहरा हो गया मैं उसके बाद से।
भावेश
भाई
भागने जाना है गाइस,
भागने जाना है।
टाइम आउट लो फटाफट।
वॉशरूम जाना है गाइस।
खाऊंगा 12 बार, जाऊंगा 50 बार।
वो कभी-कभी हो जाता है यार, बट गाइस लंच ब्रेक के लिए जा रहा हूँ, लंच बनाना है। लंच तो तुम भी करते हो।
तू आउट ऑफ द गेम डिफॉल्ट करता है।
अभी भी कितने टाइम जाके है?
सुनाई नहीं दे रहा।
रेवन
आई थिंक तूने किया भी है।
बूट कैंप का कपड़े डैमेज किया, दीवार पे मारा है।
हाँ
भाई मेरा हाथ
तो बहुत कुछ डैमेज कर रहा है।
हाँ क्या डैमेज किया?
बहुत कुछ दीवार पे डैमेज किया।
भाई मेरा हाथ में लगा था।
डजंट मैटर, दीवार डैमेज हुआ ना।
और मेरा हाथ का
डजंट मैटर।
फायर्ड बहुत।
लेट्स गो मदरफकर।
Does it go all the way around? I'm just spinning.
We need to be up here. Wait.
I think this one's the winner. It looks a lot more like the picture. My name is Ben Strogi.
I'm Jared O'Brien, also known as Hazza.
I'm Jordan White. In-game name is PZ. I'm Toby Barnes, also known as Brace, and I'm the in-game leader for Bad News Kangaroos.
I'm a rifler on B&K.
I'm William, your Wombat Auction.
And I'm the coach for these boys right here.
And yeah, I'm Aussie.
I'm a rifler for B&K and I'm Australian.
I'm the Opa, and I'm Australian as well.
I'm 24 and I'm from Australia.
I'm 23 and I'm from New Zealand.
I'm 24 years old and I'm from Australia.
I think when I realised like Counter-Strike was my game was when I was probably in high school, just about to start my HSC. Like not wanting to study, not wanting to do anything else other than playing Counter-Strike at like a semi-professional level. I just knew it was my game then.
Yeah, I pretty much just love the game, like how tactical it is. Sort of went from there and just...
Actually discovered Counter-Strike when I was around 16. I was playing with mates and I also found this forum called Cybergamer, which is an old Australian. So I posted a little LFT thread on there.
Yeah, so since I started playing in high school, I just love the game and keeping on progressing like through the ranks. And eventually I got too good to play with my friends.
Vini Júnior, essa é sua última chance de fazer parte da nossa seleção do ano.
Todo mundo tem uma seleção. Escolhe a sua.
Voting is now live at ea.com/TOTY.
Vinicius Junior and on to Bellingham.
Red Bull gives you wings.
बस एक मैच का फासला है ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के और इस मुकाबले के बीच में, और उस फासले को दूर करने के लिए दोनों टीम्स तो आएंगी स्टेज पे, लेकिन हमें इंतजार रहेगा कि कौन लेके जाएगी आज के ग्रैंड फाइनल्स का पहला स्लॉट. दैट वन स्लॉट टुडे विल बी फाउंड, बट द अदर टीम they have to play one more game tomorrow to walk into the grand final. So if I were the team playing right now on the stage, I would love to win because I don't want to play two back-to-back games, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LG Ultra Gear presents Skyesports Grandslam 2024, powered by AMD. This is Captain Price, and alongside me, I have Lucifer.
As you said, Captain, today is going to be a crucial day, and we are going to get our first grand finalist, and everybody is looking forward to, because on one end, there's been a team that everybody is trying to beat. On another end, it's an Indian representative, right? And I'm pretty sure right here in India, everybody is going to be looking forward to them qualifying to the grand finals. But we know the journey is not going to be easy. Kangaroos tried yesterday. They were pushed to the lower bracket. They still made it through. They're in the final, waiting for whoever loses this game is going to meet them. But as you rightly said, they would not like to go away to the lower bracket, rather be in the grand finals and look forward to one step closer to the champion's title.
But it's time to call upon stage the first team. So Lucifer, why don't you do the honors on calling on the first team up on stage here?
It's none other than the Russian representatives who are looking forward to taking down everybody on the champion's title, Aurora Gaming.
Please give a huge round of applause for Aurora Gaming!
mean, they're here to beat India, so if you cheer for them, they'll be looking forward to... Deco will be cheering for taking everybody down. We have seen him shouting at everybody, and I'm looking forward to what Deco does today. But thank you, boys, for coming up on stage. I will send you back to your gaming chairs where you can look forward to destroying everybody against your opponents. I will request everybody, as I said, these boys are looking forward to getting their champions title, but it's not going to be easy.
I mean, we have a team who doesn't care who's playing in their opponents, who are merciless when it comes down to the battle in the server. Let's welcome on stage the Indian representatives, God's Reign! Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. Now, except Bhavi, I can let all of you go. Bhavi, you stay back.
On this side, Novi, if we could have you on stage.
Yes. Idhar aa jao. Yes, you stand here. Sam, you go that side. Sam, you can go that side. Okay, I'll go that side. Yeah. We have Bhavi, the IGL of God's Reign. And we also have Norvi, who is the IGL of Aurora Gaming. So,
we want you guys to face off now because this is going to be a fierce battle. I wanted like this is going to be a face off, stare at each other.
Okay, you have anything to say to your opponent? Be careful.
Okay, we will be careful.
Okay,
oh my
that was a blatant reply. But I have to ask Norvi first. Norvi, how confident do you feel coming down here and facing off against one of the best teams, well, arguably the best team in India?
We are pretty confident that we're going to lose.
That's a simple, sweet, salty, and spicy answer.
I think what he's trying to do is douse his opponents right at the start. I like the attitude that you're going for, but Bobby, I want to ask you. He said they're going to lose, right? But I'm pretty sure you know that he's lying. So what do you want to tell him? What will you do to that?
Yeah, before coming into this tournament, we had a little bit of practice, and we watched them a lot, and we fixed our mistakes. So I'm pretty confident we can beat them.
All right. Well, gentlemen, please shake hands and let's have the game of fist bumps.
Just pose for the camera before you go.
We're not letting you go before your fist bump. Yes.
Pose for the camera, both of you.
Well, gentlemen,
now you can get back to it.
This fight is going to be absolutely crazy. So I want to check on the crowd right here. Crowd and the audience. Are you all ready for this epic showdown? Let me see some hands in the air. Oh my God, everybody's crazy. Okay, once again, are you all ready? That is crazy. And with that being said, we will directly hop into the server, into the best of three, which is going to determine who is going to be the first grand finalist. And I believe, Lucifer, the casters are ready as well.
They are, and I'm pretty sure they're also excited for this game because it's not even an easy one for us also to view, because on one end, we like the Indian boys, on another end, these guys have shown some incredible passion for the game, and I'm looking forward to who takes it away, but it's going to be the best team to take it. And let's go to our desks as well as they take this action forward.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, this one is got all eyes on it as God's Reign take on Aurora. The Indian hometown heroes take on what is certainly the best team in the tournament, and the reign of Aurora will look to try and be ended at the hands of the hometown boys. Once again, I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Blake, as per usual, for this one. A stomping match to start off the day. I'm wondering whether or not this will be stomping as well to close the day.
And you'd have to say that this is such a moment right here for God's Reign. They've just brought in some new players into the team. They've established a new core. They've been together for about a month or so, and now they're playing on LAN, a high-end Tier 2 European and CIS team. Not many local teams can say that they get moments like this.
And look, as we've shown over the course of the week so far, that Aurora still are mortals, right? Like, we didn't expect them to have much of a challenge against Bad News Kangaroos in their opening matchup, but still they were pressed with 13-11 on that opening map-up of Overpass. They did bounce back and, of course, take control of the situation. But as they were saying during that interview, right, the God's Reign side, they've done a little bit of preparation. They've done a little bit of testing and trying to figure out how they're going to work against this Aurora Gaming side, because they certainly are mortals on that Russian team. So it's a case of, again, how that preparation is going to come to the fold when it comes to the server itself.
And we know for God's Reign, they've got some really sharp individuals. We've seen it in the RMR cycle. We've seen it in the local competition. I mean, on HLTV, they're completely undefeated on this brand new roster. Now this is a challenge, though. This is stepping up. This is going to another degree. And for Aurora, you mentioned the close affair that occurred when they took on the Aussies. They'll know that you can't underestimate anyone. As soon as you give one of the underdogs maybe a way into a half, a way into a map, you actually could find yourself a map down in a best of 3.
Yeah, we were saying after that match concluded that Aurora won't be happy off the back of that first map up because they are well and truly the strongest team in this tournament. And not by like a small margin. Again, they are a main staple squad within the CIS and European region, so they're going to have basically the favoritism above all squads and all rosters in today's proceedings. But you mentioned God's Reign. They've had some key elements that have just done so well so far. We talked about the original 2 individuals that won the last Skyesports Masters and Skyesports Souvenir. R2B2 is the man that really impressed me yesterday. He was just banging heads like no man's business.
Yeah, dropped nearly 40 kills in that entire best of 3. I think him and Finn have kind of shown on the rifle that they can be very solid, that they can open up rounds, they can work in multis, and that they can be playmakers that win rounds and win officials. I even look back at some of the recent officials I've seen from them in ECL, some of the recent officials in the Dust 2 India Masters, and between R2B2 and Finn, those are going to be the 2 guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been so impressed with the way that those guys are conducting themselves as individuals, but it's a case of, again, how those individual prowess is going to play up against a team that are so much more experienced, because Aurora, they have themselves not only the team basis of guys coming in from the European scene and one of the strongest regions in the world, but also their own stars. Deco, as they mentioned during the introductions, has also been popping off some players over the course of the week.
Well, if you've been tuning in to the Grand Slam and maybe you're not familiar with Aurora, you might actually think that Deco's a rifler. You'll be wrong. Man was insane on the rifles in that opening game against the Bad News Kangaroos, and I think it shows the stability that he is as a player. Now, I know with AWPing isn't as impactful in CS2 as it is in CSGO, so if they find more comfortability in scenarios where the money's not as good, or maybe what they want to try and achieve on the server of getting Deco in a rifle, and he can still hold that same level, that is a scary man to go up against.
Well, the fact of the matter is that he's going to be a guy that certainly will be versatile, right? If you need to bring out the AWP, then you can put it on him. If you want to go back onto those automatic weapons, then you can also put it on him. And he's shown yesterday that he can be proficient with both of those guns. So looking forward to him sort of leading the team when it comes to the frag counts and the top fragging charge overall. The map vetoes are up on screen right now. Dwayne, talk me through this.
Yeah, well, I straight away look at the Ancient and say we saw quite a bit of success Ancient locally from God's Reign. Now, it's a map in recent history we haven't seen a lot from Aurora on, so this could actually be a good tell to just see what their Ancient's going to be like against local competition. Mirage is always one of the go-to maps. Kind of that and Overpass is one of them, and you can see for God's Reign, even though they like their Overpass locally, you don't want to play Aurora on one of their home turf maps. You don't want to play them on a map in which they came back from 3-9 down to only allow 2 rounds to go the way of the Bad News Kangaroos. So I look at Ancient and I look at Mirage, and I think for God's Reign, Ancient was very solid for them in the last Skyesports Masters. Now, I know, again, it's only 2 players of the original lineup, but as a scene and their local results, I've been impressed with their Ancient.
Well, look, as a proficient unit, they do have their strengths, and so if there's one map that they're going to try and beat out Aurora on, it would be one that they're already solid on themselves. Ancient itself is not exactly a fantastic map for Aurora and the vice versa, so you have that basis where I think that's actually a respectable pick for the God's Reign camp. I also like the thinking of Aurora here of not going back to that Overpass. Obviously, didn't go down that well on the first day, so why take that risk against God's Reign?
Oh, I don't know. I reckon they would have played it 100%. Like, that would have got floated right towards the end. I mean, Inferno, we've got to be realistic with ourselves. Is it likely we go to that map? I mean, we've got to consider that at least we could go to a third, and if we do go, we're looking at a map that Aurora don't play all that often. When they did play it against the Aussies, they smacked them. They were all over them completely.
Yeah, I will say that in terms of the back end of the veto, it doesn't look all that fantastic for God's Reign. I'm at least trying to hold on to some optimistic hope for Ancient, because that's going to be their key chance in my eyes. That's going to be their way into this series, and if they take that, then at least they have an opportunity to contest this one. However, you are again looking at a case where they are definitely the underdogs no matter which way you look at it, even with that map strength involved. The God's Reign camp are taking on one of those top teams in the world at the moment, and Aurora are just a very strong and powerful unit themselves. I'm very encouraged by the way that they played as a team, and of course those individual firepower stances that they've had not only in this tournament but also across the rest of the tournaments they play online. They've gone deep during Blast qualifiers. The Rest European Series was one. Top 4 in Compass. So many events which they play online as of late has just been so proficient for them. So they've got that backing of just being a well-drilled, well-rehearsed and just fantastic squad.
Well, a lot of people that have seen the European scene and maybe keep up to date with it, you always know that Aurora are towards the higher end of Tier 2. Now, at the current stage, we probably won't say they're one of the #1 teams in Tier 2, but they're in the conversation as being one towards the higher end, constantly being around the top 30, 40-ish kind of position on HLTV. We know that often they qualify to a lot of LAN events. We saw a couple that they played last year in Serbia, getting a chance of playing more teams on LAN, getting more familiar with this roster, and this is also another example to see more on Deco's perspective on LAN. Remember, he's only been a part of this team for about 4 months or so. Belchinok's only been playing with them for, what, 4, 5 events in the last 2 months or so. So even though there's a lot of reputable names, even though there's a lot of success, it is still a fairly new 5-man lineup.
Yeah, and I mean, in terms of their own LAN experience, we mentioned it yesterday as well, the fact that they haven't been to many international LANs as individuals, let alone as a team. So the idea that they're going to get this experience right here to play on that stage in front of a crowd that isn't going to be supporting you either, right? Like, yeah. I imagine that no one's going to be sat there going, let's go Aurora, when the Indian team is on the other side of the stage. Look, for God's Reign, they've got that hometown advantage, and Aurora might feel some extra intangible pressure, and it's a case of them trying to deal with that pressure as the series rolls on.
And once more, you look at the God's Reign, you have a look at their Ancient, played it in their upper bracket quarterfinal game in the Indian qualifier, 13-2. They played it against Crescent in the lower bracket quarterfinal, 13-2. Played it against the True Rippers. That was actually an overtime as a 16-13. They then played it again in that grand final and had another overtime, 16-12. So they played it in the majority of best of threes that came through in almost all of the games in the India qualifier. We know locally they're good on this map. Now they've got to prove it against European competition and kind of show all of that hard work in the last month is to lead up for this. Because, again, you want to try and go as deep as you can go in this competition, but you really want to try and show that you can be the biggest threats to Aurora.
Yeah, and again, we are sort of looking at God's Reign as being one of the key dark horses in this tournament alongside the Bad News Kangaroos. The Kangaroos have already proven that they can try and threaten the likes of Aurora. We saw how that went down on Overpass, and God's Reign can try to say they can make that happen on Ancient. But as you mentioned before, this is definitely a map that they do well regionally, and God's Reign don't have a lot of international experience themselves, right? So you have that situation where, again, yeah, you can take a look at the map stats and say that's actually a very solid one for God's Reign, but does the Indian scene stack up to what Aurora doing in the European divisions?
Well, I actually think that this could be the toughest game that God's Reign as a team has ever played, and probably for all of these players. Again, the most success that we've seen from them has been in the local competition, against Asian teams, against Indian teams. You're going up against a team just outside of the top 40 on HLTV in an upper bracket final LAN matchup. This is a new experience. Now, again, they'll be familiar with playing on LAN, they'll be familiar with that pressure, but they won't be familiar with this level of opposition.
And again, that's always going to be a hindrance for everyone involved in this tournament. Like, Aurora are the experienced roster. They are the ones that everyone's trying to be. And I imagine that God's Reign would have done their preparation, right? They would have come into this one with a bit of a game plan. But that hard execution that we can see from Aurora, the way that they play themselves, like, you can also see from their confidence basis, right? That interview before the match started saying, yeah, we're confident we're going to lose. Like, no, trust me, they don't think that at all. That's definitely a little bit of banter in BM.
And for God's Reign, you can do all of the prep in the world, but you need to be able to adjust on the fly. Now, something that a team like Aurora are going to be very good at is fundamentally they're going to outclass you. They're going to have some really good timings. They're going to have some info plays. Brace was even talking about it on the stage, right? That when they played Aurora, when obviously the Bad News Kangaroos are on their T side, they just couldn't find their form. It felt as if they were always being timing. They were always running into stacks. So you can prepare for the little and sort of small differences that they make, but you need to be able to adapt to it on the server. And that's why I look at someone like Barbie as the in-game leader that's brought over 3 of these guys from Marcos Gaming and say, okay, you've done your preparation, now you've got to get the players familiar. Now you've got to be able to incorporate that on the server in a pressured matchup.
And for him especially, right, his game plan is going to have to be basically on point. His calling is going to have to be on point. And the fact he's got so many players that you're so familiar with, and obviously he's competed against Finn and Co in previous lineups or rather in previous tournaments, I should be more specific, when he was on the Marcos Gaming side. He'll have a decent understanding of these players, which will be a point to his benefit, but all about the fluidity and the confidence in which they execute that game plan. And as you mentioned, adapting on the fly, because that's exactly what Aurora will be doing. And they'll be ready, right? They've got fantastic protocols. We've already seen that over their European tournaments and over the course of the first match against the Bad News Kangaroos. They have those stars. They know what they're doing with them. They know how to enable those stars, especially. This is going to be, as you said, a very tough challenge for God's Reign, no matter which way you cut it.
And even for Barbie, I mean, he played in the last iteration of Skyesports Masters back in last year. He went out in 3rd to 4th place with 7C Esports. So had a bit of a taste of what it was like to play on LAN, but didn't have that taste of success. Now he's come in with a different lineup. He's come in with players that he's familiar with, and he's already got that first victory on the board. Now you look to go one further. Now you look to try and see if you can challenge. And realistically, God's Reign, obviously they'd love to be able to cause a massive upset, right? They'd love to be able to get into that grand final. But to even take a map off of a team like Aurora would position yourselves in our chain logic as being stronger than the Aussies. If you can take a map off of Aurora and drop down as that lower bracket consolidation final, then you've got a chance of facing Aurora again and maybe trying to do one better than what you did the first time around.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a goal that you, at the very least, want to try and aim for. I don't know if it's going to be achievable, though. Like, that's always one of the things. And I know it sounds like we're already writing this series off before it's really begun, but trust me, like, when we talk about the Aurora Gaming and such, the Aurora Gaming side and such like a high capacity and high praise, we truly mean that, because we've seen these guys in the European scene so much. They are going to be a tough cookie to beat. I feel like for God's Reign that's the most idealistic expectation for them, to take Ancient and then go down in a 2-1 series. To me, that feels like it's the most likely outcome in this best of 3.
I mean, just to give you an idea, in the last 2 months, we've seen Aurora play 2 grand finals, one of which they lost to Monty, who still had their previous players before dropping SDY and Bro. They were a top 10 team in the world. And the other one was Forza, in which they beat them and qualified to a LAN event in Australia. So knowing that this is a squad that even in Europe, even against some of the best competition in the world, they can still go to grand finals, they can still succeed. They'll look at this upper bracket final and say, let's do one better. We've proved it online, now we can prove that we can get into a grand final on LAN.
Once again, Ancient is going to be our first map in the best of 3, and obviously we talked up God's Reign in a very confident pick for them. The idea that they've gone to this one because they've done so well during the draft, during the RMR qualifiers, and during events like Dust 2 India's Masters. Over on the Aurora side, they haven't got much playing time in it, but they've still got victories over teams like Koi and Exanida, and they still press teams like Monty, you mentioned a moment ago, and Rebels, who have also been having their cracks at the higher end levels of the scene. So in terms of, yes, it being the best map that you could go for if you're God's Reign, it's still not going to be an easy affair.
No, it isn't. And starting on the city side of Ancient too, for Aurora, they'll look at this one as trying to shape up for a 2-0. Now, we can both sit here and say that it's one of the weaker maps in the pool. It's not the worst map in the pool. And when you look at weaker maps, you have to look at the competition that they're up against. And you mentioned high-end Tier 2 squads, a lot of European teams that they're familiar with.
Well, let's get into it, Dweg. Final predictions. Are you going to give the one map to God's Reign, or is it going to be a 2-0 for Aurora?
I'm going to go 2-0 towards Aurora, but I'm hoping that God's Reign can show us some good quality and some good competitive nature.
Do you know what? I'm going to go 2-1 to Aurora. I'm going to give God's Reign at least this one. Yeah. Just to give them a little bit of a silver lining. Again, I don't think that they're going to win this series. I think it'd be silly to predict them in that respect. However, Aurora, again, weakened map to start off the series. We've seen how awkwardly their opening maps have been so far in this tournament. And the pool of results is only one best of 3, admittedly, yes. But it is something to drag out. And for God's Reign, they can smell blood in the water here in my eyes.
Indeed they can, and being competitive in this first half is got to be the way to at least try and upset map number 1, to try and work Ancient into a map victory, try and go 1-0 up in the series. If you allow Aurora to get off to early success, if you allow them to get their economy in a good state, if you allow Deco to get onto the big green, that's where you lose all your advantages. Aurora, I actually think, are going to be very disrespectful on this CT side. They're probably going to try and take a lot of space away. They're going to look to challenge mid, they're going to look to challenge lane, and they're going to make it very uncomfortable for God's Reign to work defaults.
Well, let's find out how aggressive this is going to be from the CT basis. Again, Aurora will start there on the first half of this map up. God's Reign's map pick as we get things underway with our upper bracket final as the pistol round is live.
A lot of players coming out to A, and a very aggressive A main starts to come in from Aurora.
Kenzie indeed does peek ahead of the curb. See so many players. Deco's Julie's set and ready to receive. R2B2 cut down. Second and third and fourth players, in fact, being spotted. So plenty of T-side presence known about here. Do God's Reign start to back away off the back of that?
But they just cancel. They've actually done very well there. Seemed like it was going to be a faster play into A, probably get a smoke down to CT, molly out to default. They opt against it. And now for Aurora, this is where you search for information. Out from Big Box, there has been a contact to main.
Revan does start to fall away to rejoin his teammates who have fallen back into spawn, making their way around to that B-bomb site. You have also got rotations of Lackey coming in a little bit slow, but he's going to focus on mid, so no B defensive at all for them.
A heavy retake. God's Reign need to get themselves into some good post-planting positions. Molly goes down deep towards CT. They're looking to try and take some fights before the bomb count goes in.
You cover off all avenues of entry. So plant will be secure, nice and in the open. Lackey has made progress to move into the back lines. Back over at lane where the T's are not watching for at the moment. They have got their player over at the B doors who's wary of a bigger backstab out towards spawn. Eyes turned away. Lackey is watching and waiting for his man to peek him. His two teammates start to get set up in the meantime as they start moving together. Backs will be turned. Revan catches those two fantastic headshots, and Nori is left alone.
Lovely taps coming through from God's Reign, punishing that overextension out there in A main, and then slowing down the post plant. Lackey was waiting for that jewel to present out from the doors, and it just didn't come. Look at how hyped they are after that pistol victory.
Yeah, they know how important that is. You mentioned stopping the early momentum from the Aurora cam, the pistol going swimmingly for God's Reign. She's happy, they're happy, everyone's happy in the arena right now.
For God's Reign, that's the perfect start that you're after. You cancel, you slow the round down, Revan gets involved with a couple of strong picks, but now you're up against the anti-force buy, and this can sometimes be even harsher than losing the pistol. Need to look to try and go 2-0 up, look to not get into a double eco status.
Slow approach from them as a result here. Smoke's pretty deep on the CT basis, though. We'll try to lock them out of lane. They have already gained control of it, though, so counteraction any pushes that might come forward to that position. Nori continuing to fire away on his 5-7, just suppressing the only B defender on this half of the map, though. I need some quick rotations.
Aurora are making a slight info play out from Donut right now. Red smoke coming down to initiate the T's into mid. Nori's not hearing a lot out to lane either. I wonder with this Donut contact, can they draw them into a little bit of a crossfire? Can they draw them into that trap of Lackey and Deco?
Bobby starts, and Nori will get caught back to a 4-on-4.
Now this is where for Aurora now, trying to see if they can reshape themselves up, start positioning more players out towards that B site. Is going to be pivotal to recover everything. Finn might be able to cut some rotates off in red.
You say rotates, they are just stacked up in red now. These last two players, even being flanked by players that move into the back lines over on the B-bomb site. Scout shots of Deco doing some damage. I mean, there's a lot of damage being done to God's Reign across the board here. No player higher than 50 points of HP. But no casualties will get given away from Aurora from this point onwards. So they'll just hold on to the Kevlar and the Deagle and the Scout as a little bit of bonus into the harsher eco round that will be inbound as God's Reign make it 2.
And Kenzie is going to be a danger man on the CT side, especially once we start getting into some gun rounds. He's a very good player of working cave, cheater, and lane. So for God's Reign, I'm sure they would have watched a couple of the Aurora demos and tried to be ready for him. They've got to almost work it two ways. You can either work it extremely passively and give Kenzie that respect, or you play him very aggressively. You look to try and keep it high tempo towards that front side of cave, always look to try and see if they can engage against him. So that is one area of the map where God's Reign need to find a lot of success.
Well, by the end of that round, they did take 3 players with them on the way out of it. So, expense on that T-side line. A little bit to be considered about when it comes to the force back of Aurora if they want to go for it. I mean, the money's still not going to be fantastic, but they did save onto an AK from that previous round.
And again, you have to expect that for the wider audience, especially the local fans that are there in attendance, this is one of the biggest games they've probably ever witnessed. And for God's Reign to be able to cause an upset, to be able to cause a threat, would just be huge for the scene itself. And I think it would show how competitive and how well driven the Indian scene has been in the recent history to be able to at least get yourself into a position that you can take on a team like Aurora.
Well, early doors are certainly positive for them. Will they continue down that route, though, is the key question. Of course, Aurora have to make a decision here. AK of Kenty to protect him, to enable him with a force back. I mean, there's a few things to consider. It's a case of whether they want to try and punish that money on the God's Reign side. I mean, they took 3 casualties.
Yeah, that means nothing, though. No, keep it very light. Make sure that AK has some stability of a few upgraded pistols, but yeah, definitely not force again.
1 is in effect from Deco, and Belchanok has bought a piece of Kevlar. Maybe a half buy in the way that it's working up. We'll find out exactly how it looks in a moment's time. But again, all sorts of positivity for God's Reign here. Positioning themselves very nicely in this T-side start.
And I would only expect, with obviously the Skyesports Masters starting up in a few weeks' time, that the Indian qualifier is going to feature a lot of strong local teams, that pretty much all of the other Indian representatives are going to be watching God's Reign's officials and maybe seeing what weaknesses can be exposed. Because again, on the road here, they actually did lose a best-of-3 quite early on to Legacy Esports and had to ride that lower bracket run. Now, from that point onwards, that's where I think they showed a lot more, but it wasn't without its threats. Their lower bracket semi-final game was won 16-14 and 16-13. Double maps going to overtime.
Well, still triumph over, I believe it was the True Rippers was the team they faced off back then. And of course, went their way on to not lose a single map throughout the course of that lower bracket, including in that series. So close, but still came together all the same. And of course, they are the team that sits on the stage against the likes of Aurora. So positions held for them. And again, very nice confident stuff on their map so far. Still early doors for Aurora, though. As you mentioned, there shouldn't be a heavy buy into this round outside of the upgrade pistols that we will be, we should be seeing from them. They did buy one of them.
And for God's Reign, I mean, this is a perfect moment to test what their new lineup is like. Again, you can say that they've been together with some players that they're familiar with, but a new in-game leader, a new AWPer to the team, and only a month, you're prioritizing a lot of local competition, you're prioritizing a lot of practice, but this is where you prove it. This is where you prove, were those roster moves for the better, Jay? Were they going to improve our roster? Are we going to see more success off of the back of it? You prove it against top competition.
And this is the toughest you can face in this tournament. God's Reign up against the pistols once again. Only that AK on Kenty, which will hold out to the B stack, so they're going to protect the President in this round. Mac 10 is ready for an aggressive face, and Lackey is there. Flashed ahead, takes the fight, but both players fall, including that AK.
They try and get on the forward face out there to ramp. And now for Aurora, these double players out from Cave might try and strike against the other two.
Balvi starts leaning, smokes deep, nades on and mollies out towards Cave, and the entrance will not force any CT responsiveness. They know that they're going to be taking the bomb site and they want to focus on getting R2B2 here. Looks the right way and does get caught off guard. A rifle for Deco to try and play with. Does get offered another dink onto one's player, but still not able to get a secondary pick back. 1 on 4 for Belchanok.
God's Reign deal with that AK effectively. We saw Belchanok being the only A player. A lot of emphasis down there at ramp and there at Cave. And there's some damage being created. There's a little bit more from Belchanok. 3 casualties and an AK. We might actually look in for some exits and see what presents.
Was on the bomb site. Made quite a lot of noise about this. The backup is rotated into mid. Tapping the bomb once here. Going to try and force out further fights on the site itself. Not going to bite on God's Reign's camp. They check that bomb once. They'll move to check it again. Oh no! Caught switching to his knife. Fired up. Comes in from the back lines. And indeed, it will deal with the player. So 3-0 start for God's Reign. However, taking 3 casualties 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, they'll be very happy with that. Aurora know they are getting close to the double eco, that they are getting close to that reset. So a good rifle round here could actually really disrupt that early 3-0 start. God's Reign are losing too many casualties right now, and this is where they need to stabilize. M4s across the board. The only real cash in the money is going to be fired up. Everybody else is quite limited.
M4s v AKs, nice nades on Revan and R2B2. The first kill caught by Kenty, out a cheater, straight through that smoke. Timed it well, starts things off. The mid play comes in from Deco, who gets 2 more frags. Caught on a reload, Finn can take back him and Lackey. Advantage still remains with Aurora though.
Revan's desperate to try and get this trade against Kenty, but you've got to be wary when you're so low on HP. Already that press down from Ramp, missing the timing. Nori did not see the 2T players getting into Cheetah.
Backed up passive, but may still hold the defense. There's a bit of a push coming in from Nori. Cleared out the B doors and be ready for any rotations that might be set on the default, but really the bomb's going to go down here on the B site. Kenzie looks the right way, looks back into the play, gets his 3K and holds together the first round for Aurora. Very nicely done from them.
That's a very good response. Now, the anti-rush util was solid. You had an incendiary down there to lane, the HE, and then Kenzie just with the straight spam to work that opening kill. And then in from mid, you could just see the collapse. Yes, there's some trades that come through successfully out from Shelf, but Aurora, I said it at the beginning of the game, Jay, they're going to be disrespectful on their CT side. They're going to be on the front foot. They're going to be looking to take map territory away. And look at what that's done. It's forced a double eco. It has to be a buy here for the Indian squad.
Mention that economical damage. Tech-9s on 2, P250 on 1. 1 AK with a Galil. The rifle basis of God's Reign, and you mentioned the double eco situation. Get this round, force them out to harsher pistols, equalize the scoreboard, and then run away from there.
And for God's Reign, Revan and Fired Up are going to have to be the majority of the damage dealers. And the issue is, there is not a lot of map territory gained right now. Getting closer to the minute marker on the clock, you're outside elbow, you're outside of the doors, and it means that Deco can hold aggressively in from mid, and Kenzie can also hold aggressively into lane.
Your smoke's being sent in towards red, but a counter smoke at the CT side will block off the elbow entrance, so no real action from those A-site players. They look for kills. They do catch Deco straight through the smoke on Fired Up's part, so advantage for the T-side bases. They'll keep them away from mid for the time being, but God's Reign have that part of the map.
This crossfire in from Cave could be deadly. First point of contact is going to be Kenzie, then Lucky.
AK swing, spray comes through. M4 does get checked by R2B2. Advantage stays for God's Reign, but Kenzie still holds his nerve. It's where there's more players out in that position, but Cave is eventually overrun, as is the B-bomb site.
Yeah, very good trades out there from Cheetah, and now a quick backstab coming through from Belchnok out to Cave. He's being heard.
R2B2 ready for the man. Cuts him down easy as that. Nori, 1-on-3. Backed up behind the lane. The back lanes. Looking in from long to try and contest this bomb site. He has a kit, but he's got no utility for the retake, so it feels unlikely that he'll make this round work. Maybe an exit frag, keep the damage rolling. Rebuy back and counteract God's Reign. Even that's not going to come his way. Sees nothing on the site, starts to look to fall out of position. Tees will just re-aggress just in case, but they'll all get away, almost all get away completely alive. Finn brought off by Nori, so again, damage will come through, but it's 4 on the board of the T side.
That's a very good round coming through from God's Reign. Working that pick in from Deco, and then from our perspective, it looks like a solid bait and switch. Kenzie to drive a lot of the distraction away. Lucky that's peering and tucked out to that Cheetah corner, and it just gets overwhelmed. The trading game is very solid to that B side. They're overwhelming the Aurora side. 4-1. God's Reign are actually showing a very good disciplined T-side default right now.
Indeed they are. So much so that Aurora have called in a tactical, and Brain's going to discuss things with his team.
Yeah, very similar to how things panned out on Overpass in the opening map against the Aussies. They're not happy with the start. They're not happy with the competitive nature of the game right now.
They need to rethink things. You said, of course, how they easily bounce back against the Bad News Kangaroos in the second map, but 2 opening maps in their best of 3s for Aurora, which have not been as solid, at least thus far, in terms of Ancient. And God's Reign posting themselves up as a very cohesive unit, so this T-side is looking to only get better here. Aurora only have the pistols outside of this M4 and SMG, part of the half-buy. Part of the save as well of that particular rifle. And getting so close to punishing God's Reign's part of things. That nade and that spray, well placed from Fired Up. Nori's down.
Just all distraction out here to the B doors and lane. There is a contact on a walk out to A, and Deco's going to be able to catch it, but deep from CT.
Walk out, Deco trying to at least catch one headshot. Seeing one, tags him down. Fired Up and Finn, the tagged up elements here. Deeper mollies will not affect the forward player of the CT basis. Kenzie does catch her fired up in the end. So 4-on-4. The Deagle able to fight on Revenue, gets a little bit too aggressive. Advantage now taken by Aurora, and they quickly try and storm that bomb site. But Kenzie's backstab is removed, and Deco falls to the man advantage for God's Reign once again. Beltranov also caught back. Lackey left alone. Does take one player with him, but it's still a 5th round for the Indians.
And this is for God's Reign the perfect position that you want to be in. That you're putting pressure on your opposition, you're feeling hyped, you're feeling as if the crossfires are working nicely, that individually you're creating opportunities. And they are in a very good position right here at 5-1 up. And for Aurora, I mean, it's going to start getting scary quickly. There's no denying that. Unless they start responding in with rifle rounds and in a row, God's Reign are going to start steaming ahead with the lead.
Now they've got the firepower, they've had their tactical pause. Look at Revan getting caught completely flashed off. Incendiary is ahead of his position. He's not aware of how close Beltranov can be. He gets caught back for the opening pick. The smoke down does miss out against the wall, but Barbie still cancels anyway.
Kenzie out there towards Shelf, gets caught on a timing just when he peered down aggressively from Cave to look into lane. That's when the walk comes through. Finn is just walking through that elbow smoke. Kenzie's going to be fuming about that one. God's Reign, a strong decision to cancel there, especially when that incendiary drops. But now they have to try and gain the territory towards lane again.
All players on the CT side are at 100 HP. God's Reign have a couple of players tagged up and fired up, and Bobby.
That's a lack of info. You can see how defensive Aurora are right now. They're not seeing anything from mid. They're not catching anything out from red.
You said they might play a disrespectful style, but they're giving up this map control. The mollies coming in to start to indicate the execution. Nori still finds R2B2 posted. Finn is so ready for that. He is lighting up the server right now, but Lackey lights up the T side as he lines them up, knocks him down, and the mid play also comes in to close out the round.
Once more decent trades out there towards ramp, opening up an avenue to the bomb site, but Lackey in there with 2. The most experienced player on this Aurora side, making sure that that is not a round that goes the way of the opposition. Now, do we get into a scenario for Aurora that they can start developing a round streak, that they can start developing rounds in a row? Because when you look at the economy state, there isn't going to be another buy here for the T's.
And that damage compounding, leaving not much available. Fast rush will come in. Beltranov's going to hear it. Incendiary is going to come out a little bit late, so they'll beat him to the punch. He might need some backup here because he's the only player out over it. Donut can mow through 1.5 kills. Lackey and Deco get right back on it. Disallow that bomb plant bonus. Good effort there from God's Reign, especially overwhelming Beltranov, but still not enough to get a bonus in this round.
And this is where tactical timeouts are going to be very crucial in this first half for God's Reign, to make sure that they're all on the same page, that they're keeping their calm, because they know they've got off to a fiery start, that they've really been able to impress out here on Ancient. Do not let Aurora back into the game. Look at what happened for the Bad News Kangaroos. You were in a very good 9-3 scoreline. You let them back into the game. They took map number 1. You went into map 2 and got owned. You cannot let a team like Aurora back into a best of 3.
2 to make up for the CT forces. Finding their momentum at last. The rifle still set in. Lackey is going to find one of them. Finn straight through the smoke, sprayed down at elbow, and a teammate, 2 of them, in fact, looking to try and contest against the second player. Kenzie catching Barbie, fired up, going to try and look for that trade, but the smoke is in the way. The man will get back out towards Cheetah. No chance to punish for the Galil. The M4 holds his nerve further mid-phase from Beltranov, seeing nothing more. They'll back off.
Oh, Beltranov getting up here towards Shelf, pressure building, and now Fight Up's going to drop. Beltranov makes it a couple, and they've spotted out the AWP towards the bottom of the B doors. Oh, this is convincing. This is the best round we've seen from Aurora yet.
Raven's still going to try and give it a fight here. A minute to play with. Bomb on his back is isolated Lackey and has an escape route back at spawn, but that will be covered off very quickly by Aurora, so not a lot of breathing room. Smoke's in the way. He's going to try and isolate a pick back. Knows that there's a player watching at Cheetah. Kato timing as well for the shot. Has to hold that accuracy. He's got a quick scope in. Time running out on him. He starts to make his move.
He's expecting one of the backstabs to come through from elbow or from A main towards T-spawn, and it's just not approaching. I say that, and there's finally a reposition towards the cube from Deco, but he's very defensive off of this.
Flashes try and go over. Going to start to swing. AWP sees him, takes his shot, and that's all the info that Aurora need to lock themselves in place, knowing this guy's not going to break into that B bomb site. He's not got time to rotate to A. There's no options there forever now. A fourth will be locked in for Aurora. It's a case of whether they get this AWP, and if they do they get him after time. 10 seconds. They are closing in the pincers and will be looking to seriously put the money hurt against the T-side forces. Does fall down during the time limit, so they will get the money bonus, but Aurora get the round.
And right there in mid, what can you do? You've literally just been spammed from Lucky, who's playing red, and it's smoked off. That's unfortunate. There's no denying that whatsoever. The issue is Kenzie. That's the guy that was so difficult to deal with in that round. And I mentioned it, he's going to be a powerful player. He's a very annoying player to be up against, always looking to work around lane and shelf. And he's just in the util, isn't he? Working against that top cheater smoke, then comes back into cave, just keeps putting impact up on the board.
Now, God's Reign disallowed much in the follow-up round. Again, lost all their rifles. Lost bonus still building upon them. Tech9 a Finn to try lead the charge up from mid. Will be heard en masse by the likes of Lackey. Sprays down on first and second. Smoke will clear. He knows to back away from this position. Line up some more damage and a second kill. Now his teammate comes in and Nori and Lackey can clean up the last couple of players. Nicely held again. Only one casualty taken against the CT forces as God's Reign will now have to concede us back to an even scoreline stance.
And the head coach of Aurora Brain, he was very animated when they took that tactical timeout. Obviously not happy with how the start of the game had gone. I think now he's a lot more comfortable. He's looking at the team and he's thinking, okay, we're getting players alive. We're getting a few rounds in a row. We're disallowing bomb plants. Let's see if we can use that success right to the tail end of the half. Let's see if we can try and shape it up to be as much of a flawless streak as we can. And there he is, talking to the players once more.
Even scoreline stance. Aurora kicked into fifth gear. The fifth round on the board and trying to take the CT half recover. What was a very awkward start in God's Reign. Still trying to contest on this T side. Have their rifles to work against. They set a standard. Lucky, very aggressive ahead of this smoke. Is going to drive that player back. Not quite get as early of an opening kill, but maybe ready against Finn here. How far does he press?
This fight is everything. Revan actually catches off one of the ramp individuals. Lucky and Kenzie are trying to work together. Spam is good towards lane.
Good read on Fired Up. He's looking for another player as well. Unable to get him. The CT's back away from that aggressive stance in mid. Lucky still finds the kill on Finn for it, so that opening advantage is snatched away. The second player seen. Revan turns on with the shot. Ready for the player at Cave, who swings for the kill anyway. Deco keeps control.
Well, they know that Kenzie and Deco are on B now, because Kenzie's always the cave player. He's struck with that opening kill, so they know roughly where the positions are, and Lucky's mainly playing red. So this is where God's Reign have got to try and work and squeeze a pick back. Barbie, down from the bottom of the B doors, is waiting for that response, waiting for the aggression to come from ramp. Maybe an info play into lane. There isn't a lot of time for the T's to work with.
And that bomb slowly committing to its site hit. There is no aggressive force from Aurora in this position. You did see Kenzie get away from Cheetah and start to look back in to mid, but now he'll hold lane directly. Ooh, timing missed off from Bobby's part. He walks in, the perfect moment. A 2 versus 2 now set, but Deco is the site defender in this corner once again. Lines the first, lines up a second, and keeps a double in the round, a triple overall to take the lead back for the Russians.
There has been 2 gun rounds in a row now, Jay, in which they've had enough money and at least one player to drop, in which they can invest into the AWP, in which they can allow Deco to get into that power weapon. They've opted against it. This is so similar to that game against the Aussies.
The return from Aurora just coming in a lot earlier here. God's Reign left with a very broken buy state, still with all 5 rifles, but 4 of them being Galil's. 4 players try and make their way into mid. You're going to try and contest Lucky with a numbers game, but Kenzie able to pick one off. Finn down and out over at Cheetah. Blind sprays of Lucky, won't be able to line it up. Deco blind behind the smoke. Oh, even R2B2's caught with a straight bullet. Things just don't get any better for God's Reign. Barbie can finally get one back, but burns to 17 points of health. Finished off by Deco, the star man of Aurora, finally put back in his place, but there's nothing left for Fired Up here.
He's just farming. He's just having such a good game. Aggressive approach from Kenzie on low HP down from ramp is going to close it off. And when we reflect back against that game against the Aussies, 40 kills was gained plus. 48 was the full number that Deco was able to get in map 1 and map 2 combined. Now you look at him at dropping, what, nearly 20 kills in the first half?
Wonderful scenes from him once again. Becoming the punished player of Aurora Gaming. A hell of a recovery from a very awkward start that they gained in the first quarter. God's Reign could only go so far as that 5-1 lead. It is an easy return from the CIS squad, 6 in a row. And now look to catapult it into their next half.
And this is where it shows how much of a strong signing it was to bring Deco over. Everyone's familiar with his tenure out on 1 win and just what he was able to do there with some good players himself. But to move organization, to play with other players in the scene, and to be able to show up like this on your international LAN, God's Reign at 5-1 up, lost 6 rounds in a row. At least they were successful, Jay, from the start in the first half. Let's see if they can replicate.
Pistol would be a nice thing for God's Reign at the moment. Aurora set to the T side half. CT basis getting themselves a lead of 2. Statistics do show that their CT side is the better half on this map up. Will that reign true? God's Reign aggressing, or facing aggression from the Aurora Gaming camp. Lucky particularly closing the gap against the player in at Donut. That's fired up, fired against Finn, trying to trade back here over at Shelf. You'll see one player, they've surrounded him though. Plant will be secured. The B site's been taken, but Finn does clap back with a responsive. He doesn't last long though.
Now look at Lucky in the position out from Donut, just trying to slow these players down. The Julies does catch him off in the end, but it's going to take them a while to get into the bomb site.
Oh, Deco, what a shot though. Revencourt, Bubby next, R2B2, all that remains. The player that clapped heads in the first best of 3 for God's Reign, at least taking Deco down, but P250 of Kenzie next to face, R2B2 next to fall, pistol taken by Aurora.
And that entire round comes off of the back of a strong lurk from Lucky. Comes out elbow, gets himself into Donut, catches off that first player. That's just all distraction. That's to full rotate those B players over, make it uncomfortable for the players in from CT. Lucky is just driving players further and further away from B. And then even Deco's tap towards elbow. Clinical. Strong pistol from Aurora.
Really going to springboard off the back of this now. CT side may need to find a shutdown. Will they go for the harsher eco? I think we saw mostly just the default pistols. We haven't seen the definitive buy just yet. Small tech issue again for the Aurora camp, so we'll get, I believe, Nori back in the server. Yeah, things still looking great for the Russian squad. God's Reign going to have to think about their position from here on out. And again, that key question, do they try and force the economy early like Aurora tried to do in their first half?
Yeah, it's definitely a risk. There's no denying that one. And it puts guts if you do try and force buy-in. It tries to put pressure immediately on your opposition. But with the way that Deco is playing right now and the knowledge that this is his 5th international LAN, Jay, and he has never played in a grand final on an international LAN. He's never been there. The best he's been able to achieve is top 4. So now you're in a position, upper bracket final, opposition map pick. You're putting on a show. You're putting on a lot of impact. If you can take this first map in the series, that would edge the conversation to be so much easier for Aurora because, again, there was a scare in the first 6 rounds of this map.
Had our concerns about repeating performances like against the Bad News Kangaroos. And certainly in a certain capacity, it did start that way. But again, the bounce back from Aurora was much earlier in this map. God's Reign, also their map pick in this series. They went to Ancient because of how confident they've been in the domestic circuit. And again, some of that confidence has shown up here. It's just that when Aurora got going, they weren't able to respond. CT bases may have to lock in when they get those rifles out. Very unlikely win in the second round of the half here. Again, we'll see what kind of strategy they take towards the buy. I'm not seeing any upgrades as of yet. A lot of question marks here.
Well, I'll give you a bit of an answer about the early start as well for God's Reign. Oftentimes what you see from underdogs and local teams when you go up against international competition, you got a few pocket strats, right? You got a few pocket scenarios of how you want to achieve the early game, what you want to do on pistol, what you want to do on first gun round, maybe what you want to do on the second. But when you get deeper into the game, when you get into more consistent gun rounds, that's where you need to adapt. That's where you need to change on what you want to offer and start to work around what your opposition is doing. And that is what is so uncomfortable and difficult for local teams. Because you don't have that experience, right? You don't have that experience playing on stage being punished. Going up against guys like Deco. Going up against guys like Kenzie. So it puts a lot of emphasis on the in-game leader of Barbie to be able to try and get them out of this uncomfortable scenario. A pistol win would have been fantastic, obviously, in the second half to just kickstart the opening few rounds. I mean, we saw it as well, getting really pumped, getting really animated. It looked like they were loving it. And the issue is that it's difficult to keep that same energy, right? It's difficult to work that same emotion if you're not getting success. If you're losing 4, 5, 6 rounds in a row, there's nothing to cheer about. There's nothing to pump up the boys.
We talked about mental games so much over the course of the last couple of days with GRDX and even with Bad News Kangaroos during their underdog matchup. Now it's the onus with God's Reign to try and keep their mental in check. Tagging momentum, of course, for the Aurora Gaming camp and still have a stranglehold over this current lead. Momentum well and truly to their favour. Case of carrying that on again. God's Reign. When is their shutdown going to come to the fold?
Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of interviews from the majority of teams at this tournament with the Dust 2 India, and it definitely seems as if the approach of the mentality standpoint is giving Aurora a good run for their money. Coming into those games confident, which you've got to be. You can't go into these games thinking, oh, we're going to get slammed out, we're not going to win a map. You have to believe in yourself. And for God's Reign, I want to see some of that belief in the second half. I want to see some of that success we know they can offer on the city side of Ancient in the local teams.
Basic pistols will be in for God's Reign. No force back on their part. The Zeus is the only thing that fired up Sport. And Aurora heavily playing into the A side where the stack is in play for these pistols. God's Reign, how much they're going to get out of this here. Molly Sentinels, the back line stinks down, will be received against the T side line. Kenzie does get that one frag. Deco does get overwhelmed. Damage has been done to Belchanok, the same. Nori deals with Bubby in the back lines. USP of Revencourt aggressing further forward. R2B2 and fired up, locked out of the bomb site. Good efforts from the CT forces, but now they're getting rushed down by Matt 10s. Nori wants his payday, and he's only going to get one of those picks, so a little something for fired up, but it's not a rifle.
It's definitely uncomfortable when you're running into a pistol stack. It doesn't matter if it's only one Zeus of an upgrade. That many players all tucking on the corners. It's uncomfortable, and it shows that by the HP bars. Belchanok was low. Deco was getting dinked. A couple of kills is actually pretty decent there for God's Reign.
Yeah, with nothing to work with, it's probably the best thing you can ask for. Now comes the true challenge again. No force buy, no economical reset against them. They can buy up into this next round, bring those M4s to the fold. They've allowed Aurora to get a 4-round lead. For God's Reign, this rifle round is very important to them. A loss here with no one staying alive will not give any basis to rebuy around the gun, so it might end up going to 11-5, and that's a very difficult comeback to make happen, even for a CT side of Ancient. Again, grouped up on the defaults for Aurora, 4 players in and around main.
Revan's got no util back here at Temple, so he just has to respect the contact and fall back defensively in Temple.
Barbie quick to make his way forward. Tapper, the M4, reveals himself. 2 players in a donut now to hold the defensive. A 4th man also on the way from spawn. Boost up to allow a bit of a deeper contact to the CT side. Fired up, does find Kenzie. Revan gets forced forward into contact. Finally, they deal with Barbie as a 4 versus 4 ensues, and fired up is caught back. Nade sent over towards Temple. Bomb is in the open. 3-on-3, making it 2. Nori mows down Finn on low HP, and R2B2 all that remains.
A very difficult scenario of the 1v3 because Aurora are just slowing this round down. They're freezing up, they're keeping guns up. There should be no way forward in this clutch.
Check out Temple, look to engage. Nori has to stand and fight, and R2B2 does isolate him. Look for that second player, do damage, but Lackey gets away with the casualty and the round itself. The streak continues for Aurora, now 9 in a row.
And I don't know if that's miscommunication, Jay, or just perhaps a lack of protocol. What's happening there in Donut? How is there one player defensively behind the smoke and one player aggressive? You got to make two options there. You've either got to double back and both play behind the smoke or both play in front of it. You can't be hesitant. You can't be off one another. Barbie gave away such an easy kill to Lucky, and it's those small mistakes that you're going to get punished for so heavily against this level of competition.
Even Revan caught off guard in mid. Belchanok picks him up, follows suit on R2BT, providing support in from lane. Finn might not be known about. He has been tagged up in some capacity, so maybe that Molotov did burn away at him. Belchanok's checking it. It's a case of where he's positioned to. Did he fall back? Is he still holding that corner? He discovered at a moment's notice here. Does get that first headshot on Kenzie, so that's one good kill. The bomb should go down for it, and Belchanok lets him get no more. One player left in cave, one player left back over at A. Really not much breathing room for God's Reign. These upgrade pistols get very little done. Look towards the next gun round, which will be their last chance on Ancient.
Just knowing that the rounds have been fairly competitive, that you can look at the majority of contests and say that God's Reign are holding their weight, it feels as if it's masked against those 10 rounds in a row. This has been a dominant streak from Aurora, and it very much shows that tactical timeout at 5-1 was probably the most important tactical timeout they could have made in this entire best of 3. I love the way that Brain comes in, realizes we're in an awkward position, let's turn it around, and look at what they've been able to achieve.
Double ops in play for God's Reign. Trying to change the pace. Revan set his back over at Temple, fired up on that B defense. Very fast execution onto that B-bomb site as well, driving the player in the back lines back away from long. Kent's going to try and look out for it. Bubby does get that one frag. R2B2 dealt with. AWP misses, and Lucky can get his double. Bomb site taken. Bomb is on the way, or is it actually lane? Established control by Bubby's part. You'll see that bomb. Flash sent in. Player looks to get away. Both go down as they peek together, and these two individuals of God's Reign may have bailed them out.
Lucky needs some support to come through from Kenzie, but they're separated right now. Swing comes through from lane. Lucky gets away with one.
Kenzie's all that's left. Back over to the back lines. Now no longer supported. Needs to isolate each of these fights. Needs to grab that bomb, and the AWP is so ready for this. Revan will look to hold his nerve. His Finn will watch out for any backstabs that can come through. The smoke does go onto the doorway, and the Molotov will clean out that back cubby corner. Kenzie revealing himself to finally grab the bomb. For 40 seconds, needs to win a fight here.
He's waiting for that reposition from Finn. He's hoping that he re-aggresses on the other side of the smoke at the B-doors.
Meanwhile, Revan closes in the pincers and catches Kenzie off in the back line, so survival for God's Reign for now.
Right there, the bomb tries to come out from the doors. The flash is pretty good. I would say the reposition was slightly too late. Just as the flash was starting to clear, that's when they could come in for the contact. And that entire round is won off of the basis of that shelf play.
And that it is. Still 5 more to make up for God's Reign. Still got a buyback from Aurora to follow it up here. Default utility sets, of course, coming in to establish map control. Mid walks out from the 2 T-side players. You've got Revan's AWP to try and meet them over at Donut. He'll get smoked off here. Lucky sees that gap being opened up, the AWP revealing himself, but no casualties yet.
There's a lot of respect. Lane's been taken pretty freely, mid's been taken pretty freely. God's Reign are not challenging these aggressive maneuvers at all.
Start the walk here from R2B2. Is he ready for the player at red? Belchanok's ready for Revan. Straight face of the AK. Sees that second player. Doesn't quite get him. R2B2 will also chime back on Lucky, but Nori in with the trades. 3-on-3. They're going to storm that A bomb site. Are they ready for the AM4 to his left-hand side? Yes, he is. Nori adjusts, and R2B2 left alone to try hold the defensive. Gets caught off guard as Nori adjusts the same. Finn left alone to clutch a 1-on-3. Gets Kenzie in at red. Now 2 more players on the bomb site.
Try and play defensive. Look to get out towards main, and he strikes towards default.
1-on-1 now. One more pick to find. He sees the shoulder popping out. Sprays back and forth from both players. Blinded, but Finn is on the site. Kit's on him. Taps it once. And Nori will need to play his cards perfectly. He calls his bluff. He waits for his moment on the defusal. Tap again. Needs to find this fight. Nori Oh, he's playing this to perfection. Finn's running out of time and now needs to stick the full 5 seconds here. Can't find the bomb. Taps it again. Tries to force out that player. Does damage. Nori on 7 points of HP. He'll burn, but he'll get Finn and he'll get that point for Aurora.
Oh, played him like a fiddle, didn't he? Look at the way he stalls it out. Twice the bomb gets tapped, and twice Nori does not even move. The third time it gets tapped, he jump spots over, sees that he's not honoured. That is time wasting at its absolute finest.
What a round. Intelligence above all for Aurora. And again, map point for them has been gained. Ancient giving 6 opportunities for the CIS squad to close it down. Adjustments from Nori, of course, set up that bomb site. And for Finn, I feel so bad for him, man. He got so close to winning this clutch. But the mind games favour the experience, and the international squad, of course, taking 2 tacks back-to-back just to make sure that everything is definitely in order. They just need 1 round.
And Nori just knows, man, there's no way he's going to stick a 5-second defuse at this sort of situation. On land, maybe online he might, but not on land. Let the pressure build. Let the pressure get to him. And for Aurora, it is incredible to see the way they've bounced back on this map. After a slow start, again, from both best-of-3 series, as the form that they are transitioning in, they are looking even more threatening today than what they did against the Aussies.
You said before, the awkward start was turned around much quicker in this map-up, and it continues to pound in God's reign. Yes, Aurora did lose their streak, their 9 rounds in a row that they had gained. Ended up going 10 rounds before they finally got shut down. They don't need any streaks here to keep this under control. They just need the 1 good victory, and that will seal the deal.
And for God's reign, this is the perfect moment to bounce back with a bit of survival. Get closer towards those double digits. Get closer to a threat of maybe starting that conversation of an overtime. Because right here, they haven't been able to show the depth in the second half. And it hasn't helped that the buys have always looked weak. The util's been weak. We've seen the odd MP9 and FAMAS as you come into what could be potentially the last round here on Ancient. And you've got, what, a Scout, a couple of MP9s, a FAMAS, a single M4.
Even in those rounds that Aurora were losing on their first half especially, right, they kept making it damaging. They kept taking 3 players down, so economy has been a constant concern. M4 only on Finn. Scouts of Revin, SMGs, and FAMASs for the other 3. Kenzie does find that FAMAS, so that's your start-up. Aurora, more pressure to be applied by Finn. He's going to have to win this fight. Utility caught in Kenzie's hands, and Finn backs away.
It needs to keep that emphasis up, though. They need to challenge out here to lane. That resmoke is clearing to the doors, and they're just waiting for the response. This comes in very slowly from Aurora.
Alchinook wary of that elbow press. 1 man to defend that A bomb site. The Scout player may have to face some resistance. The bomb is slowly committing, slowly rotating into its final mark. A smoke down over at CT and 1 towards Donut. The Molotov cleared up. They're going to sell them on some sort of execution. Will it be finalized here? Revan, Scout shot missed. Second player comes in. Bomb's about to try commit as Deco does find Finn elsewhere. So 4 versus 2 now. Man down again for God's reign. Overwhelmed is fired up, and Revan's all that remains. So caught out, doesn't know where to look, doesn't know that he's been played again. And this should be map for Aurora.
And Revan's going to try his best with the Scout. No, don't tell me they're going to try a knife in. The knives come out, Revan!
Oh,
no! Doesn't quite get it. 13-6, last scoreline there from Aurora. And once again, Jay, Deco has been the man of the hour. 17 kills in that first half, shaped up that recovery from the 1-5 deficit to the 7-5 lead.
Yeah, if he's not the MVP of this map up, then I don't know what else to say about that. Like, he's certainly shown up MVP performances throughout the course of all the maps so far, and started off that whole situation in terms of the return from Aurora's camp. They've looked so awkward at the start of things. They really didn't have the best of basis to start the map, but in the end, it all just looks good. It looks like the Aurora we wanted to see, and of course, they take the opening map in this series.
And for God's reign, you could see as well some of the faces on the players, Jay, not happy with how that went down. Because again, when you get off to that strong start, you feel as if you are in a threatening position to really make something happen. And unfortunately, that just didn't happen. There was a steamrolling second half. And there it is again, Barbie chatting to the guys. Yeah, 5-1 up, only getting away with 6 rounds, you won't be happy.
I'm very appreciative of this, though, because the idea that you recognize that that was your key threat in the series and you don't want to like go right back to like, oh, now we're going to lose, now it's not going to be so easy. Obviously, us and as analysts are going to look at that and say it's most likely that this is now going to be a 2-0 with their only real chance for the God's Reign side being wasted there on Ancient. But the fact that they're diving in saying this is what went wrong, this is what we're going to have to improve, and now we're going to play with our hearts out because this has now gotten even more difficult than it already was for them.
And for God's Reign, they definitely tasted success. There's no denying that, but so did the Bad News Kangaroos. And for Aurora, it shows once more, Jay, that you might be able to threaten for a part. You might be able to threaten for a moment, but can you threaten an entire map? Can you threaten an entire series? It seems unlikely for the favorites.
Well, we are using this sole head-to-head against Aurora as a comparison point for our underdogs and dark horses in the tournament and the two teams, the underdogs that remain there. And the idea is that the reality of the situation is that, look, Bad News Kangaroos carried that first map over to a total of 11 rounds against Aurora. That wasn't the case for God's Reign. You talked about the similarities in the way things started, but Aurora able to lock on and focus up and get themselves together much earlier in this map than they did against the Kangaroos. So this now looks like it's probably going to be more favourable to the Aussies in this case, but God's Reign, they've got the right mentality. It's a case of how they apply it to map 2.
Yeah, they've got to show us more. Again, they would have felt as if they could have at least made double digits, right? That they could have at least challenged more. I mean, it shows towards the tail end of the first half, they were just getting smoked. Like, there was rounds of 4, 5 alive from Aurora, and then you get into the second, you lose first pistol, you lose first gun round. You're not working with many more chances where you can realistically say, okay, this is when we can start putting rounds up. Yes, there was a good sequence of that double kill out there to the top of shelf that provided at least one round success in the second half, but across the board, that looked comfortable for Aurora, and that's the most scary prospect, is that when the favorites look comfortable, I don't know how you can beat them.
Even when you compare their stars, right? You mentioned Deco, of course, dropping 21 frags in that first map, but you still got guys like Finn who dropped 19. So on paper, not even bad numbers from his own individual part, but the number of times he was beaten out by Deco and the number of times that Deco was able to multi-frag off the back of that and really open up these rounds, and the lack of support that was really able to come together in the training game for that God's Reign side. Like, it really just, on the eye test alone, looks so fantastic for Aurora before we get into the intricate details of the numbers and the stats.
And one aspect that it certainly shows is that Brain brings a lot to this team. You look at that tactical timeout when they were struggling, when they were down in the dumps, and how quickly they turned it around. I feel as if for the other teams we've seen in this competition, for the Aussies and for God's Reign, we've seen them use tax, but we haven't seen that sort of implementation of instant success like we have for Aurora.
Well, I've noticed that God's Reign don't have a coach standing behind them. I think that's only the admin that's back there. So that sixth perspective that Aurora have is another benefit to their name. I mean, obviously the Bad News Kangaroos, they had Mini behind them, so they were able to keep up pace when it came to those tactical pauses, but there is no extra element to give them a little bit more insight and give them a bit more motivation or some sort of avenue of recovery, I think, for the God's Reign side. And maybe that's part of the reason why they've not been able to mount up to those attacks in the same way that Brain has done with Aurora Gaming.
And we came into this map having the conversation where it's very strong locally for God's Reign. It's an uncomfortable map. It's not one of the strongest in the pools for Aurora Gaming, and you get away with a 13-6. I think that shows that this man up on screen, Adeko, is a difference maker no matter which map it is.
Yeah, MVP of game 1, probably MVP of the tournament. He's putting in a seriously good case for himself overall. Like, it's just been such a lights out performance from him in both the first and second best of 3s for Aurora. We've discussed that en masse so much because you are right. Like, in terms of God Reign's key opportunities to make something happen in this series, this was it. So the idea that you're translating a strong map for yourselves in the region now over to the international stage and it hasn't quite worked out for you, it just goes to show how above everyone else Aurora is right now.
And that's what they look to prove coming into this tournament, Jay. They are our favourites for a key reason, and looking at that showing at a 13-6, I think they've shown a lot. Across the board, Kenzie was very threatening once they were able to find that form of a couple of rounds in a row. And just the kill distribution spread, very clinical, right? There isn't just one guy up and away. Like, I know obviously Deco created a lot of rounds and moments up there with 21 kills, but you compare from, what, 17 to 13 for the rest of the guys, everyone was holding their weight. Even Nori, who's down there at 14, he had such an impressive 1v1 where he was playing the time against Finn.
Yeah, had the impact to back up his... I mean, not so stellar numbers in terms of like relative to the rest of Aurora Gaming. But look, even in terms of like the other players that weren't top fragging for God's Reign, he's still able to beat them out, as did Belchinok here. So for Aurora, again, across the board, they were outclassing God's Reign. It led to that 13-6 on Ancient, and it could lead to a relatively quick 2-0. Mirage is up next, and you have to think about God's Reign. Like, yeah, they can probably take things back a little bit more basic in the strategies, but this is such a strong map for Aurora. We've seen it time and again in the European scene. Yes, they might have lost some situations to some underdogs in previous weeks and months, but I don't think that's going to really apply against a team like God's Reign.
Well, let's just take this map as an example, and the last map against the Aussies as an example. On average, they're losing 5 rounds in a map. That's not a lot, right? That's not a lot of contest. And now knowing that you're going into something strong like Mirage, you've just mentioned, that this could very easily be another map in this tournament in which it's a blowout, in which it's a comfortable showing from Aurora.
Yeah, and that's rather unfortunate for God's Reign, because, again, I gave them the credit, right? I really wanted to see a 2-1 out of this series. I really wanted to see them win out Ancient. I thought that Ancient was going to be their key opportunity, and the fact that it's gone now means that I can't really say anything in terms of Mirage itself. So we'll go towards that short break and figure out what they've discussed. They definitely are having intense discussions on the God's Reign side, because it will be a tough affair on map 2. The pick of Aurora after the break.
Incisive pass. Vinicius Junior. And on to Bellingham.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Pulled up to the set when I heard that brutal sound of the bass. Start to feel like I'm dreaming, man should have seen that look on my face. But I'm so low key, I'm an anonymous G that I left no trace. But when I step 1 foot in the room, I'ma set this pace. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound, better rise up when I shut this down. I feel like king of the hill when they're never gonna take my crown. That's the type of my sound, better rise up when I shut this down. Yeah. My God. Yeah. I feel like king of the hill when they're king of the hill. My God. It feels like murder. Setting them alight when I lit that flame. Try pulling up side by side for the race, just realize that we're in a different lane. Yeah, see I'm out here killing the game. How can you claim that we're living the same? See in reality we ain't on a similar stage. You're sitting in the crib while I'm singing my name. That flames, whole of the city on lock. The coldest flows and the cream of the crop. We've them bees with a lean and a bop. Got a phone line ringing to the heat don't stop.
Well, a lot of work will need to be done for God's Reign to try bring this back. Now their key opportunity in Ancient has been removed. Mirage is up next, the pick of Aurora's camp. And, well, look, like we thought there'd be a lights-out unit over the course of this tournament. They've proven to be just that over the course of their best-of-3s. And here they stand against the hometown heroes. Unfortunately, no heroes in server for God's Reign. They've had some time to talk. They've had some time to figure it out. I don't know what they're going to bring to the table on this map-up, but I'm pretty convinced it's not going to be enough to try and beat out Aurora today.
Well, for God's Reign, they've got to believe that there's still a chance that they can send it to a third. Even if it is a minimal chance, there is still one. We know that they've had awkward early starts. We know that that's something they've been struggling with over the course of 2 out of 3 maps that they've played in this competition. So it's about applying that position and more. So for God's Reign, it's the first time that we get to see them on Mirage, on HLTV with this new lineup. So what better way to do it against the best team in the competition?
I mean, yeah, that's certainly one angle of looking at it. But as you said before, like Aurora has just been so proficient on this map. Prior to their loss against the Young Ninjas, they were on a 4-map winning streak and they had some very, very one-sided results against some of Europe's best opposition, right? 9 Pandas playing in the major, that was a 13-1. You've got the Rebels, they're 13-5. Just so many great results from strong teams in the world at the moment in the Tier 2 region. And it just looks like there's no real workability in terms of just history. Like, yeah, you can talk about intangibles all you want and you can say that, right, well, God's Reign, this is their first chance to make things work with their new elements, with their brand new roster. But in terms of what we've seen from Aurora, it's a very, very standard pick for them. One of their stronger ones in the best of 3 and in the pool in general. Like, I just see a lot of positivity for the Russians in this one.
And I'd actually like to see if we get more impact out of someone like R2B2, who, again, I think shown a lot locally in recent history. Didn't get off to the best of starts there on Ancient. Felt as if he wasn't quite providing those key rounds. Finn was. Now, he actually came away, especially with the early few rounds of the half. He was creating opening kills. He was working some multis out there in mid. So while Finn's had a very good showing, I think a little bit more support from the backup dancers is going to be key on a map like Mirage.
Yeah, I feel like if R2B2 had a bit more impact, then that scoreline could have been a lot closer on Ancient, right? Like, if he was continuing to pop heads, like, you remember how incredible he was against Garuda, right, in that first round, and how many frags he was getting, like, trying to see if he can compete with Deco's numbers. But in that last map there, he wasn't quite as on it as we maybe had hoped to be, right? Finn certainly was, so in terms of consistency, he might have that to his name. But if R2B2 gets fired up and starts really getting involved in the star potential we've seen from him over the course of this tournament, then yeah, maybe there is a chance in which they can do some damage here.
And I think we were talking about it at the end of the show yesterday, Jay, is that even though you might be able to do that against the Indonesians, it's a completely different ball game when you go up against this level of competition. Now, obviously, Addict keep catching our eyes when we looked at his game this morning, when we looked at the game that he had yesterday, but there is no denying that Deco is the #1 player in this tournament for me. He outpasses Addict, even though it is only 1 kill difference. When we look at pure raw impact, he is #1 by far.
Well, look, it's 1 kill difference whilst they have a map in hand as well. Like, they've got that chance to completely springboard against Addict, and I don't doubt that Deco can do that against God's Reign here in map number 2, and that's also considering the grand finals that he'll be able to play out. Like, look, in terms of those 2 individual stars, they have been the stellar elements so far on the frag counts for their respective teams, but Deco has certainly been giving the wins to the favour of Aurora, so a chance again to springboard against Addict, because again, as mentioned before, top fragger of the last map, 21 kills to 12 deaths. He was the MVP, and rightfully so.
And just tasting that grand final, tasting that top 2 minimum position from Deco is why he made that journey over, why he's made this reposition over to Aurora to look for more success, to go further than what OneWin was able to do. And knowing that you're comfortably taking map #1, you're now going into home turf of Mirage, this is the best way to do it. This is the way to do it in a 2-0 convincing fashion.
Yeah, I mean, look, it does favour him, I think, just in general, like, it starts in the tournament. But Mirage obviously is one where you can very easily work with his own role, right? We talk about him being the AWP player, and he's got the rifles in his hands, and he's been doing well with both of them. I mean, you can try find those opening picks down the apartments and in the mid control, for instance. There's a lot of opportunities for Deco to really get involved in this kind of a map.
I actually do not remember any AWP impact across this entire tournament from him. I mean,
That's also
obviously there's a few rounds, right, that like he brings the AWP out, but when we remember the highlights, we're remembering the rifling. So while we probably will still see a lot of impact with the AWP of Deco, it's shown how strong he's been on the rifle. And look, if you can do that at a cheaper expense, if you don't need to sacrifice the money on the AWP and deliver even more, man, keep him on the M4 and the AK. Keep him working with the economy to drive this position in for Aurora.
If it works, it works, and it's been working so far. It's a case of versatility if they ever want to bring it out. And again, Mirage plays into his potential role and also plays into his position in terms of what he's been doing the most damage with in the rifle basis. So again, I'm very encouraged by what Aurora are bringing to the table, what their leading man is bringing to the table in this map up. But again, I'm looking at God's Reign, I'm thinking to myself, it's still going to be a very tough draw. Unpredictability is going to be their key sort of strength here. The idea that Aurora have not seen this team play this map in its full 5-man unit, and that is the only positive that we have for God's Reign at the moment. How far can that carry a team like God's Reign?
Only to so much to an extent. Realistically, they can keep this map more competitive. I actually believe they can keep it more competitive than Ancient. I still don't think it's enough to win the map. Getting that boundary from having competitive rounds, from keeping them on edge, to pressuring your opposition, to then putting 13 rounds up and winning the map, it's completely different. So for God's Reign, look to do one better than Ancient. Look to try and see if you can secure more than 6 rounds. And if that does come through, then you drive in a position of, okay, let's face off against the Aussies. Let's try and beat them, and let's try and rematch Aurora after. If that does come through, you've already got a series under your belt. You've already got a win under your belt. You've got more hype. You've got more energy going into that grand final.
Yeah, we are shaping up with the way things stand to see that God's Reign versus Bad News Kangaroos matchup. I don't want to try and delay it, certainly. I think they would certainly much more prefer to reverse sweep this series if that's all possible. I mean, certainly from a mentality perspective, they have to try and approach this as if they want to try and do that. Again, we're thinking in the more realistic terms. But again, look, I think they've got the right mentalities about them, right? You saw Barvi at the end of that map up. He was didn't look all that happy with the way that things were going down. He was having a lot of words. I don't know what words were said, obviously. But look, in terms of their own mentality behind this map up, like they have got the right approach to things. It's all about that execution in my eyes.
And you're going to know as players, right, there's going to be some hot heads on a team. Everyone wants to win. That is the bottom line. Everyone wants to win. And it's tough to take those losses. But if you want to improve, if you want to bounce back, you have to all be on the same page. So being able to discuss what happened at the end of that map, I'm sure there's not a huge amount you can respond with until you watch that map back later this evening, tomorrow. But just to get everyone more positive, to forget about what happened on that last map, to come through with a fresh mindset, to come out here on Mirage, and then review that Ancient at a later date. Review that Ancient at another time outside of the here and now when you're going into map number 2, a very important map of the series.
Yeah, I can't stress how important it is for them because it's their last chance really to remain in the upper bracket. I mean, it's not elimination for God's Reign. They have that safety net of the lower bracket finals, but when you're in the upper bracket finals, you do want to drive towards the final match of the tournament, right? And when you're in this position where you've done so well in the first game, you want to carry that success over to the next one. Even though it's a very different step up compared to GRDX, like this is still a series in which, look, they had a very positive start. They looked like they were going to carry momentum onwards off the back of that 5-1 scoreline, and you weren't able to do that. So maybe your chance of disappearing before your eyes, right? Again, in terms of where they stand in the tournament, this is their key opportunity to really pound in their potential as a grand finalist team.
And just to give a bit of an idea of scorelines too, Aurora in that second half of Overpass went 10-2. They then went 13-4 on a combined map 2, and now they've gone 13-6. This is 3 maps back-to-back where we have seen dominating ends to the map, dominating finishes, and it does put it in your mind, what kind of scoreline are we expecting? Are we expecting a ballpark figure of something like a 13-5, 13-6 around there again? Or can we have a more competitive game? Can we have that 13-11 that we saw against the Bad News Kangaroos?
Well, I think it was all going to depend on how far their stars can frag out on the God's Reign side. Again, we want to see more out of R2-B2. We've seen plenty from Finn. If those 2 players get involved, then maybe we could see some heads pop in and Aurora having some more difficult times. But for now, we have to find out how the pistol is going to play out. For God's Reign, there's an all-important start in this map up as Aurora are up by 1 away from taking their spot in the grand finals as Mirage goes live.
We've seen quite frequently Deco liking the P250 and armor and the pistol. Work him out from ramp. A lot of players starting to work up from connector.
USP of Finn fires away, but Lackey draws out first blood against him. 2 more CTs to hold down the defensive. Kenzie ready for the short walk, swings out. Bobby going to get caught off. There is a trade back from R2B2, but Revan falls in the meantime. So man advantage continues to get extended by Aurora. Check out CT Spawn, where Fired Up is going to try and hold from. Nori takes his face and fight against him. Does hit the headshot in the end. And R2B2 low HP for an ace clutch.
A very good positioning for Kenzie to walk all the way up to short and pretty much give himself an off angle. A 1 kill returns out from the murder hole anymore? No, not to be. Aurora Gaming, initial starts out there from Con was very successful. That first pick towards the triple box from Con pretty much opened up that A-side.
Springboard to cut the rotations as well from the short position. Very nicely played there on all fronts. You can see how Kenzie really put the hurt against him. He was the only player that fell in that round. Execution solid on the A bomb site. See how Revan fell. Now Fired Up, got overwhelmed in the end. Very nice and confident pistol for Aurora. Exactly what you want to see from this early start of the Russian team. It was the early starts that really hindered them in their first maps of their series. So much like it was on Inferno, positive stuff.
Lackey searching out here from main. A molly down towards Dark will force at least Barbie out into the open.
Molly sent, Matt 10 burst. Lucky does catch him in the end. Take a fair amount of damage. Use the 1 lurker on the A bomb site though. Stack on B. They'll start to read it. They'll get the plant down. And there's no need to waste time in this round.
Finn has still got to be worried about Kenzie. We saw in the last round that he cut off that rotation. How many rifles get picked up, I wonder? I mean, do any of these AKs press aggressively and hopefully a chance of a CT side to get at least 1 AK?
Revan's found the tag scout and HE combination on Belchanok, so it's 1 gun dropped. See how quickly Lackey backs away with his, though, opting not to stick around much longer with the damage that was done by that HE. Deco does catch Revan to the back lines, but there is a player holding for it. Of course, the bomb will go up, and there's not much the Godsrain can do about that. It's all about this hunt here. Player in at the corner, seen Deco's face back, still watching. Bench sees the head of the player, now knows that he's out there. Info on 2, they'll start to press the issue. Player up in the apartment's going to try and contest. Finn gets caught, no more rifles dropped to the hands of the CT forces as they locks in that second for Aurora.
A very expensive round at the tail end. They're trying to see if they can take as many of those CTs out, move away that Kevlar, try and use that next round as an even lighter eco. Aurora will feel as if, finally, we've been able to get some success from the start of the half.
Relieve the early pressure.
Don't let Brain just rip into us. At least we can make him calm and stable for now.
Yeah, I did notice that he was looking a little bit irate. I mean, I don't know if that's just his body language over-speaking exactly what he was saying, but he didn't look all that happy with the way that things were playing out on map 1.
Yeah, at the same time, look at a team like BetBoom, right? Nafany's team. They are very emotional as well. I think it's honestly just a CIS thing, the passionate nature and the idea that you have to succeed, that you can't fail. And that's why we see them providing so much emotion in sort of tactical timeouts and the player cams when we look at the teams.
We'll find out if there's any more passion to give for them if they end up going on the back foot for now. Standard stuff in the starts. Teams working to the A-bomb site once again, 3rd time in a row. Against the Deco. Not quite Belchanok getting his pick back, but Revan and Finn will still fall. R2B2 looking for 1 final pick back in the SMG, unable to do so. And the motion certainly working to the spirits of Aurora.
I mean, even that flash from Barbie, you could see him from jungle setting up an aggressive flash towards main. And while that execution has come out, you got players kind of playing anti-flash in the way that they haven't taken A main yet. So flash comes forward, you try and get a peek, and no one's there. They're all still tucked.
There's a 3-0 standard stuff for Aurora Gaming's camp. Pistol conversion, anti-eco dealt with. Double orbs now come back in for Godsrain's rifle buy. Fired up with 1, Revan with another. Revan playing into mid. Fired up, playing back over at CT. Catches Lackey aggressing out of ramp, so man advantage taken. No further aggression from that big green.
I need to get some assistance from Finn. Nori clearing out the majority of the bomb site. Looking out to Ninja, scaling out here to top con, waiting to see if anyone was going to press on the other side of the smokes.
Molly does drive fired up back near WP. Sees the man as Nori pops out lower and transfers his spray onto Revan for the 2K. Advantage taken back by Aurora. God's Reign fired up, especially Myth that he couldn't follow up on that one casualty. 3-on-3. As Deco lands R2B2, makes it 2. Is Trey back responsive on the refrag. Finn caught off and Bubby nowhere to be seen.
Aurora looking sharp, aren't they? That entire sequence out there towards CT. Bait the AWPer. You know, as soon as you bait the AWPer, you've won that round. Because you're just going to put pressure onto him. Both players in there from CT, from God's Reign, just being destroyed by Nori. Such a clean couple of kills.
Yeah. 4-0 start for Aurora. Nori stepping up to the plate in that last round. Work done across the board here. They, as you mentioned, look absolutely lights out. This was the one fear that we had about God's Reign coming into this map up, is that they couldn't contest with the sheer firepower brought to the table by Aurora Gaming, and with the rifles continuing to come towards their direction. Yes, they have had some expensive rounds, but nothing that's going to lead to a reset anytime soon. Especially with the buy that God's Reign are bringing out here. 1 M4.
Aggressive in from mid. Trying to see if they could catch those CTs. Working out from mid. Trying to fight in early. Flash around the corner is perfect. Barbie could not see a thing out there in bottom con.
Player on shore also revealed himself. Finn trying to involve with the second automatic of the CT side. The SMG that was brought back. Trying to contest now at the sniper's nest. Also continued to press on. Did he see a player? I think Deco did. So 5-7 close from R2B2. The smoke's clear. He might get revealed. It's a case of whether Deco catches him off guard at the right moment or whether he backs away. He does look to fall away from a contact face. So man advantage not recovered yet.
And they'd love to be able to strike with one. Kenzie works in another pick. And out to the A site. They're crumbling quickly.
Convergence on that defensive. Finn caught off. Again flash blinded. Player at Palace fired up, does get a frag back, but Deco deals with R2B2 in the end, so it's all left for this one man who did recover an AK. Needs to win several fights, 1-on-4 for him to take, and just doesn't even get past the likes of Kenzie. Nice and solid again for Aurora. Decent effort with the upgrades that God's Reign have brought to the table. They got very little done overall, though, and again, bright sparks that don't lead to mass amounts in the match itself, so rifles return.
A superb flash assist is what I'm noticing on this T side from Aurora, and that's something that you can't really teach. You have to learn with matches. You have to learn with experience and play more games, more events at higher caliber opposition to be able to work those protocols, to work those timings. Tactically, Aurora are using those advantages to just close rounds.
Only comes with time. A little bit of team coordination also thrown in for the mix. AWPer fired up and Revan again in play. The double AWP set up, trying to contest something, particularly the likes of Belchinok in the apartments. Smoke sent in from the T's over to the sniper's nest as Belchinok does challenge the AWPer first and foremost. Takes a lot of damage but returns quite a bit more. Fired up on 2 points of health. Nori and Finn go back and forth with Nori doubling up on his kill counts. Revan cannot provide support from beyond that smoke.
It just feels as if the AWPers are getting a lot of pressure against them now that they're not creating those impactful frags. Molly out towards short to force the reposition. Out to Con. Revan's got to try and strike, and he's been baited again.
Second shot also misses out. Nori punishes for a triple. Above can take him back at last. But Deco knows where his man is, or Molotov off the back of the site. He actually does aggressive. I think Belchinok's seen him. He certainly has now. Got to be careful because he is low HP. And Deco will drop, fired up, falls to Kenzie's part, and the last man's going to burn. Thinking he was safe at the edge of the smoke. It did spread far enough in time. And the streak continues for Aurora.
And this has now got to be the conversation that Nori, Deco, and Belchinok have never been to an international land grand final. And it feels as if they're a few rounds away. With the way that this start of Mirage is going down, with some of the frustration of the AWPs not creating shots, it means that this is just going to be a speed run, that this is going to be a quick end to Mirage. Aurora putting on a very good showing.
Yeah, I have to concur. Discussions taken in the God's Reign camp. Trying to figure out how to outplay the opposition here, but there's many things that need to be adjusted to outplay the likes of Aurora in this one. Second map. In themselves a 6-round streak to start. Much like the second map against Bad News Kangaroos ended a 7-round streak before they finally got there first. Aurora may well carry it that far or even further. Again, buys are going to become a problem for God's Reign like they were on Ancient. M4 on Barbie being the hero rifle with not much else in support around it. Upgrade pistols. A couple of bits of Kevlar here and there, but Nori straight in, Barbie straight out.
Just getting no help there on the crossfire whatsoever. No distraction from Con, no distraction from Window or out there towards short. And that feels like a waste, doesn't it?
That it does. Revan caught next up. 5-on-3, Belchnok, caught off guard with a pistol in play for R2B2. Fired up, also got a deagle shot back on Deco, but he gets overwhelmed. The AK fight of Lackey does keep control of apartments, so players caught a little bit off position, just timing well against God's Reign, but it's still not enough to win anything more than a 1-on-3 for Finn. Dealt with by Kenzie, 7-0.
And I want to say that Lackey's played towards, what, the higher end of Tier 2 for the last 3-4 years of his career. Been a part of some very successful teams on Windstrike and Entropic, and obviously now on Aurora. His last couple of international grand finals was in 2019 and 2021. That's a long time of waiting. That's a long time of success in the online era for these last handful of years to not be able to get back to where he knows he can strike and knows that he can perform.
Same double orb setup as before. Fast in from Barbie. I think he might have been heard there. Player on the corner, faced upon, and Barbie does indeed get Belchnok. He's ready for the second play. He doesn't need to be. Smokes him off. Kenzie's not allowed to refrag and retrade.
And this is the first time in a while that we've actually seen an opening man advantage go the way of God's Reign. Trying to work out here towards the apartments. There's a lot of back and forth spam. Now, Lackey has approached Interconnector. Could he be a difference maker of finding a walk kill, a contact kill in Con?
Bit of a gap working against him here, actually, because the CTs are not watching this. They are now. Finn still dealt with by Lackey's quick head shot. Now going to have to cover off R2B2 as the one man out towards ramp may have to be contested by a Nori, although I say that. Nori's coming in from Palace. Smokes to cover off rotations. Plant may well look to get secured here. R2B2 and Revan in positions to try and deny. Kenzie's gone down.
Deco's flashed out there towards CT, and it's still a lack of information. R2B2 needs to distract. This is a good position from Revan.
AWEP to try contest it. Gun barrel seen. The quick swing of Nori brings it into a 3-on-3. The backline's covered by Lackey. One kill found against R2B2. The Orpera fired up. Dealt with. Lackey cannot line up against Barbie, but now he's in the position where he needs the ace on the clutch.
And Molly out there towards Jungle's only going to slow his mission down. Might have to try and reposition out to Con or just wait out the time.
Nades in position, Barbie check-in, spray through, does come up against Nori, but loses a lot of HP. Needs the headshot on Deco, who's ready for the only angle that he can take. Flash misses, one tap's all you need. And Aurora just continue to be lights out.
It just shows the timings that they're working right now, that how out of the depth God's Reign really look. Man, how is Lackey able to exploit that much space undetected? How is he able to get so aggressively into CT? Barbie got two very impactful kills out there in the apartments, but out on A, it is a fundamental collapse. 8-0 for Aurora Gaming.
God's Reign. Dealt damage out to start, no casualties in the defaults in the early portions of the round. That may quickly change, though, with the pace that Aurora are approaching this with, all the way inserted towards short. Tried to stack apartments and face them aggressive. It's cost them badly because now Belchnok is inserted himself, ready to receive the CT basis, seeing a couple players. Gonna deal with them with a quick burst. Struggles a little bit, but does get the kill on R2B2. Meanwhile, that bomb actually not even going to commit towards the A bomb site. Still out towards mid, as Belchnok's going to realize this was a B site stack. To try and deal with the kills as appropriate.
Belchnok's doing a very good job of just delaying these B players, of getting into good positions. Yes, they might be able to try and boost up, but this is already done. All of that advantage has disappeared.
Finally, Belchnok does get found. One gun to hold for Revan, fired up. Be ready for Kenzie on the timing. Oh, no headshot, no kill. Oh, that felt like it should have been right on there.
Even that last round, when Lucky came up top Con, and you've got the player towards default not connecting onto the kills, unfortunately for God's Reign, some of that sharpness that we saw in the opening map of Ancient is just not coming into Mirage. And when you're a little bit sloppy with the insta-kills and you're a bit sloppy with the trades, you're going to get overwhelmed. Aurora haven't looked as if they've been in any positions where they can lose a round here or there. Okay, maybe the 1v1 that Deco has from Triple, that's the only one that comes to my mind.
The flawless streak continues for the Russian squad. The sour looks on the faces of the hometown crowd. Unfortunately, God's Reign seem like they're about to end their reign on the Aurora camp. Short-lived as it was. Orps back in for Revan. Aurora unanswered to in this map up, and this was the worst case scenario that we feared for, that God's Reign may have feared for. Still continuing to buy back, still continuing to hunt for their way into this matchup, for their start in this map. Ability sent R2B2 ready for the walk contact ahead of the smokes. Does see his man? Did he see him? No, Lackey dropped.
Very quick out to the B apartments though. Fired up, just needs to try and delay time, try and get as much damage off, and he's got away with 1 kill, but they know where he is. He's trapped in the archers, and Belchog's going to swing. Haven't quite overwhelmed him completely, and this buys time for the rotations in market.
Fire that nade comes in, but you're right about time stalling. 3 players back here to receive a 3-on-3 situation. Bomb should get planted. It's a case of how far they go after the fact. And they're considering wraparounds. They're considering a backstab from Bobby's part. He's going to be playing a little bit more patient on the Aurora Gaming camp. Got time to work with here. Do not need to plant the bomb just yet.
Yeah, they're slowing it down. They're waiting for repositions, and it's already coming from Finn.
Sees one. Nori wins that fight. Molly sent deep now over at the window. The AWP also will get smoked off position. Barbie does catch Deco, but both players now known about in the same position. And look at Nori. Look how far he presses.
They're waiting for that instant pop through the smoke or from the window angle. Belshot can get the bomb down.
Loses his teammate. He's waiting for the second man. Oh, he knows how to play this so perfectly. He's just playing them for fools once again. Here's the footsteps. The AWP is still unknown about. Hap taps the head, sees the shoulder, swings away, stalls against Revan, whose quick scope is required. It's still not gained. He's looking happy about that, and for right good reason. Nori, what a smart play.
And that's another round where we've seen Nori in the 1vx. We all remember what he was able to do on A-main when Finn was tapping the bomb, trying to draw that fight out in the open. And that one right there, 1v2, slow the round down, work the trigger discipline, bait the AWPer. Nori in the clutch. It's so clean to watch, isn't it? I love those moments of the trigger discipline.
Perfect timing. Couldn't quite get the second kill immediately, but got it in the end. Beautiful stuff. Mid-face of the CT side. Do catch Belchanok off guard here. The AWP still watching for the man in at mid. Did see him the shoulder fade. Second player gets away from the smoke and gets back into connector. So God's Reign finally, man advantage which they can keep.
And this is a very strong stance now for God's Reign. And they've worked the aggressive approach in from mid. Kenzie, though, that smoke is cleared out from Palace. When does he go searching for a player?
Lucky might be first man to aggress. Pass around the corner, bomb on his back, loses it to Finn, all important. Nade sent, jump face, has seen that second player. Oh, Kenzie, lightning fast to the adjustment of the headshot. And Finn, Molotov'd off position. The re-smoke will come down against him, but Kenzie's continuing to try and exit out of into the bomb site. Don't think Finn's seen it. R2B2 caught at the crack angle. Unawares of the aggressing CT individual now has been revealed. Finn couldn't capitalize upon the kill, and pressure might apply against him with more T-side players inbound. Kenzie deals with Revan on rotation, and now it's left to 2. 1 from CT. Finally, Kenzie is going to drop Deco. Wary of his backlines, wary of his backup. As the AWP strikes, Finn drops. Fired up is all that remains. 1 on 2. Time. A little bit against the T-side line, and Molotov's now sent to his position as they saw him in the jump face. Deco, not even required here. Nori's AWP closes it down. 11 rounds in a row for Aurora.
And that's disgusting. That is proper disgusting for Kenzie to win that. First off, Jay, what's going on with the communication? They know that Kenzie is out there in Palace. The HE went down to front ramp, and yet Barbie is just walking in the open. Miscommunication, the lack of protocol. Kenzie shouldn't have been able to get away with that first. And then the way that he scales with that smoke to work down on the bomb site directly.
A higher level of game brought to this best of 3 by Aurora. On full display, Deco and Belchanaut, quick swings, quick casualties. R2-B2 can only go so far as the one pick from range. And the second one against Belchanaut, trying to make this somewhat doable. Famasa fired up, gets the next player out in the open, so 2 versus 2. Bomb's been left in recoverable positions for Aurora though, and it's all left to R2-B2 now. The guy we highlighted during the pregame, the one we wanted to see more of out of this map up. Left to clutch it to try keep the first round in for God's Reign at the very tail end of the map, the half itself. Damage done to one player, swings back, Nori's ready, his AWP locks on target. And it is the perfect half, the perfect T-side from Aurora, 12-0.
And it's just frustrating if you are God's Reign because nothing's working. There is no success. You've had a couple of close rounds, you've had some close calls, but you just haven't been able to gain any rounds. And it's the worst feeling in the world. You want to at least get yourself a couple, at least give yourself some sort of silver lining to close out Mirage. But for Aurora, I mean, man, they look in really good touch. They look really strong in this upper bracket final.
And are we really surprised at this point? They came in as the heavy team, the heavy favorite team. We thought they were going to potentially dominate through the majority of competition. We had our doubts thrown in by Bad News Kangaroos in their first map, and we had our doubts thrown up by the early start that God's Reign got over on Ancient. But we go to comfortability, we go to Aurora's map picks, we go to those second maps in the series where they bounce back, adjust against any mistakes they might have made, and they just look like the team that should win the tournament here. Map point for 12 rounds. Aurora already strike first on the execution towards that B bomb site. Nori with his headshot on fired up. Finn with one back Revan traded in result. 4 versus 2 situation. Finn and Barvi to try and keep God's Reign in this map up by a small amount. Kenzie is caught for one pick, but Finn's not going to last, and Barvi is left alone. Flanked about, faced upon by the CT forces. Belchanaut eventually gets his headshot, and there it is, the 13-0. Perfect second map for Aurora.
And for Nori, Deco and Belchanaut, this is now their first international LAN Grand Final. And what a way to achieve that, Jay, with a 13-0 on Mirage.
Truly the dominant squad that we expected out of them, and there's nothing much that God's Reign can do about that. The reign has ended for the Indian team, as fantastic as it was in the first round. Aurora are just a different beast, and that is proof in the pudding. How incredible that Mirage was. And now everyone's going to get threatened because at this point, they've beaten all the underdogs. They've beaten out Bad News Kangaroos. They beat out God's Reign. Garuda didn't even face them. They're out of the tournament. There's no one left that can try challenge Aurora here.
And they've been pumping scorelines too. I mean, this 13-0 is obviously the best performance that we've seen from them yet. But the last 3 maps, 13-6, 13-4, and now 13-0. That's quite an impressive showing from Aurora.
Indeed, it is the dominant squad of the tournament, the right team that should have won this matchup and will now go to the grand finals with a massive, massive leg up over everybody else. At least we get our ideal lower bracket final, Dwayne. So there's that consolation in the God's Reign camp to try and do battle against the Kangaroos, the 2 teams that tried to test Aurora and did show at least a little bit against them in various capacities. So we'll find out how well they'll do against each other in tomorrow's matchup. But for now, Aurora are the team that reign supreme. Winners of the upper bracket finals, the rightful spot in the grand finals, all the same. And in a moment's time, we should head down to the stage to have a chat with one of the Aurora boys.
The first 13-0 of the entire tournament was hit by Aurora Gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this amazing, amazing game we just saw. But without any further ado, I would like to invite on stage Norvi, the IGL of the team. Norvi, if I could quickly please have you up here. I mean, this was just crazy. The way this team played. Not even a single round dropped, and the first 13-0. So, here's your mic. So, Norvi, can you tell me, what was your plan? Was this your plan? You said you will lose. But does your dictionary like work with opposites? Yeah. It does.
Yeah, we just played our game. We had plan. Thank you for our coach. Good guy. He gave us plan. We just follow it. And
but I have to ask you, many people are watching you, right? So beating down the Indian representatives, this was all along your plan that, yeah, you're going to take them down?
I think so, yeah.
All right. So since it was a 13-0 and you guys didn't give them even a single chance of coming back into the game, I have to ask you this, that today you have set a benchmark here that a 13-0 is possible on LAN as well. Do you wish to continue it maybe in the grand finals tomorrow? And if you do, if you meet God's Reign again, will you be able to take them down again?
I hope so. We did not show everything today, so And tomorrow, if we play grand final again, we have best of 5 and other maps. Maybe we don't pick Mirage. So we will see.
All right, so if I had to ask you that, which is your favorite map in the game, like which you will not lose at all, which map is that going to be?
Vertigo.
All right. So any team who's going to come out tomorrow to face Norvi and his team, be ready because they are prepared. They are super prepared. Thank you so much, Norvi, and congratulations, man. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this was an amazing game, right? But we're not done yet. We still have 2 more games left. The lower brackets final where God's Reign will face off the upcoming team, of course. You know, we're going to see who they're going to face off. Of course, that's going to happen tomorrow. But who faces off against them is the bigger question, because on one hand, we have the Kangaroos, who did lose the first game, but the second game, they were very dominant. On the second hand, we do have God's Reign. And as far as my knowledge about God's Reign, once they lose a game, they do not know how to lose another. Although that was a different story, of course, courtesy to the Aurora boys. But Aurora Gaming, again, congratulations to them. And I believe the casters are ready with the post-match analysis and the statistics. So casters, please take it away.
Well, we'll do our best to analyse a 13-0 Dwayne. Certainly one challenge for us, certainly. Look, at the end of the day, there isn't much to pull from outside of the fact that they were just completely outclassed for God's Reign's part. We expected that going into Mirage. I would have hoped that they would have gotten a decent round of their own right. But look, Aurora, lights out. We expected this result.
And Nori is the biggest troll right now. Even up there on stage with the captain, he just said, "What's your favorite map?" "Yeah, Vertigo." "Yeah, the insta-ban for Aurora." Mate, anything that Nori says in this tournament, it's waffle, mate. There's no truth to anything this man says. He is constantly trying to make us look like fools. He is trolling everyone right now.
Yeah, I just sat there during the pre-match and the interview like, yes, we are going to lose. Like, no, you're not going to lose. You're going to be absolutely fantastic. You're going to probably pick into Vertigo and still win it in the grand finals there. Look, they were the team to beat. They were the squad that absolutely lights out over the course of their matches. They look fantastic. They are fantastic. They are the right team in the grand final. And for God's Reign, look, they might be disappointed in themselves in the fact that they weren't able to deliver the performances that we would have hoped out of them, but they were always going to be underdogs in this context, and that was always going to be the case here. MVP doesn't really matter in the case of this second game because it was just lights out from everyone.
Yeah, for God's Reign, they really didn't have that many rounds that we could legitimately say they could have taken. I want to say 2, maybe 3 is even a stretch of rounds that you can look at and say, yeah, okay, it was on. When you get games like that, you know how slammed you really were. It shows how out of touch you are. And fundamentally, I actually think we saw a lot more from the Aussies against Aurora than we have for God's Reign in this matchup against Aurora. At least the first few rounds of Ancient, they held their weight. But that second half of Ancient and this entire map of Mirage, it just looked like they couldn't contest.
Yeah, I mean, look, that really was basically how you sum it up, right? Like, and obviously the situation with how the first 2 matches have played out for Aurora Gaming is obviously boding better for the Kangaroos, right? You said they showed them more. The scoreline says 13-11. God's Reign have been yet to achieve that against Aurora. So now going into that lower bracket matchup, it feels like the Aussies may well be the favourites in that context. Aurora, again, just fantastic against God's Reign. God's Reign have a lot of things to think about because they don't want to let themselves go down in such a dominant fashion against some of the underdogs and dark horses of the tournament in the Aussies.
Well, I don't like the double AWPs. I'll tell you that much for free.
Yep.
First off, it's too expensive, and second off, it's not creating enough impact. Yes, you might have some players that are familiar with the AWP and players that can be versatile, but when I look at what's happened here on the city side of Ancient and now the city side of Mirage, I don't like the double AWPs at all. Keep it in the hands of Revan and don't let it go anywhere else. It's uncomfortable again when you look at the numbers, but there were rounds. I mean, I remember one that comes straight to my mind for Bavi there with 11 kills. How with what? A hero M4, he's out in mid solo and he's watching underpass. Who's watching his top mid? There's just nothing. It really showed fundamentally that they were not ready. And that gives me a lot of worry for the lower bracket final here for the Indian squad, because we know the sharpness is there, we know the individuals are there, we know the success locally in India is there, but against other competition, I'm not sure if it is.
Yeah, I mean, look, to their credit, they did have a dominant affair to start things off, but they have to try and replicate the same performance against Garuda, against the Kangaroos, right? And I think that a lot of the situation was down to lacking of confidence, perhaps, against Aurora. I know, obviously, the mentality, we had to discuss the idea that they had to come into this one and understand that they had to try and play their best. But just taking a look at R2B2, for example, he was lights out in the first series, was not quite as loud during this next one. If he can get going, then maybe God's Reign can hold their own against the Kangaroos. But right now, it's shaping up to be Australia versus Russia in those grand finals, mate.
Well, I think it really shows that the only impactful matches in this tournament so far have been the Aurora versus the Aussies. It's been the God Reign versus Aurora, and then now what should be the God's Reign versus the Bad News Kangaroos. I think the matches up against the Indonesians don't give us a lot of depth. It doesn't give us a lot of parallels to draw from. It shows that the Aussies have achieved more against Aurora, who's the #1 team in the tournament, making their way to the grand finals. So for God's Reign, there's going to be a lot of discussion and a lot of preparation that needs to be ahead, because in my eyes, I actually don't think they're going to be the favourites in that consolidation final matchup.
I have to agree on that one. Bad News Kangaroos are in a hell of a position right now to dominate against the Indian squad and send the hometown favourites out in just 3rd place. But in terms of tournament winners, Aurora do look locked on to take the trophy in tomorrow's proceedings. At least we get our dream match, Dwayne. We get our lower bracket final between God's Reign, between the Bad News Kangaroos, and we also get our rightful top fragger. I mentioned before, Deco, 1 frag behind Addict with a map in hand, springboards by 10 kills. He's now top fragger of the tournament so far.
Yeah, he's going to keep that. You'd have to expect, even with knowing that there's, for God's Reign and for the Bad News Kangaroos, that one of the two teams is going to play 2 best-of-3s tomorrow. I still think that Deco is going to outcome everyone. I still think the numbers that he's posting, the impact that he was achieving. I mean, out there on Mirage, you didn't even need to be a star player just because everyone else was holding their weight. But in those, I don't want to say uncomfortable moments, but maybe in those moments where games can look to be slightly competitive, that's where Deco shows his true class.
Well, you think about how much impact he had on that first map and the way that he was able to outposition and outmaneuver all of God's Reign when the Aurora side were on the deficit, right? He's got that backing to his star power that ultimately outfragged the Indian squad in that first map. And that's an example of where he can provide support and where he can find the most impact for Aurora, on top of just generally just fragging everybody and popping heads as he always does. So, yeah, again, a lot of positivity for them in that one. I would say that if that lower bracket game does go to 3 maps, then maybe you could see Addict out fragging them. But look, as it stands right now, it does feel like that Aurora have all the pieces in play to become the dominant squad of the tournament, and that really is the main takeaway from this upper bracket final.
And I want to say we've got our dream matchup. A lot of people looking at this top 4 competition, looking at the teams involved. The matchup that everyone wants to know is Australia versus India. We know that there's always a good rivalry in sports. We know that there's a good rivalry now on the server. And looking at how both teams have been successful in their local scenes, I am super excited for that lower bracket final matchup.
Indeed, it will be the first match that we start off the day with tomorrow as well. So we get to basically just hit the ground running, Dwayne, and just run straight forward with it from there on, right? A lot of things to look forward to in terms of tomorrow's proceedings and our dream match that should go, in my eyes, at least a very distant. So Bad News Kangaroos still walking in as the favourites in that game. But I'm looking forward to that one above all else so far this weekend. So again, plenty to look forward to in the last day of the Grand Slam, because we are going to decide who's going to be the final land champions before the major as well, Dwayne.
And you have to expect that it's probably the game that goes 3 maps. I mean, we haven't had any so far. This is the one where both teams are looking to try and get into that grand final position. We know that for God Reigns, they've recently made some roster changes. We know for the Aussies, they're working with a stand-in. Which one's going to overcome the other? There's going to be a lot of national pride on the line in that game.
Yeah, you said you have that sports rivalry. I'm guessing the cricket rivalry is very interesting to watch. I mean, look, I know Australia and India are very big on the cricket. How's the rivalry been on the cricket for that side of things?
I would say India's... Oh, nah, India doesn't have it. Australia's always got it, man. Australia's always #1.
Well, let's see whether or not they can win out in the Counter-Strike in tomorrow's lower bracket final. Again, we return to you the same start time as today with the lower bracket final, and then the grand final with the winner of that match taking on Aurora Gaming to decide who lifts the trophy in the Skyesports Grandslam. But for today, that is all we have time for. Our matches are done and dusted, and as the dust settles, we'll look to see who comes out on top in tomorrow's proceedings. Thank you all so much for watching. Tune in back in tomorrow for our final day of the Grand Slam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like.
Stay around 5:30, stay until the morning, then I carry on and live my hollow life. Did you really take my soul? Came and then you left a hole. Shot me in the late night, bleeding out in plain sight, running with the heart you stole.